Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. So we're going to do some more solo self-found P8 Ubers today. Let's do a little bit of a gear check and stuff like that. I left the rules up on the screen for you guys, so you've already seen those. Do I really need to go over them? They were up there for like 10 minutes. All right, we're going to see. We're going to go right about this. What's up, Yellow VR? What's up, Vince? What's up, Michael? What's up, Bootas? How's it going?
Good day.
Am I enjoying Diablo 2 Resurrected today? I only just started playing. I can't. How do I? I'd be like if I had a candy bar in my hand and they're like, I haven't even taken a bite out of it. And you're like, do you like it? And I'm like, just give me a second to actually take a bite and chew. Just ask me in 15 minutes. How about that? Or 20 minutes. How about that? So right now, let's go over my equipment. So I'm wearing some Magic Find equipment right now, but we can go over that too. Why not? So I'm currently using the Heart of the Oak still, even in my Magic Find setup. I got a 3P Topaz Griswold Heart for Magic Finding. 72% gemmed mask or magic finding. Got a little 25% magic finding amulet. Got a little magic finding gloves on. Nothing too fancy. I do have two 7% magic find charms, and I also have a 29% Geeds. So I'm rocking a total amount of magic find currently of 243%, which isn't bad. Not bad at all. For my actual real equipment, I'm using things like Treachery, or not Treachery, Smoke is my current armor, I believe, right? Yeah, I got my Smoke armor. For a helmet, I'm currently swapping back and forth between things like my Cure helmet, the Lore helmet, and a Demon Head mask. I have Blackthorn's face, or Backhorn's face. Not a whole lot of really good helmets, but I've been trying my best there. For my gloves, I actually do have a nice 20 IAS 10% crushing blow pair gloves, which I've been using. That's my main set right there. I also recently found Darkside Bassinet helm, which could be interesting with the dim vision when struck thing. Kind of interested to see how that would work out in say like an Uber situation where everything's trying to kill me. Also has Cloak of Shadows, which could come in handy as well. On top of that, I also do have a Ravenfrost. I've got an Open Wounds mesh belt. I have Goblin Toes that I upgraded to Battle Boots. Pretty crappy Sacred Tars, 8 all-res Sacred Tars, but it does give me the smite damage, which I'm looking for. On my other hand, I've got a Crown Shield with a little bit better resistances, but also a Spirit. And then a Life Tap Wand, which I'm using to obviously keep myself alive. I did manage to get Diablo's Horn, Mephisto's Brain, and Bale's Eye the other day. It was rough, and I did it, but in doing it, I got the feeling that I was just not quite ready to do Uber Tristram. So I've got the organs, but I'm not really ready to do Uber Tristram yet. And so one of the things that I wanted to do instead of doing Uber Tristram was do a little bit of farming, see if I get myself some equipment to upgrade the viability of this character, and make P8 Ubers actually possible. I don't think in my current state this character can do it. It's not necessarily that I think he's going to die, but I think it's just going to take him way too long to kill each individual Uber. And by the time I finish killing like one Uber, I think what's going to happen is I'm going to end up surrounded by so many minions that the minions are eventually going to overpower any defenses that I have, and I'm going to end up dead. So what I decided to do instead was we're going to go back to Nightmare for a little while, and we're going to do a little farming, and we're going to see if we can get ourselves some better equipment. A very good target for this particular character for farming is Chaos Sanctuary, and I figured what better place to go and farm than Nightmare Chaos Sanctuary. There's a lot of good items that can drop in Nightmare Chaos Sanctuary, and we can have a little bit of fun just murderizing things. Hopefully get some good stuff in the process, and upgrade our total survivability, our total, our character's total capability. Yeah, farming is allowed, but not for a special item. We're just farming Nightmare Diablo because Nightmare Diablo is a really good option for us. Not necessarily because of what he drops. Because I'm a Fist of the Heavens Paladin and I mainly do damage to demons and undead, Cowls wouldn't be a good option, for instance. But because I can use Fist of the Heavens, I can very easily take out large swaths of demons and undead. And Chaos Sanctuary is one of the few places that has decent loot drops in Nightmare difficulty that is also completely filled with demons and undead. So there's really no reason for me not to take advantage of the demons and undead thing, because that's basically what this character is designed around. And coming down here and just murderizing everything with my magic finding equipment on, which, by the way, my magic finding equipment does make me much weaker than you would otherwise think. I mean, pulling off all of that equipment definitely does cause me to lose quite a bit of my power level. As if I'm a Dragon Ball Z character, but hey, you get what I mean. What's up, buddy? So that's where we're at right now. Where we're at right now is we've got the organs. We're ready to go on the Ubers, but we're not going to pull the trigger on the Ubers quite yet because we just don't have the equipment that we need, I don't think, to pull it off. I feel like we'll die. That's basically what I think. I think we're going to die. Since we only really get one shot at it, unless we can recover our corpse, which is not always the case, by the way. Sometimes your corpse is just completely unrecoverable, depending on how many, monsters have spawned around you in a circle. It could completely be incapable of, getting your corpse back, and then therefore all the organs and all that hard work I put into getting them would just be wasted. All the hard work I put into farming the keys, all the hard work I put into farming the organs, and would not be very fun. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow. Hey, what's up, not right, let's just say Locke. What's up, Locke? Really glad to catch my live stream. Thanks for all the amazing content on YouTube. Wow, okay. Well, I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm live a lot, so, if you ever stop by my channel, I'm usually live. I mean, if you check my past VOD list, you'll see I have, like, way too many live streams up there. More than any man can rightfully watch. I did a Horror Saturday yesterday. That was pretty fun. We did a game called Parasocial, and it was actually a game based on not a YouTuber but a VTuber, which is one of those people that does like a fake overlay on the YouTuber, like the webcam, so that they they're appearing, you can't tell who they are, basically, right? So it's like an anonymity thing. Anyway, it was kind of creepy. It was a creepy crawly one. Kind of made me think a little bit too much about whether there might be somebody hiding behind me while I'm streaming. I mean, because when you got these headphones on, right? You're playing a game, you got the headphones on, you're paying attention to what's in front of you. You're not paying attention to what's behind you, right? So somebody could walk in the door and start doing weird things behind you and you'd never even know. Totally could happen. Totally could happen. It totally could. I believe. Evil people trying to keep my stuff. I believe. Evil people stealing my things. And I believe. Plotting people hiding in the shadows. I believe. The Kubis tried to steal my snacks. Kubis is here, by the way. Oh, Kubis most definitely plots. He's a plotting plotter. He's the worst kind of plotting plotter. He's the dumb kind. 18% lightning res with 7% faster run lock. You know, I do have like a bunch of junk lightning res charms in here that don't really have much purpose. I wonder if I take a look and run the numbers. Maybe. Maybe, baby. Maybe, baby. What's up, Colin? What's up, William? What's up, Rositas? Rositas! Hail the conquering Rositas. There's a Thunder Cougar Falcon mask. Thunder Cougar Falcon mask. Not associated with Thunder Cougar Falcon mask ULTD. Thunder Cougar Falcon mask. Thunder Cougar Falcon mask. Solar Creeper. The other day you were talking about rerolling high eye-level charms. Would charms drop from terrorized cows in hell be a high enough eye level? What level was the terrorized area, William? So, Diablo in hell difficulty is level 94. He's a M level 94 monster. And that's the reason why when you get a charm from Diablo in hell difficulty, it's worth rerolling. Neelathak and Bale are also relatively high-level monsters. I believe Bale is the highest-level monster in the game, and Neelathak's pretty close, too. And basically, their level is what people consider to be the right zone so that you can get all of the affixes. So it's important to note that getting a charm from Neelathak or Bale or whatever is not necessarily the best reroll option for all choices. It's kind of hard to explain exactly what's going on. There's a Bingzy Wang. That there is a Bingzy Wang. I don't even need to identify it. I know it's a Bingzy Wang. And if you guys don't believe that I know that it's a Bingzy Wang, well, look at that. Look at my big old Big Z Wang. That's right. Ginger Gaming Mentor told everybody to look at his Big Z Wang. It's not a good sword. But, it's important to note that it doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad to reroll a charm that doesn't come from Neelathak, Diablo, or Bale. All right. What it has to do with is investment. So when people invest large amounts of gems in rerolling a charm, they want to get access to all of the options, right? Well, all of the options actually means less of a chance that you're actually going to get something good. This is what some people don't understand. So whenever you add more items into the pool, there is less of a chance that you're going to get the item that you want, right? So let me use a good example for you. Let's say you have a raffle, right? And the raffle costs $1 a ticket. Okay, so $1 a ticket. We got a raffle. Now, if you specifically buy a ticket, and there were 50 other people that bought the ticket, then you would technically have a 1 in 50 chance, right? So a 1 in 50 chance of getting what you want, right? However, if you add more tickets, if more people buy tickets, if 100 people buy tickets, or 200 people buy tickets, or 1,000 people buy tickets, then your one ticket is now a 1 in 1,000 chance, right, of you actually winning the little raffle, right? And the more people that buy tickets, the worse the odds get. The charm that you get specifically from Neelathak, Bale, and Diablo, or for instance, a really high-level Terror Zone, which also works, is both good and bad, okay? The reason why this is both good and bad is because, number one, you are maximizing the number of potential options. Well, the reason why people like to do this is because there are potential options that they might want to get their hands on, like for instance, the really high life charms, the 45 plus life charms. Those are impossible to get unless you have a charm that's high enough level. You have to have a high level charm to get that really high level of life on the grand charm, right? But if you're just re-rolling for skillers, it's actually more beneficial to use something that limits the options as opposed to maximizes them. So if your only goal is to get a skiller and you don't care about the life portion of things, you're actually much more likely to get a skiller with a reduced number of options, not an increased number of options. So think about higher level means more options. Lower level means less options. And the key is knowing exactly what level is the right level for the options that you would want so you can maximize your chances. For instance, if you want skillers, Act 3 Nightmare is a good place to go because in Act 3 Nightmare, that's the first time skillers start to appear and you start to get access to them, which means you've limited the options. You took away all the other options above the skiller. You're keeping all the ones below the skiller, of course, because you have to, and you're limiting it to just the skillers. So when you re-roll the ones that you get from Act 3 Nightmare, you have a much better chance of getting a skiller as opposed to no skiller. And you can still get a skiller with the Neolithak ones. This is a Neolithak one right here. And if I re-roll this one right now, let me give this a try. Here's mud in your eye. Let's see if we get anything good. Let's do 1 emerald, let's do 1 diamond, and let's do 1 ruby. And I got 3 strength. Boo. Alright, let's try one more time. Let's do another emerald, diamond, ruby. 3 strength, 30 mana. Okay, nothing too amazing there. And it's going to keep rolling through basically an infinite number of options is really what goes on. So you're just going to constantly be rolling through all of these available choices. And maybe you get something good. Maybe you don't. But with those Diablo Neolithak Veil Charms, the really high level ones, what you're looking for is a charm that's actually exceptionally rare and exceptionally valuable. If you get that specific charm, and I have a couple of those on some of my characters, but they're basically things like a Pally Combat Skiller with 45 life. A Pally Combat Skiller with 45 life is insanely valuable, and you could literally build an entire character with the revenue that you would generate from a Pally Combat Skiller with 45 life. Same thing with something like a Lightning Sorceress Skiller with 45 life, or a yeah, I'm trying to think of like all the various ones. Warcry Skillers with 45 life, those are pretty valuable too. It just depends on the class, the build, like how popular that particular class is at the time. I'm sure martial arts skillers right now are pretty valuable because everyone's running the Mosaic Sins. So if you found an MA skiller with 45 life, you know, that would draw a lot of attention as well. And that's kind of like what goes on in the background. People are looking for those exceedingly rare charms because they know those exceedingly rare charms are, number one, worth lots of money, and also they're just really good. If you actually look at how much life they give you, especially when you have, you know, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them in your inventory, that's 6 times 45, and you end up with a pretty huge amount of life. What's up, Colm? No, I'm not playing D4 today. We're playing Diablo 2 today. Diablo 2 Season 5 is coming up, so we're gonna be diving into that. And then eventually when Diablo 4 Season 2 launches, which I think is sometime in, what is it, like mid to late October? I can't remember the exact date right off the top of my head. But we'll take a look into Diablo 4 Season 2 when that launches. That's how seasonal stuff works, by the way, is there's always an on season and an off season. And when Diablo 2 is on season, we're going to be playing Diablo 2. And that's just how that works. Diablo 2 will eventually have off-season stuff as well, so eventually it gets to the point where nobody's playing Diablo 2 because it's off-season. And that's perfectly fine, too. During those time periods, we will be playing a different game when Diablo 2 is off-season, so we might hop back on Diablo 4, for instance, when Diablo 4 goes on-season. Get out of the way. I see. Get out of the way. Brown, brown, brown. Thelarin. I need those. Whoa. What's up, Speedy McGiggins? I heard a charms fall. I gotta go back. I heard that charm fall. Oh, this boy is Speedy McGiggins. Speedy McGiggins. Giggins McSpeedy. There seems to be a Might Lord up here, too. Aw, look at you guys on the other side of the river. Poor guy. You gonna drop me something good, though? A spiculum? Sounds like something you get in a doctor's office. Oh yeah, I forgot to hop into Discord. Let me clear this out real quick so I can... Multi-shot. Alright. I'll hop into Discord because I totally forgot. Pew. Anyway, in case anybody wants to come hang out. We need to group them up. We need to group up. I'll take that Julie. Little bit of farming, little bit of fun. Gotta farm down some chaos on the run. Smell chammies. Duplicate drops. What did you get? The only unique items that applies to. Set items, you can get duplicate drops. Runes, you can get duplicate drops. Everything except for uniques. Uniques is the one thing you can't get two of the same drop in the same game. Unless they drop from the same monster. So like for instance, you can get two Eisenheart breastplates, but you can't get two Venom Ward breastplates. Not in the same game. Well, I'll be perfectly honest. I've seen two Eisenheart breastplates drop from the same monster before, and I've actually seen the Venom Ward and the Eisenheart's breastplate drop from the same monster. So it could very well be possible to get two Venom Ward breastplates from one monster, but you can't get two Venom Ward breastplates from two different monsters in the same game. Yeah, set items don't count. Set items are not unique. Apparently that's one of the qualifiers. You know how like a lot of people are like, unique items, they're not unique. All the unique items are the same. They're the least unique items that ever existed. Well, apparently unique also specifically means that you can't get more than one of them in the same game. It's one of the qualifiers of being a unique item, is that you can't get more than one in the same game. It was actually something they used to take advantage of back in the day because apparently it was a little too silly. They had gone a little bit too far with it, and what I mean by too far with it is they had made it so that, like, say for instance, if in the original version of the game, we're talking about like 1.01 and like 1.02, they had it set up so that if somebody had the item in the game, that it wouldn't fall either. So like for instance, let's say I had a pair of goblin toes on my character. Goblin toes would just not fall. And there was a glitch that people were taking advantage of, which is basically what you did is you would grab a Nagel and you would grab a Mantled and you would put them on. And then you would go into a game and you would farm Andy. And since Andy would be incapable of dropping a Mantled and Nagel because you were wearing them, she would drop a Soj instead. And it was a little silly, and it did get patched out relatively quickly. But for a very brief period of time, it was actually used to exploit Sojas into the game. Just another one of the ways that a million Sojas got like brought into the game that shouldn't have existed. Hey, speaking of Eisenhart's breastplate, and it shall appear. One little breastplate, two little breastplate, everywhere, yes, we have some. One little breastplate, two little breastplate, everywhere, yes, we've got some. Gauntlets. Ethereal battle gauntlets. Okay, terrible. Well, Soj is better for Smiter. BK is better for Zealer. Which one are you? Zealer or a Smiter? Usually you don't do both. Usually don't do both Zealer and Smiter. Usually either a Zealer or a Smiter. Not really a whole lot of in between there. What's up, B-Boblo? It's B-Boblo. B-Boblo. Bibbly bobbly boobly boblo. Bambalo. Bamble lamble lamba jam. It's a bam bam bamble lamba lamb. It's a bamble jamble lamba lamb. Why does it seem like he's got more HP than he did before? Am I using the wrong weapon or something? Oh, good old lead crow. Ethereal antlers. Man, he didn't even drop me nothing to sell. Dang. That's like everything he dropped me is garbage that's not even worth picking up. That boy doesn't need to put it back. That boy needs a freaking heart attack. Oh, B-Boblo, why do you do this to me, sir? I do not like it, you're so mean to me, sir. B-Boblo, why do you do this to me, B-Boblo? B-Boblo. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, so many monsters on this breach. Heraldric shield. I am looking for a better shield too. Desperately looking for a better shield. I really need a better sacred Tarsh in all res 45 sacred bars. If I had one, I would be real nice. But I don't have one and I eat mice. Oh no, it rhymed. Shush. So I'm proud to announce that I have finished the Skills and Abilities series. As of today, with the exception of maybe going back over some older episodes that might need refining, like for instance when patch notes change things and it's not quite the same as it was before, you know, like I might need to go back over the Blade Fury skills, because they did change those pretty significantly. But with the exception of some of the skills that I might need to go back over, the Skills and Abilities series is now done. And I'm also proud to announce that I've kind of decided on a new series. So I'm going to be making a video going over past builds. That's the premise of the new build series. Basically, I have all these characters that I've created, all these builds that I've created, and I never really like made videos on each individual character, talking about how they, you know, functioned and you know, like what I thought about them once I was finished. So I thought it would be a cool idea to just make a video on each individual character and go over the characters themselves, talking about how they turned out, you know, like whether I actually liked them or not, what they're good at, what they're not good at, etc. So I'm going to have a little bit of fun going over some of my past builds and talking about how they worked out and my thoughts on them overall. Honestly, there's really a lot of fun ones, I think, in the list. They're not all the most amazing things in the world, but there's definitely some fun ones in the list. I definitely have my favorites. There's definitely a couple favorites that I have. And I'll talk about those too, like, and why I like those over some of the other builds. I've already recorded my first episode of that, which should be out tomorrow if I get everything set up properly. And I'm going to work into other characters as I go forward. What attack rating? Especially considering we may or may not get a whole lot of new content for Diablo 2 Season 5. I was thinking, you know, it would be a good idea to go over some of the older builds and talk about which ones actually worked properly. There's also some of the builds that need to be updated, believe it or not, for the new meta, so to speak. Because not all the builds were created at the same time, and so some of the builds ended up getting you know, better treatment than others, because some of them had access to Sunder Charms, for instance, and other ones did not have access to the Sunder Charms, which led to some interesting situations where some of them were not quite as powerful as they could be. One in particular that I'm going to have to do a little bit of updating on is the Godzilla build. The Godzilla build was a build that I had developed specifically for pre-Sunder Charms, before Sunder Charms came out. And once Sunder Charms came out and they added the ability to remove lightning resistance, well, that build kind of changes a little bit, and it's not quite the same build that it was before. The addition of the Sunder Charm makes things rather interesting. And can definitely can make that thing flourish, or do even more damage than it did before, which is pretty cool to think of, because that build was already pretty powerful, and the addition of the Sunder Charm just makes it even more powerful than it was before, which is kind of crazy. So I'll have to actually update that build and get it more into line with what you would build it with the Sunder Charms now. What's up, Let's Play D2R? Just doing a little bit of magic finding today. Need some equipment before we can really kill the Ubers, so trying to see if we can get anything worthwhile from Uber Diablo. There's a lot of decent pieces of equipment that we could potentially obtain, you know, like G-Face, for instance, certainly wouldn't be terrible. Herald of Zakarum would definitely be nice. There's definitely a lot of pretty decent things that can drop from Nightmare Diablo, and so I'm hoping that we get something. That's what I'm hoping for. Something. Where did I end up getting the Vex for my Hoto? I don't know. It just dropped from a monster while I was leveling up. I can't remember exactly where. You could go back through my videos and see if you could find it. But I'm personally, I don't think I remember exactly which episode it was on. And I hung on to that Vex for quite some time before I got a co-rune. I actually didn't find a co-rune for quite some time. I remember I finally got the co-rune while I was farming for the key for Countess, the Terror Key. I got it from her while I was farming the Terror Key. So I actually didn't even get the co-rune until after I killed Hellbale, which was unfortunate. So I never actually got to make the Hoto while I was doing the Hell difficulty part of the run. What's up, Sean? What's up, Frostwind? How's it going? How's it going? Hellblower, right? Oh yeah, that's right. I'm magic fighting. Give me something good, Diablo. Give me something nice. I let the mark kill you, so I get the extra magic find. A war belt. It's worth selling. Linked mail is worth selling. The longbow and crowbill are not even worth identifying. They're not even worth identifying. Do I mostly play ladder or offline solo self-owned? I just started / cleared hell, but now the new ladder season is coming out and I'm torn on what to do. I generally play ladders. We do ladder seasons every single time the ladder season comes out. We usually do it together as a group, and we have fun sharing items back and forth. If you're looking for a group to join, our kinship is definitely open to anybody who wants to join. I would recommend you hop on the Discord, and you're going to have to read the Kinship GGM Charter, which is the rules for the kinship. Joining the Discord does not immediately mean you're in the kinship. To join the kinship, you have to apply to the kinship. But the Discord is open to anybody who wants to come hang out. And in the kinship, we start the ladders together. So this is a solo self-found run, and the reason why I'm doing the solo self-found run is because I'm applying a specific set of rules to the character. The rules require me to be in Players 8 at all times, and to be in Players 8 at all times, the only real feasible way to do that is offline. There's no way you can do Players 8 online solo self-found, because that would require 7 other players or 7 other computers or 7 other accounts to sit in your game with you while you do whatever it is that you're doing, and it's just next to impossible to do online. So the reason why these runs are done offline is because I have to do them offline. I don't have a choice. The main reason why I really enjoy ladder seasons is because, number one, as sad as it is to say, there's a lot of cheaters, there's a lot of exploiters, there's a lot of bots, there's a lot of RMT, real money trade, and over a certain period of time, the accomplishments that you achieve are amounted to basically going onto a website and spending like $5. Like you might think that your character's gear is amazing and you spent a long time putting it together and you know that it's worth a whole lot, but somebody can do pretty much the same thing you did for like $5 on a website and it takes them no time whatsoever. However, at the start of a ladder, and this is the beauty of it, at the start of a ladder everybody is equal. Nobody has anything. We are all paupers. We are all peasant knights. And where it goes from there, it does eventually return to the cheatery state, but it takes some time. And I think one of the greatest things about the seasons is their ability to wipe out all of the cheated items and all of the RMT in one fell swoop. Everything that is on ladder right now, eventually will get just completely wiped out on reset day, right? Well, that was why they were created. I'm not sure if you guys know this, but the guy who actually created Seasons did a blog post a little while ago. And in the blog post, he literally said that the reason why he created Seasons was a quick and dirty way to remove all of the duped and hacked items from the game. That is literally why Seasons exist. It's to give everybody a fresh slate, but also to remove all the hacked items and the cheated items from the game so that everybody has to start from square one. It's so much more refreshing when everybody has to start from the beginning. Unless you're just some rich bastard, you're not going to be able to purchase all the items that you want to purchase at the start of a ladder. Because at the start of the ladder, items are extremely valuable. Things like an Enigma, things like a Burr Rune, a Jaw Rune, good luck. Because at the beginning of a ladder, and I've seen this before, like one Burr Rune can be like $300, $400, $500 for one rune, right? And yeah, there may be some people out there that are millionaires and they can afford to spend, you know, like thousands and thousands of dollars on the video game. But for the majority of the population, $500 dollars for one Burr Rune is a little out of most people's budgets, and it's just not going to happen, right? So in that way, at the beginning of a ladder, everybody actually has to struggle and have fun and actually play the game. And that's honestly, I think the ladder resets are honestly when the game is the most fun. Is at the beginning of the ladder. For the first about 2 to 3 weeks of the ladder, that is when the game is the most fun and everybody's having fun, everybody's struggling, everybody's trying to find those specific items that they want for their character. And after about 3 weeks goes by, then, you know, the frickin' economy starts to become oversaturated with items. Everybody can pretty much get whatever they want with ease. The RMTs are selling Burr Runes for like $1. And things become a little less fun at that point because you have basically everything you want. If you guys haven't ever played a video game before and you cheated, and then you got bored because you cheated, right? It's the same thing with Diablo. When everybody starts getting their God mode gear and literally like just buying all their stuff off of websites and everybody has everything they want, that's when the game isn't fun anymore. The game ceases to be fun when everybody has God mode gear and has everything they want. The game is fun at the beginning when everybody is struggling and everyone is literally having a hard time. That's when the game is fun. Is the beginning struggle, and that's what everybody loves about ladder resets is struggling their way up, finding the gear, everybody working together and sharing equipment and trading and doing everything that they can to get the equipment they need to make their character actually work. Oh, I could pull up the article for you if you guys are interested. Hold on. Let me pull up the article. This is the actual guy who created Seasons. Let me pull it up. Wow. Wow. Where is it? Here it is right here. This is the actual guy that created Seasons. He talks about the original race between Gerbarb and Rustbarb. In classic Diablo 2 European ladder. And he said, when I first came up with the concept of a season in Diablo 2, post-LOD, I devised it as a quick and dirty way to reset the ladder and the economy after the initial plague of duped and hacked items. So basically, if you really think about it from this standpoint, that's exactly what ladders are for. Ladders are basically a way to remove all these duped and hacked items from the economy, giving everybody a fresh start. It doesn't matter how many items are duped, and it doesn't matter how many items are hacked, and it doesn't matter how many people buy items from RMT shops. At the beginning of a ladder, we're all equal. That's basically how it works. Well, with the exception of the JSP users that are using stored currency to buy items. But here's the thing. If you got $1 million and nobody has a Burr Rune, you can't buy one because nobody has one. Nobody has one to sell. So in the beginning, at the very beginning, when nobody has those items to sell, then yes, actually you can't buy anything and everybody's still equal no matter how much currency you have saved up. Because the moral of the story is those items don't exist yet. If you guys want to take a look at this here, let me link it to you. I actually did a video on this already, by the way. If you want to check out the video, I have quite a few videos on the Moonbeast stuff. This is a game that's being created by the developers of Diablo 2.
Impossible.
Let's keep making some money. We're gonna need more money when we do the Ubers.
Greetings.
Money certainly doesn't hurt. Dolioliatson runes. God, I got way too many Dolioliatson runes. I could upgrade those to Hells. What do the Hells upgrade to? Does anybody remember off the top of their head what Hell runes upgrade to? Amble mitts. What is that? Is that the little CB gloves that suck? The ones that are poison? Or is that rare? I think that's rare. Yeah, they suck anyway.
Stay a while and listen.
Unfortunately, I know a few people who will wait 2 weeks after launch to purchase their gear. I mean, the thing is, though, is when you purchase equipment... Oh, 2 sockets. 245 defense. Wow. I mean, yeah, it's got lightning res on it. It's got a bunch of junk stats, though. I do like that 245 defense, but I'm not sure if I want to give up the 24% magic find. I like finding these rare helmets that have like massive amounts of defense and stats on them, and then they have 2 sockets, and then you can throw 2 P topazes in them, and then you have a decent little like magic finding helmet that's not basically just magic find and only magic find, right? But this one doesn't really have good enough stats on it to really warrant. I mean, other than defense, it's got a whole lot of nothing else on it. +5 light radius, I guess, if I want that, but I do not. And then look, we got another one, a 2-socket ghost armor, but no, not really a whole lot of good stats on that either. What's up, meow? You hate restarting your character unless I have one all set, leveled, and geared. I don't know. I personally love it. I think that leveling up the characters and having fun with the characters is the best and most fun part of this game. To quote a cheesy line from a movie, it's the journey, not the destination. A lot of people get really tied up in the whole destination thing, like, you know, getting to the end of the journey, and then, hey, look, I made it to the end of the journey. Like, yeah, look at that, I made it. I made it, guys. I made it. Look, I made it. Yay! Look at me. But then they forget that it's not really fun to be at the end. I've had people come in here many times. Many times people come in here and they say something along these lines. They're like, I get my character all geared up and I level up real fast, and like in 2 days I've got my character finished, and then I'm bored. And I'm like, well, just, you know, slow down. I'm like, you know, I said if the end of the destination is boring, why are you in a hurry to get there? Think about it like that. If the end of the journey is boring, why are you in such a hurry to get there? Oh, thank you for the freaking membership, Ag Humanity. Really appreciate it, man. 27 out of 250. Wahahaha. Merc. Get the KB. A ballista. Is that what I think it is? Did I get a freaking? Let's grab the horned helm and the ballista. I think they're both worth money. I mean, your geared character doesn't go anywhere. After ladder's over, your geared character goes to non-ladder. And once your geared character is in non-ladder, you can still play your geared character whenever you want. You can also focus on making the your non-ladder characters perfect. So what you do is every single time you finish a ladder, you take your items that you get from your your ladder characters, and you put those on your non-ladder characters, making them even stronger than they were before. Eventually refining their equipment to the utmost, right? So you want to refine their equipment and keep refining their equipment as much as possible. Unfortunately, as cool as the Bariza is, and I have absolutely no use for it, it can't go on a mercenary, and I'm definitely not going to wield it myself, so it is unfortunately junk. But that was a cool item to find, I guess. At least I'm finding something. Your options are currently Fire Druid and Javazon. Well, you're in luck, Meow, because tomorrow I have a video coming out about the Fire Druid, going over my experiences with the Fire Druid in Season 4, and maybe that will sway your opinion one way or the other. Oh, it is a lot of button clicks. Oh, it is a lot of button clicks. Yes, it is. Oh, it is many button clicks. That's one of the things I talk about in the video, about how many. It's like I'm playing a old Street Fighter game on a frickin' arcade. Alright, I'm not fighting all these maggots. Ah, there's more maggots.
Yeah, that's one bit I'm not sure about the Fire Druid.
Well, that's what I just said, frickin' William. It's not like they take your characters away. At the end of the ladder, your character's still there. You can play it anytime you want to, it's just not on ladder. So, it's not like they delete your characters from existence. You're always going to have your finished character waiting in the wings, ready for you to hop on and go punch some things in the face, just like you said. Take your high-level character and go punch some things in the face. Because at the end of the day, your character's still there. In fact, you get to keep all your characters up until your maximum number of character slots. One thing I like to do is I like to sometimes make new versions of the same character that I have on non-ladder, and then when I get back to, like when I finally finish, I'll take all the equipment from that character and all the equipment from the character that I already have, and then I combine them, like take the best pieces of all of the characters, and then make like the mega version of that character, and then delete the one that I don't want anymore, or respec them into a different build if you want to do it that way. You could also just respec them into a different build, but then you keep your character slots lower that way by kind of refining things.
That's what I do.
So, that way you have, you might have two versions of the same character, but then when the ladder ends, you eventually, like only one can remain, like Highlander style.
I kept my ES Novasort because it was really expensive, self-willed, infinity, all that lot. And but then I did another sort, but I found really nice mana small charms and stuff, so I kept them and slowly, made it better, and then gave the kinship the lower stuff because we've got a few that do play non-mana. But I do hope they keep giving us extra character slots, because eventually people will get full. See.
Hey, if that's the only change that they give us this season,
But still, yeah.
It'd be better than no changes.
Yeah. Because a lot of people do have a lot of mules and stuff, and it's like, it's not like the old days where you just create multiple accounts. You have to buy multiple games just to do mules now. If you want mule accounts, so...
So I was born to be a mule account, cause I don't got no characters. And I don't got nothing on this jank that is for things I want, cause I'm going to stand up and probably die, cause I'm only level 1.
Ladder, just not too much. See, I find the start of Ladder the most fun. Like, once I've got all the gear in that, I'm just like, eh. Like, it's the first week or so of Ladder for me where everyone sucks and we're all dying, we're all having a laugh, and, you know, I enjoy that.
Yes, he enjoys sucking. That's what Meow said. Don't anybody let him take it back. He said he enjoys sucking.
Damn it.
Meow enjoys sucking, guys. He enjoys a good suck.
Well, I learned it from your mum.
Enjoys a good suck. A powerful suckage.
Oh, man. But, you know, that is more fun. It is like you know, actually playing the game properly, having to, you know, walk everything together instead of, you know, just getting rushed through.
Rush your mom.
Oh, look, a sparkling ball.
3-socket ancient shield.
I enjoy it with kinship. We always have a full group at the start.
Oh yeah, we already have. I think we already have at least one group full of people signed up on the sheet. So.
Oh, I haven't looked.
I haven't looked at the sheet. I haven't looked at the sheet recently, but last time I looked, there was at least one full group of people. So.
What was it in ladder chat?
It's in D2R ladder chat. Yeah. Try to keep everything separated. Keep it separated.
That's a season 5. Is it season 5?
Yeah, season 5. We are season 5. This is season 5.
Okay.
It's season 4 was last season.
Meow. I think I'll start with a Javian.
I'm definitely running out of stuff to make videos on for Diablo 2, though. I've done all my unique items. I've done all my rune words. I've done all the freaking, pretty much everything. I've done everything.
They need to bring new stuff out.
I've done everything. I've done all the sets. I did all the doojanks. I did the video on all the classes. I did a video on freaking just about everything. There's nothing left. I guess build videos are the only thing I have left.
You could also do like a video about rares and like a video about crafting and like different sort of things and different crafts and why people use them. Be interesting.
Crafted items. Ooh, an 11% with 5 life. Wow, that's nice. I'm gonna have to work that in somewhere. Hold on.
And like craft level, minimum levels, and where to find it. And, you know.
Yeah, can't replace that stupid little 5%er. $15, nice. One shy of 2 groups. A halberd. Would have been nice to find this early on in the game. The woe stave is unfortunately no use to me at this point whatsoever.
I've just signed up, so now we've got 16.
Oh no, Mash is on the Meow's on the team. I gotta hop off now. I gotta leave. Theory crafting is one of those things that you do when you have an idea for a build, right? Well, I hate to say it, but I think I've done pretty much everything. I have come up with some crazy characters, too. Freaking necromancers that use bows and freaking characters that literally just, like, shoot lightning and fire and ice and everything else in the world out of freaking all orifices of their body, including their anus. I mean, I even recently came up with a Thor barbarian build, which was an interesting one. Maybe that's what I'll start as. Maybe I'll be the Thor barb.
William, Source is probably easiest because you do have teleport. So it is probably the easiest one.
We got an undead crown, an F undead crown. Interesting. Not exactly sure that's really going to be useful anymore. It's not worth anything either. That one would have been nice to find early on, too. Teleport is just hard to beat. I disagree. I think teleport detracts from the game as a whole. I think for the same reason that rushing to the end of the journey in Diablo 2 inevitably ends up cheating yourself out of the fun, I think teleport cheats you out of the fun too.
What do you need?
But a good farmer is the lightning trap assassin. Because Crescent Moon's really cheap. You've obviously got your death traps. And now with Sunders, it's so easy to make a lightning trapper kill everything in the game without having any issues.
Yeah, but TP charges are a whole different thing. Then it's a money thing, and you need tons of money to actually fund those charges. I'm actually kind of fine with teleport charges because teleport charges are more what I would consider. They're limited. They're restricted. They're not really something that you can just spam, not unless you have like infinite amounts of gold. And most characters do not have infinite amount of gold that they can just spam teleport charges forever. So you use them tactically, you use them mindfully, and only when absolutely necessary, because otherwise you'll very quickly exhaust all the money in your bank account. Which makes them, in my opinion, a lot better. Honestly, I don't really think focused farming, teleporting, is really the best way to farm. I think it's been proven that although focused farming can be fast and efficient, it doesn't necessarily offer the best loot. I mean, key farming is an example of something that has to be focused farming, right? You can't get keys any other way other than target farming a specific monster. But it's been my experience that even farming keys, if the key is your only goal and you don't care about anything else, which is usually not the case, then yeah, teleporting to that particular destination can be extremely fast. However, some of them, like, for instance, Neelithak, can be gotten to relatively quickly without teleporting. You don't need teleport to find Neelithak. Honestly, Countess as well, you don't really need teleport to get to Countess extremely quickly because of the relatively readable nature of the tower, which is where you can pretty much find the location like that. The only one that really requires teleport for key farming, in my opinion, is the summoner. The summoner is a pain in the butt without teleport. You can do it, but it's still a pain in the butt. But the thing is that more often than not, I actually found most of my best equipment walking the keys instead of teleporting to the keys. Example, Griffin's Eye Diadem last season popped out of a random urn that I clicked on my way to farm Neelathak. I also found a perfect Mara's on my way to Neelathak from one of the random flayers that I killed along the way. An Ohm Rune dropped from a random monster on my way to Neelathak. I also got an Ohm Rune on the way to from a random ghost on the way to killing the Countess on like level 3. I got a Vex Rune on my way to kill the Countess from a random monster. The thing is that that when it comes to walk magic finding versus teleport magic finding, it's been my experience that walk magic finding almost always wins. You can teleport magic find Mephisto 1,000 times, and I could walk him 1,000 times, and I bet you I would win in whatever loot that I find on the way to Mephisto. I would probably end up with more runes, more charms, more random pieces of gear that probably just popped out of somebody's anus than you got specifically from Mephisto. And this has to do with the fact that one of the things that we found out is that a lot of items are just kind of like randomly spread throughout the game in specific locations, and walk magic finders have a much higher probability of finding those random items that are hidden in specific locations than the person that's teleporting directly to the target. If you think about it another way, let's pretend that there's a Burr Rune hiding somewhere in one of your 1,000 runs in a random chest on your way to Mephisto. You do 1,000 runs of Mephisto, and you teleport right over the chest, and you never click on it. And the Burr Rune most definitely would have popped out of that chest. It was almost guaranteed to pop out of that chest. All you had to do was click on it on the right time. And that's one of the things that they found out is that, like, super chests, for instance, can actually be pretty much guaranteed to drop a specific item or rune, depending on your, like, timing that you click on it at, right? So you, like, you definitely can just teleport right over a potential Burr Rune, a freaking, like, Jaw Rune, a Zod Rune, a Cham Rune, whatever, that might have been sitting in a chest that you just didn't click on. And over 1,000 runs, it's probably at least one or two that you missed. I'm not saying that teleport magic finding is a bad way to play the game. It still works. But I think recent developments, like the things that we've discovered over the years, have led us to the understanding that it's not the most efficient way of magic finding. You don't find the most stuff that way. Impossible. Walk magic finding actually ends up with more items on the whole.
What's up, buddy?
What's up, Chunks?
Hello.
Did you get your torch?
My torch? No, I haven't gotten that yet. I'm kind of scared to do the Ubers. I don't think I'm ready yet. I need some more gear. I do have all the organs, though. I managed to farm all the organs. It was sketchy. Sketchy. It was very sketchy. Yeah, I just don't need the mana of a Dyne, and the HP is too low. It's just not something I'm going to be able to utilize. If I was online, I would probably hand it to somebody. I am not online, though. Oh. Mimosa's Adamants. A random rare tomahawk. Crossbow, not worth taking back. Blade talons might be worth taking back. Nope. charm is worth more than half that stuff that dropped on the ground. I am not a big fan of D3, Slave to the System. I played it though. I mean, let me not even just say that I hate it. Like, I mean, some people would say that I hate it because I haven't played it or I haven't experienced it thoroughly. But no, the hate that I have for Diablo 3 comes from like years of marriage to it, you know, like when you're married to a woman for like, you know, like 10, 20 years, and you just like at the end of the 20 years you just hate her guts, and it just comes from just years of knowledge on the topic and things that she did wrong to you and she was mean to you, right? Like Diablo 3, my hate for Diablo 3 comes from years of playing that game multiple times, by the way. Across multiple patches and even the expansion that came out eventually, and I loathe it. I loathe it with a what's the line from the Grinch? he goes no, I don't hate it. He goes like, I utterly loathe it. This is one of the reasons why when people compare Diablo 4 to Diablo 3, I get uppity about it, because I don't care how much you hate Diablo 4. I don't care. I don't care how much you think that they're the same. They're not. And I despise Diablo 3 to such a degree that for you to call Diablo 4 Diablo 3.5 in my eyes constitutes a war crime, basically. Because you were just misappropriating one of the most horrible games, as far as I'm concerned, of all time, with something that is trying not to be that. Diablo 3 has a lot of issues, but I can really sum them up in one fell swoop. It puts me to sleep. I can't play that game without going to sleep. It's boring. It's so boring to me that I literally fall asleep while I'm playing it. Diablo 2, on the other hand, man, I could play for like 24 hours straight and not fall asleep. Don't get banned, AJ. I ain't afraid. You may donated some money to the channel, but I'm going to tell you what right now. That Diablo 3.5 crap, don't fly on my channel. I've banned people for less. Actually, I've banned people for saying Diablo 3.5 in my channel. It's a misappropriation of some absolute garbage video game, and there's no way that Diablo 4 even resembles Diablo 3 in any way, shape, or form.
Diablo 4 has its own issues, but it's nowhere close to D3.
Oh, it is. Plenty of problems. Diablo 4 has plenty of problems. But it's not Diablo 3.
No, not at all.
I mean, when I was talking earlier about Diablo 2 and how the journey is more fun than anything else, the journey in Diablo 3 is like non-existent. There's like no journey. I don't know if you guys have ever realized that about Diablo 3, but there is no journey. When you start a new season, you can level up your character to max in like a couple days, and if you wait for some other people to level up their characters to max in a couple days, they can use that Greater Rift trick, and they can get you leveled up in like a day. And a couple runs of frickin' rifts, and before you know it, you've got all the gems you need, you got all the equipment you need, your character's fully kitted out. And yeah, you might not be capable of like frickin' Greater Rift 154 or something, but you're easily capable of like Torment 10 plus within like 1 day of play. And it's like there's no journey whatsoever in that game. You're just, it's like, okay, I'm gonna play my new character. I'm level 1. Oh, like, what happened? I'm capped level already, and I've got 1,500 Paragon. What even happened? I don't even know. Comparatively, in Diablo 4, it takes you forever to hit the cap level. I mean, even if you wanted to rush it, getting to level 100 takes you quite some time. It actually takes you quite some time to gear out your character in Diablo 4. You don't just get straight to freaking level 100 in a heartbeat. No, Paragon didn't exist at launch. Diablo 3 had a lot of issues at launch. The main thing that happened with Diablo 3 that was the biggest problem was the whole auction house debacle and literally them getting sued and a bunch of other stuff. Diablo 3 had its problems, but a lot of what occurred with Diablo 3 from launch to later on was governed by that whole freaking auction house bullcrap that happened. It wasn't all necessarily like the game itself. Some of it just simply revolved around the fact that like a little tiny like 4'9" woman who gets into a car accident in her little like Ford Focus, and then the next car that she buys after that is like a Ford F-350 diesel truck because she wants to feel safe. Diablo 3 knee-jerk reaction and was like, oh, well, we effed up real bad on the auction house. Let's just make everything bind on account, and nobody's able to trade anything anymore because we're just going to knee-jerk reaction our way out of this. So they just made the entire game into the exact opposite that it was at launch, which was pretty awful. It was pretty awful. Not going to lie. They turned a game that was mostly a game about sharing items with other people into a game that was literally like a solo adventure. You might as well, honestly, you might as well call Diablo 3 exactly what it is. It's a single-player game. It's a single-player game in disguise of a multiplayer game.
That's why I love D2.
I mean, D2 is amazing with the 8 players. I don't know what they were thinking with 4 players in Diablo 4, but the only
That makes me sad.
the only thing that I can think of is they were maybe it was console restriction or something. I really don't know.
I think it is.
I really don't understand it, to be perfectly honest. Hey, it's the armor that looks like Tyrael's, but it's not Tyrael's. And a Kliglaw's tooth. I don't know. It's funny because adventure mode is so popular in Diablo 3, and it's funny if you really think about the reason why adventure mode is so popular in Diablo 3. The reason why adventure mode is so popular in Diablo 3 is because the campaign sucked. Nobody wanted to replay the campaign. Nobody wanted to go back through those zones. It was like a maze. It was like a freaking maze of tunnels and teleports and knowing which teleport to go to because you couldn't access this place without knowing exactly where you were going. And like the areas didn't connect properly with each other. And at a certain point, it just got so convoluted and so silly to go back through the campaign mode that they added the adventure mode, right? And I will say that the adventure mode was a definite improvement over the horrible campaign. But had the campaign been created correctly, they wouldn't have had that issue in the first place, and the adventure mode wouldn't have needed to even be created. The player's command's never going to get added to online. I'm sorry. Every time somebody gets on that subject, I try my best to explain to them why, number one, it will never happen, and number two, it's a bad idea, but they just don't want to hear it.
The whole point is playing in a group. If split play's a hassle, well, split MFing, you need more friends. That's what I'm gonna say. Got any good drops today, Ginger?
No. No, nothing yet. Nothing. It's only been an hour though, so you know, there's still time. There's still time. By the way, I actually grabbed a Soj from one of my other characters. Not that I intend on using the actual Annie that comes from it, but I thought it could be fun. Just to see if I could kill Uber Diablo with this character on P8. Just to see if I struggle or not, or if I can do pretty well with it. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, but why should you be allowed to trade items if you could do a player 8 command when others might not be able to do player 8? You know, you're just making an unfair advantage over certain things. It's never going to happen. If you want P8, you've got to, you know.
I mean, I can argue like 100 reasons why the player's command would be a bad idea for online play. First off, and this is the worst one, is that you basically are giving the bots the ability to use the player's 8 command, which means that they could just farm almost infinitely in player's 8 with single accounts instead of needing 7 accounts. So as it is right now, if they want to hit the player's 8 amount, they need 7 other, you know, they need 8 total accounts, 8 bots in the same game. Even if the bot is just sitting there doing nothing, they need 8 accounts to actually run player's 8 right now. With the player's 8 command, if they could just type in /player's 8, you would just basically be making the bots' lives 8 times easier. 8 accounts easier. You would be making them 8 times easier, and it would just be ridiculously easy for them to farm equipment and just level up characters, all sorts of things. They would do it with extreme proficiency at that point. You would be handing them the reins to the entire game, as far as I'm concerned.
And it's also the people that use JSP and all this stuff that a lot of us don't use. Like the kinship, we don't use JSP, you know. So it's like if someone's got loads of form gold and they just buy their Enigma and stuff, they can farm P8 day one, where everyone else can't.
Number two,
so it's a very unfair advantage.
Number two, the other thing is that, well, you're also just taking away the entire point of what the player's command is for. You're looking at it from the perspective of, oh, I can't get access to player's 8 to get the additional loot or the additional EXP. But the entire purpose of the player's command is to encourage group play. It is not to encourage solo play. What you're looking at it from is a perspective of solo play.
Yeah. I hope they never add the player 8 stuff in, because I would probably just stop playing. It just wouldn't be worth it.
What up, brother?
What's up?
What you playing?
Cheese.
Let's see.
Now, I would like to see some changes to the player's 8, the actual player's command, or the way that the EXP works on the command. One of the things I'd like to see changed is I'd like to see it flipped on its head. So instead of getting more EXP solo in player's 8, I would like to see it as the opposite. Less EXP solo and more EXP if you're actually in a group together with other players. So if there are
in the
actually
same
8
zone.
of you in the same zone farming the same monsters, then you would get the what currently is the P1 or the player 1 in player 8 EXP, and the current EXP for the players 8 in a players 8 group would be swapped to the players 1 in the players 8 game. So that you wouldn't be getting the EXP bonus for being by yourself in an 8-player game.
What's the party proximity that you're thinking?
It's 3 screens. That's what it is.
10 million screens.
So kind of nerf that whole getting to level 99 by leaving 8 people in or 7 people in town.
Exactly,
Yeah.
yes. So you wouldn't be able to just leave 7 people in town. They'd actually have to follow you around and be within 3 screens of you. And it would be a lot more difficult to do that by yourself. The entire purpose of the player's command was to encourage group play. It's not to encourage you to play by yourself. So I'd like to see it flipped on its head, basically, and fixed.
What, you said just for the players command or for like every part of players 8?
The player's command is just a mimicry of the actual number of players within the game. It's no different. So when a player joins your game in online, all it does is it just types in /players2. Like it's just using the player's command. It's the same exact thing whether you have somebody join the game or whether you type it in yourself.
So they're all the same mod parameters for the game. It seems broken, huh? Well, how big is Chaos Sanctuary? Is that 3 screens?
If you were to stand in the center of Chaos Sanctuary, like right here, and there was somebody at each one of the seals, they would all be outside of range.
Oh, okay. So if you come up to Chaos and you split, and one goes right and one goes left, you won't share EXP.
No, it's too far away.
So it'd mean you'd need to stay as a group, which I actually like. That would
What's up,
encourage,
Foster?
A closer party.
How's it going?
that would encourage a lot of things. Did you miss a seal?
Parker. I don't know. Oh yeah, I did. I haven't killed Infector yet.
Sorry, I was distracting you.
Distracting a ginger. That's scary. That oh, careful.
Oh, I gilded shield and it rolled rare.
No.
I am overburdened.
It could have been a Haas.
Could have been Christmas.
For some reason, I had you turn down like a whisper, meow.
Why? What did I do?
Mark says play a sound daddy.
Tell him he's got to save up points and play it himself.
Yeah, you go save up your own chinchilla turds.
Yeah, you got to save up your own chinchilla turds.
What's a chinchilla turd?
There's a chinchilla turds on my channel. The channel points. The channel points are called chinchilla turds.
I don't ever see any channel points pop up,
For Twitch.
and I'm always in here.
For Twitch.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
I'm,
for Twitch.
I'm on YouTube, so diddums.
Yeah, I used to always watch on YouTube, but the delay is bigger, so I can't like talk to him.
Actually, I need to go back to town and sell some stuff. I gotta freaking
Hail to
Yeah, the delay is quite bad on YouTube, actually.
I feel bad sometimes because sometimes people will come to me and they're like, oh man, do you play Diablo? And they'll be like, oh yeah, I play Diablo. They'll be like, oh man, I've been playing Diablo 3 and I've been having so much fun. And I'm like, oh man.
Sucks to be
That's
you.
like, we can't be friends. We can't be friends.
I think that current guy
I try and
talking about.
I try and convert them. I'm like, you know, there's another game called Diablo 2, which is really good.
I know it's
2 is
weird we
definitely
had
the
that whole
best one.
nostalgia. Like everybody wanted to play like Nintendo and Super Nintendo and Diablo 2 is nostalgic.
I think Diablo 2 is better than nostalgia. I think it actually lives up to the nostalgia. I think when
It
people
was the meta.
I think when people use the term nostalgia, I think what they really mean is that the game doesn't really live up to its, like its expectations, so to speak. It's
You're
not
too young.
it's not as good as we are claiming that it is, essentially, right? So in the world of the nostalgia, the way that they see it is, it's like, okay, well, you're just an old timer who's looking through nostalgia glasses. But no, Diablo 2, I think, is one of the few examples of older games that actually do live up to exactly exactly what a lot of people see. It's not just us older people seeing a game that isn't as good as it would be. It's more so a different story entirely, which is basically like, it really is that good. And if you give it an honest try, you're gonna find out that it's just a really freaking awesome game. You just have to actually give it an honest try.
Here's also a different way to look at it from the eyeballs. The way this game looks is the way it looked to us when it came out.
Yeah, that is true.
It looked like this.
Like, the graphics were amazing to us when it came out. Like,
No, it didn't. It looked like this.
We were in absolute awe when
And
it
that
came
to
out.
us was like, oh.
Look at this. Oh, yeah, baby. Look at my little...
I still love the old graphics, though. I still absolutely love it.
Hey, it didn't hurt our eyes. We were on 800 by 600 and maybe 1024 by 768. It looked a heck lot better.
Oh yeah,
I think this is jaded, though.
The old graphics are worse at the moment because they've done the overlay thing. Like, the old graphics used to look better than that.
Oh yeah, this is not like, if I take a laptop and I put Windows 7 on it and put Diablo 2, you know, the old school one on there, it looks way better. Like an old laptop with a smaller screen.
Well, that's
I don't
because
know what
800
they've
by
done.
600 on a CRT is a whole different ball of wax.
Yeah.
We played it when the boys first started
I
playing
can't-
Diablo 2.
I
I
can't
can't say it looks like Project
I
Diablo
can't
2.
believe-
Project Diablo 2's in 4K.
I can't believe how ridiculously good games actually look on an 800 by 600 on an old CRT. Like when they were designed for that, and if you play it on the original settings, like on the old CRT and the 800 by 600, it actually looks pretty darn good. I don't know what kind of magic tomfoolery they were using back then, but they certainly
looks
pulled
like
it off.
crispy and high def. Like you're looking at it on that like Windows 95.
Well,
laptop,
somebody-
and you're like, this looks really good.
So it wasn't. I don't think it was the game itself though, because a lot of people were talking about this when I was looking up the Nintendo 64 and why the Nintendo 64 looks so bad on LCDs, and a lot of people were talking about how CRT monitors actually have some sort of like post-processing built into them. They have a whole bunch of post-processing effects apparently built into them, like into the circuit board.
Yeah, magic.
It's,
they're lined with lead, and lead is magic.
Well, no, it's just what they did. Like, it's kind of like the whole thing with the CRTs is they were modifying the image before the image was displayed. So it wasn't what your computer was outputting. It was something else.
Yeah.
And then when you take the same like Nintendo 64 with the same game, and you run it on an LCD, it looks like garbage. And it has to do with all those post-processing effects apparently that were going on in the magical CRT board.
Well, think of how people thought when they recorded video that was like almost in 1080p
Oh, God, yeah.
on regular camcorders, and then they had to display it on our crappy TVs.
Yeah.
Because they pull up the negatives are actually high-resolution negatives.
One thing I still would prefer though is the old look of like the brim helmets and that. I still think they looked better the old days.
The
I do not.
iconography.
Yeah, it makes me like when you wear it, it's like gaze just looks rubbish now. I miss that good old green bone helmet.
Yeah,
Well,
let's hope the devs watched your
before
video.
it was a monster, like demon. It was like a demon head.
Yeah.
And now
I
it's
used to love
like it looks like it's a human head on top of your head,
Yeah,
which
exactly.
is I think is really where they went wrong, because they didn't understand that it's like a big giant demon skull. It's not.
Yeah, it's not we're not hunting humans here, we're hunting demons.
It's just a chubby human.
What? Don't talk about Ginger like that.
Dang.
Oh, he's my brother. I'm sure I have worse things about him than that.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there's a few things like I prefer the old look of like the T-strokes and stuff, that style of javelin, for how they used to look compared to what they look like now. But you know, it is what it is. You know, things change. But I still think they did a very good job on the remaster.
Well, that's why they called it Resurrected.
Yeah,
not
I-
remastered.
yeah. Well, some places call it remastered, which is kind of weird.
Well, you know, if you take a zombie or like a mummy and you bring him back to life, you know, it's more resurrected. Like we're gonna bring him back to life. Give him put a little bit of cheeks and red in his cheeks and stuff.
But I still think they did a very good job.
It's like Weekend at Bernie's. We're just strutting around dead Diablo, but he looks pretty. Remaster always indicates that they've like changed it, like messed with it. I'm hoping this runs on the existing engine that literally just runs on Diablo 2 with a facelift.
It does. This is the existing
It
engine.
does.
Yeah, it's just lipstick, you know.
They literally have told us that. They were like, hey, we couldn't remake this game. They're
Yeah,
like,
we have to, like,
yeah,
break even after
we
we
don't
did.
know how to do that. Like,
No, that coding is lost to the new generation.
like instead, what we're gonna do is
Put an overlay on it.
we're gonna put makeup on a pig. Okay, we're gonna put makeup on a pig.
Yeah, that's why it's resurrected. We found that old server, we booted it up. We have the existing code.
Well, it's obviously newer servers, like new servers. It's just the old game running on new servers.
Oh yeah, but
With
I mean
an
server,
overlay.
I just meant where the code was.
Yeah. Well, they found
Yes,
so
they'd have
much
to
when
be
they
new
went through
servers.
it, didn't they? They found all the old like code for all the items that never were made that were meant to be made, and like they found so much stuff when they went through it. It's pretty interesting. I don't actually know if they ever found like the Act 4 that, like the other bits of Act 4 that were meant to be made but never were. Might have to have a look. Because I think Act 4 was meant to be bigger. Like more quests.
Wah 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 wah.
Oh, small charm.
I'll see it.
It's Franken Diablo.
You know what? I got so much doojangs. Let me go sell real quick.
Did you do the Uber yet?
No, I did the Uber minions. I did Uber Lilith, Uber Duriel,
Oh, yeah,
and
no, I
Uber
saw that.
Iswal. And
Read it.
I didn't do
Lilith
the
was
Ubers
a
yet.
pain
They're
in
scary.
the butt.
They're scary. Okay, they're scary. Shush.
Lilith was horrible.
I'm scared. Okay, I'm scared. I'm scared.
You're Scrooge.
I'm scared. See, for those of you who missed Horror Night last night, by the way, you guys missed out on my best improv song of all time, Eye of the Toilet. Okay?
Well, I looked at it and I read horror and I was like, no, I'm all good.
Eye of the Toilet. You guys missed out on the Eye of the Toilet.
I don't like horror.
Eye of the Toilet
wait.
is great. I had a whole Eye of the Toilet song.
Were you staring at a toilet at the time?
Yes, I was actually. It's neither here nor there. That's right, Eye of the Toilet. I put chapters in the video, by the way. So if you wanna go catch up on the Eye of the Toilet real quick, you can go to my horror live stream yesterday, and it's chapterized, so you can just find it in there and go straight to the Eye of the Toilet.
Don't do it, guys.
You should do it. You
Don't.
should totally do it. Eye of the Toilet. Eye of the Toilet. How
Well,
else? How else are you gonna hear such amazing gems as Eye of the Toilet? How else? Where else are you gonna hear that?
I did pop in and click the like button, but I'm not keen on the horror games.
I almost did the whole song. It was impressive.
Oh god, don't tell him to make sure it'll pop up on my phone because I follow him. And then I'll just have constant weird singing. My cat will go nuts.
I'm scared to rub my weasel. I'm scared to rub your weasel too.
Want to do what to my what? Wow,
What a bunch of junk. Diablo dropped me nothing, he really sucks. He didn't drop me none of the good items. He keeps being stingy all the time and he don't like me. So I don't like him neither. Oh no. He can suck it. Fart. Haha. No. If you guys want to enjoy the beautiful eye of the toilet, you gotta watch the horror do, Jank.
Terrible.
0 druid, 1 barb, 2 Amazon, 2 sword. What?
Oh yeah, no druid yet.
Oh, I haven't decided what I want to do yet. I might, maybe. I was thinking about this one. I might do my my Thor barbarian. Maybe I'll do my Thor barbarian.
Pretty fun.
Thor barbarian is an interesting build that I designed. I designed but never actually did. I never actually played it, so could be interesting to see how the Thor barbarian turns out.
So it just shouts at stuff and they just die.
No, the Thor barbarian is all about lightning.
Yeah, Thor.
That could be fun. Could be fun.
The eye of the Thor
Where does he get his
barbarian.
lightning from?
Crescent moons.
Yeah, I remember you
just
going
smack
on
people
about
in
that.
the face
The
with
double swing crescent moons,
Or are you doing a phase blades?
and then 2 wisps.
Phase blades for speed.
Would you do 2 wisps for the procs?
Maybe. Basically, the whole goal is like as much lightning as you could possibly get, though.
Yeah, I was trying to think what sort of claws you could use for lightning.
Some sunders.
But I think that could be fun.
Boom,
What's
boom,
the
boom.
skills on Crescent Moon? Which of the lightning ones is it?
It's static
Chain,
and
chain lightning. Static and chain lightning.
I like static. Spockies.
Yeah,
Yeah, I basically would be spamming static all the time.
I think that'd be a very fun build.
It is.
So
Well,
maybe
I
ripping
already
people down.
theory crafted it. It's there's the theory craft is already up. I just never actually like made it. I was gonna make it last season, but I just didn't have enough time.
Well, do it this season. Why not?
Oh, with non-ladder, it's easier to get all the stuff.
Yeah, but Crescent's pretty cheap, so it's like,
Very cheap. It's 2 Umbrans, like whatever.
Yeah. I think
Two,
it'd be
two
a fun
3
build.
socket phase blades, 2 Umbrans. I mean, the majority of the equipment is actually pretty cheap to get your hands on. The I think the main item, honestly, that might elude me is the Griffin's Eye diadem, but I don't even think I necessarily need the Griffin's Eye. I could go with like 100 other helmets and still be decent.
Yeah, just start with an Ariat. You could even do a dream helmet, like a dream barb helmet. That'd be funny.
Does Barb have anything that really boosts the lightning, though?
Nope.
It's all about the procs.
It's all about procking as many of the effects as you could possibly proc as quickly as you could possibly proc them.
That's
What,
why I was
just
going to say
Frenzy
2
Barb?
wisps.
So what happened to make this build actually viable was the change with the next hit delay stuff. So next hit delay got changed and made it so that chain lightning could actually hit multiple times, and it doesn't get interfered with by other chain lightnings that are also hitting multiple times. So
We didn't know all that time.
So what caused the chain lightning to never be quite as good as it was supposed to be was the next hit delay stuff. Well, ever since they changed the next hit delay stuff, you can spam like an infinite number of chain lightnings and they'll all hit the targets because each one no longer interferes with the other. So the general gist of the way the build works is you're spamming chain lightnings. The static is nice, that's great, but static doesn't kill things. Static will give you, a decent amount of damage or, a life reduction on monsters, but it's not actually going to kill anything.
Yeah,
Crest
Crescent
Moon
needs 2
is
of them.
only a weapon, it's not a helmet.
Yeah, it's a weapon. It's a sword specifically. It can also be made in pole arms. But so the goal is that you basically have like massive amounts of negative resistance coming from the 2 crescent moons, which is 35 and 35% from both respectively, which gives you a very large amount of negative resistance. Between the two, you're looking at, what is that, 35 and 35 is 70?
70.
So you got negative 70% just from the 2 swords. And then what you do is you build up every kind of lightning like chain lightning that you could possibly get. So you're spamming as many chain lightnings as you can possibly spam, as quickly as you can possibly spam them, combined with the static field, which will reduce the monsters down to about 50% HP.
Yeah, but the barb's gonna have 2 of them.
Yeah, 2 of them, so 2
Exactly.
on Dark. And then obviously 2 wisps for the extra lightning procs.
And then you can throw on a Griffin's Eye Diadem, which gives you an additional possibly 25%, which brings your total up to 70, 80, 90, 95%, which is really all you need. I actually found out, and this is something that I was unaware of until I made this crazy character, you cannot go above 100% negative resistance. I didn't know that. Once you reach above 100% negative resistance, it doesn't do anything. So if you go to like 105 or 110 or whatever negative lightning res, it doesn't actually do anything. And it should, because if a player has, say, 75% lightning res, and you are at negative 175% lightning res, it should bring them down to negative, 100% resistance, which is the cap. A negative 100% is the cap. But apparently negative 100% is also the cap for negative resistance, which means you can't go any higher than that. So once you have the 2 Crescent Moons and the Griffin's Eye Diadem, you are literally, like, as far as negative resistance goes, you're basically capped. You can't go any higher. Now, I was also considering not using Phase Blades if I could get away with it, because I think I could possibly get more physical damage added into the equation too, which certainly wouldn't be terrible. But the problem with that is that the whole entire thing relies on me
Hitting
the maximum breakpoint, so I have to hit the maximum breakpoint. So unless I can hit the maximum breakpoint with like battle swords or whatever other item I would potentially put in its place, then it's not going to work.
What about using Treachery as your armor for the attack speed and free fade?
I can't remember what I used for the armor piece. I mean, it really depends on how you want to set the character up. I can't. I'd have to go take a look back at my video and see how I set it up.
So back in the day, young us was just looking at all the pretty stuff on the screen, not realizing it was all interacting with each other and breaking itself.
Well, the next hit delay stuff. Well, yeah, the next hit delay stuff was is kind of a pain in the butt because it doesn't. I don't think anywhere in the game it really kind of tells you what next hit delay is or how next hit delay works. It just kind of just always existed, and the main thing was it was interfering with other things. So like if you had a assassin spamming Shockweb had like a huge next hit delay on it, and it was interfering with your chain lightning even worse than the chain lightning was interfering with itself. So depending on your group composition, your groups can actually interfere with each other pretty heavily.
I mean, don't the monsters kind of like when they get hit?
I mean, that's faster hit recovery. Faster hit recovery is different.
Which you can't see them be harmed, though, is what I'm saying. To know that, like, it wasn't hitting them because there was a delay.
Well, so the thing is, that faster hit recovery doesn't always proc, though. So, faster hit recovery only procs sometimes, and it's a percentage, right? So in that situation, you still wouldn't know, because there would be times where it wouldn't be proccing, just simply because you didn't do enough damage, or they resisted the attempt, because you can resist a faster hit recovery stun as well. So even if a monster were to hit me for half my HP right now, if I got lucky, the way that the faster hit recovery system works is I might be able to not get faster hit recovery locked by that half damage hit. So it doesn't reliably display the information to you in a way that would ever really make you understand what next hit delay is and how it's functioning and why it's making your damage go down so much. Faster hit recovery actually is a scaling thing depending on the amount of damage. So the more damage, the higher the chance. It's and the less damage, the lower the chance. You can actually get put into a faster hit recovery state even at relatively low damage hits, but it's a much lower percent chance. There's some information out there about it. It's a scaling thing. I used to have it written down somewhere. I'm sure I could find it if I put my mind to it. I'm sure it's in my faster hit recovery video, though. But the moral of the story is the more damage that you take, in relative nature to your hit point pool, the higher the chance is that the faster hit recovery stun will occur. So, if you have 500 HP and you take a 499 damage hit, then you've probably got the highest percent chance of getting a faster hit recovery stun. But if you have 1500 HP and you take a 499 damage hit, then it's a much less chance, because relative to the amount of HP that you have, 499 is only 1/3 of your HP bar as opposed to the entire HP bar. And that's why increasing your HP decreases the number of faster hit recovery stuns, and also makes it more difficult to know whether or not you're actually hitting monsters. Because as the monster's HP goes up, that also is part of the equation as well. So you have to do enough HP and damage to the monster for it to potentially cause a faster hit recovery stun on them as well. So little tiny hits won't cause faster hit recovery stuns anywhere near as often as big giant hits. So things like Charged Bolt, for instance, which has tons of little tiny hits, are less likely to put you in a faster hit recovery state than something like, you know, like Lightning, which is one big giant hit. It all gets really complicated.
I think that barb would be fun though.
I think that's probably what I'm gonna end up going with. It's a build I haven't done. It's a build I theory crafted, but I haven't actually done it. It's cheap.
It
It's
sound
relatively cheap. Honestly, just the 2 crescent moons alone is negative 70%, so it should be more than enough.
Well, yeah, you could easily start off with 2 crescent moons, a treachery, and an Arian's face, and that's like a decent. You know, it's gonna survive.
Well, one thing I was thinking is double swing instead of frenzy.
I prefer double swing.
Well, because double swing is easier to hit the maximum breakpoint on. I mean,
And you don't need mana.
if we ran the calculation for double swing, let's see, IS calc D2. Let's see if we can hit the maximum breakpoint for double swing with the. I'm trying to think. Instead of a phase blade, what if we ran?
It's a war spike. It's a.
I'd say the only
Gladius or
problem is
something?
I think the highest physical damage weapon would be the mythical sword. Let's check the mythical sword.
I just hate the repair costs.
Is double swing not on here? Oh, that's right. We gotta put it on both.
Make it bigger. Control plus. Control plus.
I don't think that works on this site. Yeah, that doesn't work on this site.
Same.
I think I've actually tried that before. Alright, double swing, 7.5 frames per attack, 3.33 attacks per second. So how much IAS do we need to hit the maximum? Isn't there IAS on the crescent moon? Doesn't it have like a small amount of IAS? Because it's a shale rune, right? So I think it has
I think
it's
it has
like
20.
I think it's 20% on the actual rune word. Yeah, it's 20%.
Check it.
So we can put 20 on the weapon here, and then we do 20 on the weapon. And that brings us to 3.84. So how much additional IAS would we need? Let's try 30. 30 is 4.54. 40, nope. 50, nope. 60, ooh, man. 70,
So I'd say-
oh. 65?
I'd say phase blades then.
So 70% IAS is what I would require to hit the maximum breakpoint on double swing, and that's assuming, of course, the 20% for both the weapons already. If I use the treachery, that is, that's what, 45% right there. Gloves is 20, so 45, 50, 65. So that's 65% with just 2 items.
I just think they're going to break too often. You're going to get really annoyed.
Don't mythical swords have decent durability? I thought they did.
It doesn't last long though. Like if you're constantly hitting everything and every you know.
Let me see. Let me look at the swords real quick and see what the durability is. 44. It's not bad.
Not great though when you think how quick weapons break.
Let me look at all the elite swords real quick.
You got Conquest Sword is 32, Cryptic Sword 44, Mythical Sword 44, Legend 44, High Blade 50, Balrog 50.
Cryptic
I think you
sword
do-
is negative 10. Let's try Cryptic sword real quick. Let's see what Cryptic sword brings me
I still
to.
think 2 phase blades and then eventually get fortitude for a bit of extra fizz.
That's like
Well, phase blade's an
that's
extra
like putting
20
that's
each.
like putting a nitro booster
Wow.
on a Ford Pinto. As soon as you
Yeah,
choose the phase
yeah.
blades, you have no physical damage. That's basically how it works. They're like bottom tier on average damage for basically all of the
Yeah.
weapons.
You could use Dream Helmet just for extra lightning damage.
The damage on the phase blade is an average of 33.
Yeah.
The damage on the mythical sword is 45. The average damage on the conquest is 45. The cryptic sword is 41, so it's not quite as good. But it
What
looks
about
like
just going full elemental and just going with like Dream Helmet and the 2 phase blades?
well, for the cryptic swords, if I did dual crescent moon cryptic swords, that's only 45% increased attack speed, which I could get relatively easily. That's
You just have to test them. Like, it's a cheap weapon, so you just
and-
have to test and see how easy they break.
the cryptic swords are 44 durability as well.
Like,
I
it
mean, there's
breaks every 3
also
minutes.
there's also two-handed swords. I'm forgetting that I'm a barbarian. There's
Legend
also
sword.
there are also
Negative
two-handed
15.
swords. The legend sword is negative 15, which is even faster.
Yeah,
what
but
if
does
we
it
did?
say that you can make it in 2-handed swords, or is it just 1-handed only?
That's never been a thing. It's always
Okay.
two-handed. Well, two-handed or one-handed, it doesn't matter. It's all about the number of sockets.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, yeah,
legend
legend
sword's
swords are
pretty
good.
Let's try 2 legend swords and let's see how they look. So those are negative 15, and we're looking at how much increased attack speed do we need for these bad boys? Oops.
I mean, the damage doesn't look be better, but the IAS is better.
We need double swing. There we go. 30%. 35. It looks like 35%. So 35% with the legend swords. It's a very limited amount of increased attack speed that I would need. I mean, the entire goal here, though, is just to add in a little bit more physical damage into the equation.
Yeah. I'd say just test it. You know, it's only on runes. I'm
Yeah,
pretty
you
sure,
can't
like,
use hammers for Crescent Moon.
Yeah.
It's what was that here?
swords and poles.
Let me just go ahead and
It has
do
axes
the
on there.
bot command.
You can do it on an axe or a pole arm.
Yeah, axes are
Sword.
I think are completely out of the question. They have the lowest durability out of all the items. 40,
Feral
44
axe is pretty high damage.
44 might be doable. The axes are like 24.
It's 30 durability for the feral axe. And it's
But
negative 15.
But it's just I think that's my best bet is the
Well, yeah,
the
'cause
legend.
You could use a High Lords, which is, and then
And the damage, physical damage is crazy.
Well,
high,
I'm
'cause it's
definitely
123.
well, I'm definitely going to be using 20% IAS gloves no matter what, right? So that's like a no-brainer. So 20% IAS gloves is already going to put me 15 away from the goal. I only need 15, which is literally a 15% IAS jewel.
or a High Lords because it adds lightning damage to your attacks as well.
I mean, it's just whatever I'm doing specifically to add in, what I need. I mean, granted, obviously these are really cheap though. And you know what's really interesting about this entire idea is that yes, the legend swords might break, but you know what? I could
It's
have
easy to
I could
test
have
other
two
stuff.
I could have 2 phase blade crescent moons on the other hand.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's easy to
Emergency.
test if
I
if
could
they
just
break
yeah.
too
So
easily.
in an emergency or whenever they break, I could just swap over to the crescent moons and then repair them when I get back to town, and it would be less annoying because I could just swap back and forth between the higher damage set and the lower damage set.
I think it'd definitely be interesting.
But the thing about the phase blades, which is interesting because if you're going with a purely elemental build, is that you basically don't need any increased attack speed. The really fast nature of the phase blades makes it so that you're at negative 30 base, right? So as far as increased attack speed goes for double swing, you're looking at like, what is it, like 10% or something? Yeah, it's like 10% increased attack speed is all you need to hit your
See,
max
I
impact
would-
point. And
Personally, I
so
would still do phase blades because then you could just wear a High Lords and then
you
your
just
gloves, your
try and
belt,
talk.
your
I
arms.
don't need the
all
high
spare.
lords. I don't need the high lords.
Yeah, but High Lords is nice because you get crit, you get lightning damage.
He's not physical.
You get crit, but the crit is useless because now I'm using phase blades, and the phase blades do no physical
yeah.
damage, which means the crit isn't helping me. That's
You could do.
that's the whole thing is that what I'm talking about here is actually adding the physical damage back in. The phase blades just don't do enough physical damage to be worth using for that purpose. So if you're going to build crit, if you're going to build all those other things, then
use Cat's Eye.
then you want to have actually physical damage to take advantage of it. Like if I put on Fortitude, for instance, which could be an interesting option. Like I'm not going to use the phase blades with Fortitude because that's just silly.
No. You could try Cat's Eye. Run, walk, IS. Could be a fun one. Because you're doing double swing, you don't need mana leech.
Well,
What were you thinking for your helm?
Slots.
Yeah, and that's the very interesting thing about the whole double swing is there's no mana cost. It's completely free basically. Once you get it past a certain level, it's just free.
I think the best helmet's either Ariats or like a Dream or something.
Well, if you're going strictly with the lightning, so if you're definitely going 100% lightning and not anything else, then Griffin's is the obvious choice. However, if you're going with the physical side of things and you're not trying to specifically max out only the lightning, then you might be interested in something else. Like there's other options at that point.
You could even do like a two-shot Crown of Ages with 2 lightning facets.
Well, you don't really need the plus skills, do you?
Well, in the theory craft, one of the things that I did was not really. In the theory craft, one of the things I did was I actually utilized items that had any kind of lightning proc whatsoever. So I was just shooting out lightning, everywhere. Freaking the William Wallace build, like lightning coming out of my anus. So like I even had like Nova procs on my gloves and things like that, so that I was hitting any kind of lightning that I could possibly get. So you in the helmet slot, you might just consider something that has the most lightning procs. But I'm pretty sure that, I think this is the reason why I chose Griffins anyway, is I think, doesn't Griffins have a lightning proc on it? Isn't that why? Because I had to go back and take a look, but I think it does. I think it does actually have a lightning proc on it.
No, I think that's just when you put the
one
facets
skills,
in
faster cast, lightning enemy resist, and skill damage.
Yeah. Just when you put your bikes in.
Get that 15% skill damage would be nice.
So I'm guessing 2 wisps.
Yeah, the skill damage actually does affect the it does affect the lightning, the chain lightning damage that comes from the items. That's also a thing.
Are there any decent gloves that have proc?
I think I tried a bunch of stuff. I got the tusk sword. That thing. An ethereal blood thief brandy stock. Wow, that would have been really nice a long time ago.
Level 16 lightning bolts really worth having on the ring versus something else.
It's just additional lightning damage. If that's your entire goal is lightning damage, then you're going to want as much lightning damage as you can get. You want as many lightning hits as you can possibly get on your character. The Wisp projector just has another form of lightning that you can add into the equation.
Or you could do like one Wisp, one Karen, so you can stun stuff.
Every time you attack, you have a chance of proccing everything. It's not like
so
you can
20% chance, yeah.
Well, yeah, with 2 Wisp projectors, it would be a 20% chance versus the other.
Are you gonna use a T-Gods or?
I would say a T-Gods would be good. Just for while you're being hit, you're gonna do Thunder, Fist of Heavens. Everywhere.
I mean, let's take a look at my character real quick and let's see.
And it adds flat lightning damage.
Let's see what I put on the Thor character. He should still be in here. Where are you at? Frosty Cheeks, GGM Kubus.
I mean, you got gold wrap for IS, but you said you're already capping that, right?
Burberdin, Electron. That's not it. Porcupine.
You got that 5% Fist of Heavens on T-Gods.
I think it's also the flat lightning damage. It all just stacks up, doesn't it?
Bow and Spear. That's one character I would never make on a ladder reset, that's for sure. It worked, though. It's kind of surprised. Where's this boy hiding at? I don't even remember where the hell he's hiding. Was he up here at the top and I just missed him? I didn't convert. Did I? Is that what I did? Did I convert Sanic? There's no way I did that. Or maybe I did. I don't know. Let's see.
I almost think Nosferatus would work better.
Yeah, but he wouldn't need the IES, would he?
Well, you could take it off of somewhere else.
Well, true.
Well,
yeah.
that's not it.
I mean, if you wear another pair of gloves that doesn't have IAS on it, is there something better that gives you something?
I don't know.
I'm looking at them now.
There's so many easy options. It's crazy for that build.
Well, another thing is the lightning charms. So I actually, on that character, I ended up putting a whole bunch of lightning charms in my inventory. And I know for a fact that that was whole part of it too, just like on-hit lightning damage.
He never made it online, Charles.
No, that's the whole point of making it online this ladder.
You could just put a Dracule's on, give you your life tap, life steal, open wounds, life after each kill.
Yeah,
No,
that
you're not
could be-
physical, but be all extra.
Alright, let's start at the bottom, since apparently he's just... Must have just never... I don't even remember his name. Let me know. Let me do that real quick. I can pull up the video, and that way I know what name I'm looking for.
Does weaken work with elemental, or just physical?
Weaken's not
Physical.
very good. Weaken's terrible.
Terrible.
It's terrible. It doesn't... I've tested it out. It's off-weapon ED. It doesn't actually reduce the damage of the monster. It reduces the monster's off-weapon ED. It's the weirdest thing.
Gloves might just be like good stuff you can find, huh?
Yeah.
Alright, Thor build. What is the name of the character that I made?
Sparkly butt fart.
Sparkly
Oh,
butt.
Hellmouth. I mean, not Hellmouth. The IK gauntlets have charge bolt.
Oh yeah, that's true.
What,
So you
And-
could easily use
And they have
IK
25%
what
IS if you
level?
put a second one
What
on.
level charge ball?
It 12% chance to cast level 4 charge bolt.
Oh, apparently.
because you could use the gloves boot
Level
belt.
4 is not high enough to be useful, unfortunately.
You only need 2 for the IAS, so you can
True.
do the belt and the gloves.
So apparently I made it on Bunny Fufu. I must have just converted a character. I should stop doing that. So Bunny Fufu is apparently the character I made with the Doojangs. So he is using Cow King's hide is what I decided on for him. Cow King's hide with a negative with a lightning facet. So he has
Oh, yeah,
he
there's
has the
lightning on that.
18% chance to cast level 5 chain lightning when striking, and then he has the 100% chance to cast level. Oh no, that's the one where you die. But then it also has the what is it? The 2-piece?
18% level 5 chain lightning.
I think it's.
I think it's 3-piece
it's the
for the whole thing,
3-piece.
and
Well,
it's worth it.
So I'm using.
Yeah, it says poison resist 2 items. 3 items is
It's the static field. There's a static field on the Cow Kings, which I think
25%
maybe what I
chance
was
to
thinking.
cast level 5.
But the
yeah.
level 5 chain lightning, along with the level 17 chain lightning, so that gives me basically a 10% chance, a 10% chance for 2 level 17 chain lightnings. I have the level 5 chain lightning coming from the Cow King's wire fleece, and then I'm also
Gloves you
using.
wearing.
I ended up doing 2 crafted
Crafting.
rings that have level 5 chain lightning on them.
Oh, that
Well,
makes sense.
That makes sense, yeah.
And then I think I was using the boots, the Cow King's boots, just because I don't really know why that one's in there, other than I guess I was maybe thinking about doing the set. Probably go with something else there. And then a bunch
Oh,
of
yeah,
lightning.
look at boots.
There's a bunch of lightning charms, so the 2 to 99 lightning charms is really what this character's running.
Yeah, the Cow King's armor could be an idea because you can up it as well.
Well, it is. In this one, it is. It's up to the wire fleece.
Yeah, so it's not the worst option.
Let's see. What
Well, he's
amulet?
almost geared out. You just gotta.
Oh
Chain
yeah,
lightning.
5% chance to cast level 3 chain lightning on the amulet. So he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different chain lightnings coming out, basically. And then he also has 10% chance to cast level 3 Nova when struck on his gloves. So when I go out here and I start murdering stuff, my Merc doesn't have any equipment. It's
Yeah,
just
right,
it's just lots of chain lightnings is what it is.
Oh, you got the torch. I think the torch was next hit delaying stuff too, like causing more damage or more problems than it was actually doing damage.
Am I using Frenzy? I'm using Frenzy.
Oh, you need double swing, huh?
Frenzy's actually slower, but I think you can hit the breakpoint easier with the phase blades. Yeah, double swing. Well, I got my double swing at 28.
Yeah, I prefer double swing.
Is he static in him too?
Oh yeah, the static is going off. The chain lightning's going off. I mean, the monsters are pretty much always. They're usually just completely down to nothing. I wonder why the merc doesn't have any equipment on him.
You get him an infinity, huh? Go with the lightning theme.
I guess.
I'd probably put something else because you wouldn't need the minus res.
Yeah, but it helps him. Like, he'd be just doing lightning damage too, right?
I'd probably put a crescent moon on the merc.
I think I'm missing my Sunder Charm. Well, the other thing about the physical damage part of things, and this is one of the things that I think the reason why not to go with the phase blades is lack of life leech and lack of mana leech. The lower physical damage on the phase blades means I'm not gonna get anywhere near the kind of physical like leeching that I would like. Life leech is important. Mana leech not so much, but life leech is important.
So what sword did you say? The two-handed sword?
It's a legend sword. I think that's probably the best bet is the legend sword. It's got the highest durability with the fastest swing.
What's your IAS sitting at now?
I don't know. This character's not set up. It looks like not set up right for that. I don't even think he has enough IAS besides the 20%. Besides the 20% on the gloves, I don't think he's running any IAS at all.
Griffins look so bad on a barb.
Will an Ormus boost the proc lightning? I believe so. Yeah, the lightning Ormus that would potentially work, and then maybe put like a facet in that.
There's loads of options, I think. Did you just make it in a hell?
This is on Nightmare.
Oh, I thought you made a hell. Yeah, I think there's a lot of options. I think it'll be fun. I think, you know,
About D2,
yeah, it's a new
do whatever
idea.
you want.
They just have fun with it. And if it works, it
Whatever
works.
you want.
And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, well,
And because you're so easy on points, because pretty much what double swing and sword mastery, you can do like item find on swap.
Yeah, it'll be a fairly easy one in terms of points. That's for sure. I can have pretty good shouts, or I can go item find, or there's a couple different things you can do.
Yeah, I think it'll be a fun start build, definitely.
for a ladder, I would hope you could go item find.
The what?
Said for a ladder, I would hope you would go item find.
Yeah, we need socketed gloves so we can make an infinity gauntlet. I saw the ethereal when it dropped.
I don't know. Between the static, bringing all the monsters down to 50% HP, it's actually pretty easy. I think players 8 it kind of slows down a little bit, but yeah. The static also kind of keeps things at a very interesting level because I'm just staticking everything. So everything with especially with the negative resistance and the way that it works with static, because I'd have negative 70% resistance just with the 2 crescent moons. The static would be bringing everything down to about 50% HP, like pretty much no matter what. Oh, Raven Claw. Well, what a late item. I don't know if it start. I don't know if it start as barbarian either. So
you could even do a Act 5 dual wield burst with 2 crescents on him as well and just have fun. I just have tons of stuff proccing everywhere.
Well, yeah. I mean, one
Why
thing.
not?
You get 2 crescent moons on your mercenary too.
Why not? Just have a laugh.
Double Thor.
Yeah, just have a laugh with it.
Just double Thor. I mean, that would just be more chain lightnings, right?
Yeah, there'd just be more stuff going everywhere.
An L rune. Oh man.
Could have been a bear.
Well, and the cool thing with him is that he would have more physical damage, so I could go with ethereal crescent moons.
Yep.
I could find like ethereal legend swords or whatever, and set them up pretty good that way. His physical
Ethereal
damage,
mythical sword,
damage would be pretty good.
Yeah, I think it'd be fun. Just like get the most procs you possibly can from you and your mares. He wouldn't need
Well,
lower
the other-
because with all his stuff he will lower the resistance.
Yeah,
More
I
than
just need
enough.
the Sunder, basically. That's it. The other thing I was thinking though was Infinity, and I know Infinity is expensive, obviously, but if you think about it, Infinity does have a relatively high level of, I think it's chain lightning.
Yeah. Or maybe Endgame, like when you've finished everything, you could change to an Infinity Merc. But I think like Crescent Moon Merc would be an easy starter.
So this one in particular, I mean, it has, what is it, 50% chance to cast level 20 chain lightning when you kill an enemy. And from what I understand, I don't think it necessarily has to be the person that's holding the item that kills the enemy. Because I remember when I was using, when I was utilizing the Breath of the Dying. You know how Breath of the Dying has like the 50% chance to cast Poison Nova when you kill an enemy? Breath of the Dying would often go off even if I wasn't actually attacking anything. And I never really understood what was going on, but I think it's just that when a monster dies, I think if you tag it, it counts. So like as long as you hit it at least like one time, it just counts as, okay, you tagged it. Well, that means that if my Merc was using it, I should be able to get the Chain Lightnings to proc off of him.
Maybe. I don't know.
Which means I'd have another Chain Lightning in the mix, a level 20 Chain Lightning this time, and it might be even better. And then he's got the Conviction too, which is going to bring the monster's, resistances down even further, which is certainly not terrible.
I'd say test that on single player first before you spend 2 burrs and it might not work.
Good to see you.
Get all the way to having the Infinity and it just doesn't work.
Exactly. So I'd say.
I mean,
test
even if
on-
it didn't work, he would still be proccing the lightning.
Well,
and
yeah,
and I
that's
would
true.
I would still have the Conviction aura, which would be helping my lightning damage. It's not like I would. It's not like I wouldn't be happy to have an
Yeah.
Infinity.
It's still an Infinity.
It's still an Infinity, guys. Oh
thing
no,
is-
you wasted your runes on an Infinity.
If you did an Infinity Merc, you wouldn't need Griffins. You could use something else. You could use like a Dream Helmet or something, for more lightning damage.
Well, honestly, I'm not even entirely convinced that it's necessary for me to have the Griffins. As good as the Griffins is,
70%'s more than enough.
I kind of 70% negative resistance with the combination of the Sunder Charm means that any monster that I come across is going to be at essentially, what is it? 95% minus 70%, so 70, 80, 90. So it
25.
just like 25% resistance from the get-go.
So I'd say maybe something else in that slot. would
And that's
be more
only
fun.
if they're at 95% resistance to begin with, which most monsters aren't. So if they're at 50% resistance or something like that, then they're in the negative, just with the Crescent Moons.
Are you making a proc barbarian?
It's a build that I had already theory crafted a long time ago. It's called the Thor Barbarian. Back when they finally fixed next hit delay and Chain Lightning no longer interfered with itself, I kind of came up with this idea, well, what if you took a dual Crescent Moon Barbarian and really leaned into it? And essentially that's what it is. It's you're basically spamming chain lightnings all over the place as fast as you can possibly spam them.
I am overburdened.
So are you going to be stacking your inventory with lightning damage
Yes,
charms?
that's the general gist of it, is as many lightning charms as you can possibly get your hands on.
Yeah, I'd say do a dream helmet then for the extra lightning damage. 'Cause why not?
What do you
I mean,
You don't need the griffins.
I'd also like to know exactly how much damage we're looking at here. I mean, we can figure it out, like how much damage that particular level of chain lightning is actually doing, and then like multiply it out and add in the modifiers and whatnot. I mean, like somebody said, Ormus armor might be the better armor, and you might be right, because I mean, what is a perfect lightning Ormus? It's 15%, right?
You have a 10% chance to cast a level 17 chain lightning on striking.
Yeah, 10%, and that's two 10%. So it doesn't add up. So it's just two 10%, and I would be getting
like a 16% chance every time you hit an enemy.
I would be getting an average number of hits of 5 hits per second. So I'm looking at 5 hits per second, which means that in like I don't know, like 3 seconds, you're looking at 15 hits. So at a 10% chance, I'm still going to be getting a lot of chain lightnings, a lot of static fields. It's not as silly as it seems, because I've actually tested it and it works out quite well.
So a level 17 chain lightning, I just poked around on it on a character builder. This is up 8% from where you'll be, is 1 to 254 lightning damage.
Yeah, and then that also gets added to by any lightning skill damage, which is basically the same thing as mastery. So we're also looking at any kind of like pluses, which is one of the reasons why Griffins might be an interesting option, and Ormus might be a better option as well, because Ormus has 15%, so that's 30%.
I mean, as low as the damage is, I'm not so sure that either of them are necessarily worth it.
Oh, it works. I've already tested it. The silly thing is that despite the fact that it doesn't really seem like a whole lot, with all the negative resistance that you have, most of the monsters that you fight end up being far into the negative on the amount of damage that they take. So it ends up boosting it up by quite a bit. So like,
fair. Crescent Moon comes with that negative 35. So
yes, so with the dual Crescent Moons, you're sitting at negative 70. That's just with the Crescent Moons, because they actually function separately from each other in that regard. We tested that too. So just the Crescent Moons, you're at negative 70, and the highest you can possibly get is negative 100, which I found out. So with the Griffin's Eye and like a Facet, you're already there. You're at negative 100% basically against everything. And then you can also apply like Conviction or whatever to get that even lower. So with the 250, and then you add in say like 30%, like say you ran Griffins and then you also had Ormus, that's 30% bonus, so you're getting 325. And then if you did manage to bring the monsters down to negative 100, which is totally possible given the fact that you can hit negative 100 resistance relatively easily. So you're talking about another 100% bonus, essentially, to that, which brings you up to about 650 damage per chain lightning. And then you have other chain lightnings and things that I'm adding in. So it's not just the Crescent Moons. It's the chain lightning from the Crescent Moons. It's the static field from the Crescent Moons. It's also any other lightning and chain lightning sources that I can get as well to add in to that. And then all the lightning damage charms that I can add into that as well. So you end up with pretty high on hit lightning damage. You can also use things like wisp projectors and stuff like that, which can add in more lightning that way. So I think two wisp projectors both have a pretty high amount of lightning damage on them too.
You've also got, I think you'd probably need to use Trang Belt for Cannot Be Frozen. Or jam in your Griffins.
So wisp projector is
give you a 10%
16.
chance to cast level 16 lightning.
So since they're rings, they actually add. They don't just stack separately. So it would be a 20% chance to cast level 16 lightning, not two 10% chances. Because they're the same percentage and the same level, they actually stack together cumulatively, which would mean even more lightning coming out. That would be a pretty good option as well, because that would add a bunch of extra lightning shooting out in a direct line from me, which would probably dish out a pretty decent amount of damage. And then there was some other ways I was getting lightning too. I can't remember all of them right off the top of my head.
You just need to find a cannot be frozen source.
Thunder God's Vigor does.
No, conviction does not count against the negative 100% cap for negative resistance because it's applying to the monster, not to you. It's kind of weird. So in my particular case, I'm wearing the negative enemy resistance stuff, and apparently the highest I can get is negative 100%. I tested it. But since the conviction is applying to the monster and not to me, it stacks. But the lowest that you can ever bring a monster down is negative 100%. But the thing is, though, is that this character will literally have, very easily, negative 100% lightning, and then on top of that, whatever the Merc is giving you from that equation too. So if you're running an Infinity, you're getting whatever the Infinity is giving you on top of that. And then we were talking about this too. The Infinity also has a chain lightning on it. So you'd also have the chain lightning coming from the Infinity, which your negative resistance wouldn't apply to it, but Infinity does have negative resistance on it. So, and obviously the conviction as well. So you'd get another chain lightning bouncing around at the same time as all the other chain lightnings and lightnings bouncing around. It ends up being a lot of lightning just shooting around all over the place. Static field bringing all the monsters down to half, so you don't even have to worry about like half their HP. Yeah. We'll see. It could be fun to build it. We'll see if we can build it. It's kind of cheap though. With the exception of the Griffins. I think the Griffins is the only piece really. With the exception of the Griffins, it's actually really cheap.
I was thinking about trying to run a self-cast Holy Shock Paladin.
Oh, it's super good. Bob did one last season, and it absolutely annihilates the Dream Paladin. In single target damage that you can output, it's way higher than the Dream Paladin. The Dream Paladin still wins, I think, in like AoE pulse damage, but when you're talking about single on-hit, like massive damage, the Tesladin that natively uses Holy Shock outpaces it by miles. It's kind of the same thing as the Thor Barbarian, is that with Crescent Moon, Griffin's Eye, because you can't use Griffin's Eye when you're doing the Dream Paladin, and the other pieces of equipment that you can use instead, and how high of a level you can bring Holy Shock to as opposed to the Dream setup, you can actually make that character kind of absolutely insane. And then of course you use the Sunder Charm to break the resistances, so you never have to worry about the lightning res. I think the whole reason the Dream Paladin used to be so good is very strictly because of the fact that you couldn't break the resistances, right? But once the Sunder Charm came into play, you don't need Conviction anymore. You don't necessarily need Conviction to make that character work well. So with with just a couple good pieces of equipment, with a Crescent Moon, with a Griffin's Eye Diadem, with a couple lightning facets, now you're sitting at more negative res, honestly, than you would get otherwise with a higher damage Holy Shock aura.
I always imagined it was due to the damage split, because a decent chunk of the Dream Paladin is physical. So even if you run into something you couldn't break the lightning on, you still had a decent amount of physical damage.
I don't know. The best thing to run on the Dream Paladin is definitely still Crescent Moon. Because it just makes it so easy to with the combination of the Dreams, the Conviction aura, and the Crescent Moon, you could pretty much just break any lightning resistance. There was nothing you couldn't break. It's just the thing is though is you're still limited to the level of the Holy Shock aura that is given to you by the Dreams. So you're level 30 Holy Shock. That's all you get. With a native Dream setup or a native Holy Shock setup, you can get Holy Shock to like frickin' level 50. And the damage difference, offensive skillers, plus the skills. You're not limited to the Dream Shield, so you can use a shield that actually gives you plus the skills. You're not limited. Yeah, you're not limited to the Dream Helmet, so you can use the Griffin's Eye Diadem, which gives you +1. You use full offensive skillers, which gives you like +10 right there. And then
fiddling around with it on my character creator. And roughly the best I can get is about 38 to 40, and that depends on whether I want to use Arachnid, Mesh, and Bull Cathos Wedding Band, or a Raven Frost and a different belt.
I mean, I gotta add it up in my head real quick and see, but I know you can get it a hell of a lot higher than the 30 that the dreams give you. I mean, that's just it's level 20 already, so you're talking about the 10 skillers that you can put in your inventory. That already brings it to 30. That's before you add in your Annie, which is 41. I mean, let's see here. Let's just add it all up, shall we? So 10 plus 3 is 13, and then 14 for the Annie, 15 for the Griffin's Eye, and then you also have plus 2 on your armor, which is 16, 17, and then you can also do plus 2 on your shield, which is 17, 18, and then you can grab the, you could wear a Soj in one of your hands, or a Bull Cathos, which would get you to your 20. You could wear Arachnids, which is 21. You could throw on the your plus 2 amulet, or you could go with a plus 3 amulet, which is going to get you like 23, 24. So
My lord, the attack speed.
yeah, it's if you need it. If you're using Crescent Moon, you might not even need it to hit the 4-frame breakpoint.
4 frames would be 5 point something, 5.21 attacks per second. Five hits for 24 frames.
The thing is like when you use streams, you're very limited, and you do have to use things like High Lords. But with the native setup, you have sockets that you can utilize to your advantage. So you've got a socket in your shield, you've got a socket in your helmet, you got a socket in your armor. Depending on what armor you choose, you might choose a rune word, but you can overcome a lot of the increased attack speed issues through using like 15% IAS jewels and things like that.
So far, I'm running Crescent Moon, Griffins, Chains of Honor, High Lords, Herald of Zakarum, because I don't actually know what's better. Herald of Zakarum, stuffed with a 15 IAS jewel. A Raven Frost, Night Smoke, because I need some way to manage my mana. And plus 50% damage goes to mana is really nice for that. A Bull Cathos ring, and then some attack speed blood gloves.
If you need to manage your mana, you could literally get some IES mana gloves.
Well, I mean, you
mana
should.
leech.
You don't have any kind of mana leech?
Or mana after kill.
Here's the problem. I do virtually no physical damage. I
So you
think my physical damage per swing ends up
I
being
can help.
something like
Yeah, but you should.
200.
But Zeal only requires 2 mana per swing. It's not like
so
it's.
all you need
That's
is
true.
in your Huz an IES jewel with mana after kill. Done.
That's fair.
That's all you need. 2
I
mana
mean,
after kill
generally,
with 15 IES.
generally, what I do is I look for a sweet 15% IAS jewel with damage taken goes to mana.
Yeah,
Those
either that or mana after
are
kill,
actually
one or
not
the
that
other.
hard to come by, and they're great because they give you the IAS you need to finish your build, and then you also end up with a little bit of extra damage taken goes to mana as well. But Haas is definitely not the right choice because it's plus 4 combat, so you're not getting.
It's plus 2 Paladin, plus 2 combat.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess maybe.
Probably the best option.
So it's plus all the res and block chance. I can't see what would be better, because is there a shield that just gives you straight 3 to
I just forgot it was plus
No.
2, then plus 2 combat. I thought I don't know why I was misremembering that it was plus 4 combat directly.
No, there isn't any other shield that would be better. And the fact that you can socket it, it's definitely better than a spirit. A Pally spirit.
Here, I'll send you what I pulled together. I suppose I can change out the belt, then I can throw in Arachnid Mesh. I posted what I've pulled together in the voice chat.
Can you put it in the Kinship Ladder channel? Diablo 2 Resurrected Kinship Ladder channel, so I don't gotta change computers.
Oh, okay.
It's the one. It's the one I currently have open. Otherwise, I'll have to change over to that computer and switch it.
Kinship Ladder chat.
Yeah, D2R Kinship Ladder chat. That's the one I'm in right now. Oh, you got it on max roll. That means I still gotta change, switch over and click on it anyway.
I'm sorry. Is there a different website you want me to use?
No, I thought you were posting like a picture of it. I see what you're doing.
Oh, I don't have it built. I don't even have half of it here.
14% chance to cast 5 Nova items. The Nova just really doesn't do a lot of damage. Like we were talking about with the Chain Lightning earlier, you know, it only does 250 and then blah blah blah, and then you work out the negative resistances, and then once you're done it's like 650 per Chain Lightning or whatever, right? But the thing is Nova does way less than even that. Like it's if you think the Chain Lightning isn't doing a lot, wait until you see how much the Nova does. Level 5 Nova with no synergies is like what, like 10 damage? It's pretty low.
It's 26 to 54.
Yeah, it's not. The Novas are not really even worth looking at for the build. I mean, if you happen to have it on your boots or something like that, then it's like an addition. But you know, whatever. It's okay. Yeah, I guess. The cool thing about the Chain Lightning is that it hits multiple times. So as long as you have more than 2 monsters, you know, well, more than 1 monster on the field, it's going to chain back and forth between the monsters several times. The more monsters that you have, the more damage it does, and it will keep chaining. What is the number of chains on level 17 Chain Lightning? Let me look real quick.
Isn't it something like the level plus 2 or 3?
It's, what does this see here? So level 17 is 8 times. So it's going to bounce 8 times, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And since they no longer interfere with each other, and this is where most of the damage comes from this, is that you're talking about multiple, constant chains back and forth. So if you have like a big group of monsters and you're sitting there fighting one monster and the Chain Lightnings are shooting off, you're getting like anywhere between 1 to maybe like even 10 Chain Lightnings all randomly bouncing around the group of monsters, and it starts to add up pretty quickly, especially since it takes a while for the Chain Lightning to finish its rotation, right? So while you're attacking 5 times per second, you're getting basically, what is that, like it's 0.5 per second, so it's like 2. If you wanted to just talk about it like that, it's like 2 every, or 1 every 2 seconds or something like that. You definitely have at least 1 Chain Lightning going off 1 every 2 seconds. Probably more than that, sometimes less than that, but you can stack them up really fast. Before you know it, you're going to have like 6 or 7 Chain Lightnings going off at the same time, doing that, 650 per hit, 8 hits, multiple times, and it starts to stack up, especially with all the statics going off and then the monsters being at half health to begin with. So I don't know why, but it works. It really does. Like if you actually ran it on a calculator, it's like 250 plus 30%, and then like plus 100%, because of course you're getting the negative resistance numbers. Hold on, 250 plus 30% plus 100% gets you. Why did that do that? 2,250. Where the hell did that number come from? Sometimes I just gotta do it on the numpad. It's the only way to make it work properly. Actually, wouldn't it be not 30%? Because I would be running at least 1 facet, right? Or 2 facets. I'd be running 2 facets, so it would be 40%. Which would, because I'd be running 1 in the Griffins and 1 in the armor, because I'd probably run Ormus because Ormus has 15% lightning damage.
Are you playing on ladder right now, Ginger?
No.
No.
Alright, so that's 700 damage per chain lightning, and then it's 8 hits per chain lightning, which is a total of 5,600 damage. And then, you know, pretend you had like 10 of those chain lightnings going off at any given time. That's about 56,000 lightning damage just bouncing around all over the place. Obviously, it's not going to do all that to one target, but it's still a pretty decent amount of lightning damage. It's just running around, running amok on the battlefield. And then, of course, you got other things going on, too, like the on-hit lightning damage, the on-hit physical damage, the critical strike. You probably have a little bit of crushing blow in there, too, to help you out with some of the more tougher monsters. Open wounds, probably using gore riders. At the end of the day, you're probably running gore riders. I didn't have gore riders on my little theory-crafted character, but I can't really see not running gore riders on that build, just so that you have the additional crushing blow and the open wounds. Gore riders really are just like the broken OP melee boots, aren't they?
It's hard to beat them unless you have a specific purpose for something.
Well, I mean, if you're getting open wounds somewhere else, incidentally, they're not as attractive. Or if you can't utilize Deadly Strike or Critical Strike, like maybe you just don't really get good effect of Deadly Strike or Critical Strike. I mean, in that case, yeah. But it does seem like most of the time it's not really all that important to really choose a different pair of boots.
You have an Amazon that needs a decent circlet.
On ladder? I mean, I wouldn't worry about it. I'm not
Or
really
on ladder.
I'm not really worried about it right now. These all my characters are I'm basically just I guess I'm just waiting for ladder season 5, I guess.
Well, do you want to run a Uber? I have a key set I can't get rid of.
He said you can't get rid of. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of this one, is I was trying to run an Uber with this character. But I'm having a lot of trouble getting the gear that I need to do the run. P8 Ubers is a little bit of a interesting challenge on a solo self-found character. I have no doubt that I could probably do P1 Ubers right now. If that was if the goal was just to do Ubers and not do P8 Ubers, I could probably just roll through P1 Ubers with no issue at this particular moment. This character is set up enough to do P1 Ubers with ease.
I'm currently picking through my ladder stash, seeing what's worth keeping and throwing on the ground.
I can't carry it.
A Duriel shell that just fell?
Impossible.
Oh no, that's not a Duriel shell. Dang it. Teasing me.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, if I do this Thor build, I'll basically just be collecting lightning charm from everybody. I'm like, you got a lightning charm? You got a lightning charm? You got a lightning charm? You need a lightning charm? I got a lightning charm? Can really use a lightning charm.
I think I'm going to start with a wind druid. After the next hit delay changes, I think that sounds fun.
That that hurricane build that I did, the Hurricane Wolf, that thing actually got beefed up pretty tremendously from the next hit delay changes.
Surprisingly, so did, what is it, Twister? Yeah, Twister. Now it's actually a decent crowd control if you're willing to put the points into Arctic.
No, that's what the build was around, was Twister. Twister for the stuns, lots of Twister spam, and then also the tornadoes, and then I also had the cyclone armor proc, and the whole thing was basically designed around all that stuff. It's basically a melee character that has all the fun of the hurricane character, but doesn't have to have all the negatives of being a caster type.
You just inherit all the negatives of being a melee character.
Not really, because then you have all the positives of being the caster with all the positives of being the melee character. It's pretty cool. You get to spam hurricane, you get to spam twisters, you get to spam tornadoes, and you get to do it all while using the wolf or the bear, which the wolf is faster though. But you basically get to do it all while being a freaking not caster type. And ever since they changed, when they changed, you know, that you could cast Hurricane while you're in wolf form, originally the build required me to leave wolf form to cast Hurricane and to leave wolf form to cast Cyclone armor. So I was constantly having to leave the wolf form, recast Hurricane and Cyclone armor, and then re-enter wolf form. But now they changed it so you can cast Hurricane and Cyclone armor while in wolf form, so you don't even have to change out of wolf form anymore. Now you're just always in wolf form, casting Hurricane and your Cyclone armor, and then when you attack, you're casting the Tornado and the Twister. It actually uses a very interesting weapon too, depending on how you want to do it. But it's either Windhammer Ogre Maul, or it's the flail, the one that has the tornado procs. The one that everybody likes because it also has static field. Stormlash, yeah, Stormlash. The only problem that I found with Stormlash is you need more increased attack speed to hit the breakpoint. Windhammer was more fun because it was faster, but that's just Druids in a nutshell. The two-handed weapons are always faster than the one-handed weapons. And we had like 5 people in here earlier. Now it's only just you and me.
I'm gonna go price check this, sir.
Come on, Diablo, drop me something good already. Drop me something good, good, good. Drop me something nice. Nice, nice. They don't have your mic hooked up, Divine. That thing. Now that's an interesting find.
I'll put that to good use.
For magic finding purposes, that is a solid Merc helmet, I tell you what. As much as I like the bulwark, if I'm talking about magic finding, I definitely like that one. What did I find? A frickin' towels and a Hawaiians? Steel Skull Cask. That's a pretty interesting find. Not for me, but for the mercenary. Oh yeah, Chain Lightning Sork is really interesting too. Oh man, you had to remind me of Chain Lightning Sorceress. I kind of wanted to make a Chain Lightning Sorceress after they fixed it.
Greetings.
I always really liked the Chain Lightning Sorceress, and it never really quite worked out as well as you would think, but I already have a Hawaiians. I'm magic finding right now, and I'm not going to turn down a Tal's belt for magic finding, so I'll just put it on for right now. We can use it for magic finding. I don't really need the open wounds at this particular point. In Nightmare difficulty, there's nothing that's really going to regenerate faster than the damage I can output anyway. So, yeah, whatever. Let's do a couple more rolls on our Neolithag charm. Now that we got some more perfects. Where's my Neolithag charm? There it is.
Is your second monitor still on D2R kinship chat?
Yeah. That's where I keep it sitting so that I can look at whatever you guys post. All resistances 4, mana leech. It's not bad. I mean, it's even got attack rating on it. A lot of the times when it comes to those, people are looking for the 2 sockets, which I think is really what makes or breaks them. But it definitely is not a bad one, that's for sure. It's something that I'd probably put on like a melee's on, or maybe a boson. Boson will be a good choice too, because of the all. Bosons really need the all res. It's one of the things that they kind of suck at. They just never really have enough all res.
That's just Amazons in general.
Well, it's just bosons don't have access to the shield slot. At least the Javazons have access to the shield slot. So you end up with just more issues on the boson. Man, I ain't having no luck rerolling this charm.
Anybody need that elusive 3-socketed ethereal mythical sword?
I would if I was running my Thor Barbarian and new ladder.
If you're running dual Crescent Moon doesn't come with indestructible, so.
Well, yeah, but I'm also thinking just kind of like how you were talking about earlier, which is Crescent Moon, while it is really nice to have the speed, one of the things I was looking at is could I still achieve the maximum breakpoint without having to sacrifice all the damage? And Crescent Moons do have 220% enhanced damage on them, which is not terrible. So if you put it in a weapon that wasn't garbage, you would have access to something that would actually give you a decent amount of damage. And the only thing I was thinking of is trying to still hit that maximum breakpoint, though. So the Legend Sword is -15. It's not quite as fast as the Phase Blade, but it does have an average damage of 44 versus the average damage of like 33 or something like that on the Phase Blade. So the damage output on that would actually be halfway decent. I'd be running to town every now and then repairing, but it does have 44 durability, which is a hell of a lot better than like the Berserker's Axe, which is like 24.
My worry is that they've just put D2 in maintenance mode.
That it what?
They've put D2 in maintenance mode.
I mean, I don't know. They're focused on this Diablo 3 last season. They're really fucking hyped up about this season 29 on Diablo 3. And it kind of made me think that maybe that's what happened is they put all their eggs into the D4 basket, and then they also put all their eggs into the D3 basket because they realized it was going to be the last season and nobody was ever going to play after this season. That's basically what they've pretty much said, by the way, is that although Diablo 3 will still have seasons, as in they will change, there will not be any new content after this season. This is the last season. It's
the last season for updates.
Yeah, at this point, it's just going to be every certain number of months it'll just reset on a schedule, but there's not going to be anything new on any of the new seasons. So I don't know if that's the reason, because they did seem to have like a pretty big blowout D3 last season or whatever. I don't know.
I hope Season 6, they come through with like melee skills that give you flat attack rating, and melee weapons have 3 times the durability.
It's not, McLaurin. It's not. Actually, go play it. It's not similar. There are no uniques in Diablo 3. There's no uniques at all in Diablo 3. In Diablo 3, there are basically only 2 main items of any import. One is set items, which is the most powerful item in the game, and pretty much nothing beats set items in Diablo 3. There are no set items in Diablo 4. Number 2 is legendary items. Legendary items are the secondary items that are basically considered garbage for the most part underneath of set items. And nobody really uses them outside of certain niche builds. On top of that, rare items are absolutely useless in Diablo 3, which is not the case in Diablo 4. Rare items are actually extremely valuable in Diablo 4. The difficulty never stops in Diablo 3 either, and this is something that if you play the game you'll understand. Is that there's just almost like an infinite scaling difficulty that it just goes on forever. And then no matter how powerful your character becomes, there's always another difficulty past that one. There's always another one past that one. It's kind of insane, the number of difficulties that are in Diablo 3. What is it? Torment 16, and then that's not even where it ends. So even after you get to Torment 16, there's still even more difficulties after Torment 16. That go even higher than that. The light beam was taken from Diablo 3, and I don't really know how that counts. 35 life. I don't know if I want to hold on to this just in case I want to stack this for Ubers. I don't even see the outward first glance. Honestly, Diablo 3's graphics are absolutely cartoony by comparison. At a first glance, you would not see a game that's similar to Diablo 4. At a first glance, you would see a cartoony mess of a game that looks
World of Warcraft.
that looks more like World of Warcraft than it does a Diablo title.
Well, at this point, I'm convinced that that's just Blizzard's MO now, is make game like World of Warcraft.
Well,
make something that breaks more things than it fixes, fix those things and break more things, release new expansion and tell everybody you'll fix the game when you buy it.
I have no clue, Loyal Logic. I don't know. Yeah, but, I mean, let's talk about the item drop pillar. The item drop pillar is not a defining mechanic of anything. And quite honestly, the item drop pillar could be added into Diablo 2 with relatively no change or effect on how the game plays. In fact, I've even talked about that on several occasions during my interview with Sweet Phil on his his interview channel, like his kind of like podcast channel. We were talking about how he was farming the cow level, and a cham rune dropped in the middle of the pack of monsters, and he didn't see it. Would it be so bad if there was a light pillar coming up from the cham rune? No, it really wouldn't. I'd be perfectly fine with some little light pillars coming up from like a cham rune or a Zod rune that drops on the ground.
And let's be honest, the light pillar is a decent compromise between people who want a loot filter and people who don't.
Yes. I mean, I like the idea of a light pillar in Diablo 2. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't make the items more common. It doesn't make them less common. It doesn't change the you know, like the drop like potential of the items. All it's going to do is that in that rare moment that you have a frickin' jaw rune fall on the ground, there's going to be a little light pillar there on the jaw rune, and there's absolutely no chance you're going to miss it. I mean, and that's the main argument from people who are on the side of the loot filter, is they don't want to miss an item potentially because there was a bunch of trash on the ground, right? And that's all the light pillar, and that's all the light pillar really does, is it makes it so that you're not going to miss that ridiculously rare item that fell on the ground.
When it comes to the loot filter, I don't even necessarily want it to filter out blue items. I want to filter out cracked items.
I don't want to filter out cracked items. Those are some of the best items. Let's say you're hunting for a perfect dream base, for instance. So let's say you want a 45 all-res Sacred Tars. You find a Sacred Tars that's cracked. You go repair it. It can re-roll the 45, and because you repaired it, now it will only get 3 sockets.
3 sockets, yeah.
So now you've got the perfect dream base. It will automatically go 3 sockets when you socket quest it, and it has 45 all-res, and you re-rolled it to that. Like there are certain cracked items that can actually be like amazingly valuable if you happen to get a good roll on the repair, and then it also forces them in 3 sockets, so you can just get your 3 sockets easier.
Fair. So, what about the cracked Monarch?
You can repair the cracked Monarch too and get 3 sockets. Or what you can do is, and this is something I've actually looked at, is you can actually socket it first, get the 4 sockets, and then repair it.
And it keeps the sockets?
Well, you already socketed it before the item level changed.
Eh.
Pompey's Raft.
Okay, so what we can agree is there's no reason for antidote and stamina potions to be on there, though?
I mean, I used to think they were useless. I was on the side of they were completely useless, and that I didn't really think they were very valuable. But then I started to actually realize that you could stack them. I never realized that you could stack the potions before. And I don't know. You can always buy them at the shop, though, which I guess is a big detraction from even that, like them being on the ground. But I tell you, man, there's been so many times, though, I've been running Wave 2 on the Bale run, and I get poisoned, and there's an antidote potion sitting right there, and I certainly don't hate it.
Fair enough.
I certainly don't hate that. I mean, one thing I could definitely say is arrows and bolts could be filtered out. That's one. The stupid little throwing potions that nobody wants, even in the best of situations, you're not going to be able to utilize those. The problem comes into play is that there's just Diablo 2 has so many good items. Like we were talking about Diablo 3, right? And in Diablo 3
have such a good niche.
Well, in Diablo 3 there's so many items that are useless, right? In Diablo 4 there's items that are useless, right? What use are the white and blue items in Diablo 4? They have basically no purpose in that game whatsoever, right? So you can filter those out and never even care that you filtered them out. Have you been following my Moonbeast posts?
A little bit, yes.
So did you see the one where the guy was talking about how itemization in Diablo 2 was set up so that every item would be useful? They wanted every item to be useful. And it's kind of interesting when you look at it from that perspective, is that every item in Diablo 3 is not useful. Every item in Diablo 4 is not useful. But literally almost every item in Diablo 2 has a use, an actual real use. Even something as stupid as a cracked item can have a real, like, ridiculous use, which is kind of crazy when you consider it. The set items are valuable, the cracked items are valuable, the blue items can be incredibly valuable, the rare items can be incredibly valuable, the unique items are incredibly valuable, the rune words are incredibly valuable. Even just a socketed item, like, say for instance if you found a, I don't know, like a superior 4-socket, a superior 4-socket man catcher. You know, if a 15% enhanced ED 4-socket ethereal man catcher is worth like 4 or 5 burr runes at this point.
Ouch, I did not. I did not know that, although I generally don't run around selling bases.
Well, the man catcher is the best base for the infinity rune word ever since they changed that affinity could be made in spears. And then the man catcher is the fastest base, and because infinity has, what is it, 40% crushing blow on it, you want a weapon that attacks faster because it applies its crushing blow quicker. And then 15% enhanced is extremely valuable. But then on top of that, man catcher is not one of those items that has a maximum number of sockets of 4. It's a much higher number of sockets for the maximum. So if you want to find a 4-socket ethereal man catcher that's superior, since you can't roll it, it has to be found as a 4-socket 15% enhanced man catcher. So if you ever find a 15% 4-socket ethereal man catcher, you have literally, like, you know, solid gold in your hands.
You've paid for your entire character, Jeff.
Basically.
Can't carry it.
You can literally trade it for multiple burr runes. It's honestly, that base is actually worth more than the infinity.
It's worth more than the infinity if you're only looking at the rune conversion price. However, if you're going to try and sell that infinity, it's going to be more expensive. It's going to go from 3 or 4 burr for the base, plus 2 burr Amal and, what is it, Burmal Burrest for the infinity. So you're going to want to ask, what, 8 burr? 9 burr for the perfect infinity?
Oh, it'd be pretty expensive, yeah. Yeah, William just said he traded a non-superior F man catcher with 4 sockets for 2 burr. So as you can see, even just a non-superior one is really valuable. It's really because the man catcher is really just such a very good base. It's so fast comparatively to some of the other bases that you might take a look at. Now, what is it? -20 base, I think, which means that you can hit much better breakpoints with that thing than you can anything else. It's just I don't know. I'd be okay with the pillars. Some people might be against it because it might seem too Diablo 3E or whatever, but personally, I think the light pillars is a good addition to the game. It doesn't change anything really.
I view it as a strong compromise. People who want a loot filter and people who don't. Can we compromise on light pillar on the really rare stuff?
Well, my main argument against the loot filter is actually that I feel like it would compromise the newer player's experience. I think any newer player who tries to play around with a loot filter is probably just going to end up shooting themselves in the foot as far as what they find.
You are absolutely correct about that.
And for the advanced player, for the advanced user, the one that, you know, knows what to filter and what not to filter, I think that it would probably be okay. But you're also under the assumption that we would actually get a loot filter that has all the features that you're looking for. we don't know what kind of loot filter we would end up with. Like, would we end up with a loot filter which just has like 4 checkboxes that literally just say like magic, white, blue, set, like etc., or would we end up with one that actually lets us customize things down to everything that we would get? I mean, knowing Blizzard, we're probably going to end up with the lazier version, not the more advanced version.
That's fair. My thought was just hiding it in the menus, turning it, having no loot filter by default.
Yes, in most
somewhere in the menu.
In most cases, if you turn it off by default, it will usually not affect the majority of the player base because they will not know it's there, and you have to be told that it's there basically. So in that case, it would actually be a little bit more less new player sabotaging.
Then, on top of that, even if they were told it was there, I go with the overwhelming approach of, rather than just giving them filter out blue or just flat, broad categories, my suggestion would be list every single item in the game, and you have to go through every single item and click the box next to it to filter it out. So that when you hit the loot filter button, you're given a list of, what is it, the 2,000 items that are in the game.
But you know, there are certain items that I would probably filter out. certain bases, like if they gave me the ability to filter out certain bases, I might just filter out like all breastplates. No more Eisenharts. I might just filter out all crowbills, war spikes, and what's the little low level one? I can't remember the name of it. That whole, I don't know what's wrong with that axe. There's like nothing in the game that's good that comes from that base. The crowbill base. It's a terrible base, and nothing is good from that base. None of the uniques are good in that base. None of the set items are good from that base. It's literally just one of the worst bases that's existed within the game, and even the rare items that come out of that base are also garbage. It's just all of it is garbage. I don't know why they're all garbage, but they're all garbage.
Well, I mean, not all items are designed to be good.
Yeah, but I don't even like in a solo. So let's say that if you're playing online with other people, there's a different consideration, right? Because you got access to pretty much everything, right? You can build your character any way you want. But when you play solo self-found, even some of the most garbagest items in the game can become useful. And I can tell you honestly, from running solo self-found multiple times on multiple different characters, never once has any of those items that run with the crowbill base been useful, even in a solo self-found situation, which says to me that they're all really bad.
My perspective on this is, do you know much about how Magic the Gathering works?
I don't know. No, I don't know.
Magic the Gathering, the people that design the cards specifically design certain cards to be utter garbage in comparison to something else.
Hello.
So, do you know much about Magic?
No, I know nothing about the game, really.
Okay, do you know much about Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yes.
Okay, so...
Come on, I watched that when I was a kid.
Okay, so I'll give you an example here. In the case of a Yu-Gi-Oh card, okay, you have a card that destroys an opponent's monster. Okay.
Well, just about everything was valuable in Yu-Gi-Oh because they had the sacrifice system. So even if your dude was garbage, you know, like be like, all right, I summon forth a purple toad monster, and it's like he's got 100 attack power, and then you don't care because you'd sacrifice on the next turn to get your blue eyes white dragon in there.
You have a spell card that allows you to destroy your opponent's monster for 1,000 life. And you have another card that just allows you to destroy opponent's monster for no cost. Which one's better, and which one are you going to use?
I mean, yeah, you're right. But it's also about rarity of the cards in that game. So,
That's true.
But in Magic the Gathering tournaments, they probably just pick the better card, right? Because you have access to basically all cards. Or if you're going to build if you're gonna build a deck with like infinite knowledge of the game, then but don't most games, like, how do I put this? Isn't there like a Yu-Gi-Oh online game that kind of like challenges this by making you have like booster packs, and so you can't just pick all the cards that you want to pick and put in your deck? Like, you actually have to obtain the cards.
That's true, but what I'm saying is when they design the cards, they assign if the card is this common, it has to be with this good effect. It also has to have this negative repercussion. So the really good cards have a tendency to be really rare and comparatively low cost. But that's offset by their rarity. Okay? The common cards will have the same effect but at a higher cost.
No, I mean, I get what you're saying. Is that there's
So in this instance, the Crow Bill was never, in my opinion, designed to be a good weapon. It was designed just to fill out the roster, so you pick it up and go, wow, that's garbage, throw it on the ground.
Well, I mean, that's not the case, though, for the majority of stuff in Diablo 2, though. In Diablo 2, they don't do that. Like, you have one weapon that's fast and does, like, less damage, and another weapon that has lots of damage but isn't quite as fast. I mean, there's compromise, right? Even the Phase Blade, which is indestructible, right? It's really fast with a negative 30 base, but it has horrible average damage. They give you these options, and the one thing has a clear, better point than another thing, but neither one is necessarily terrible, right? If you're choosing a build that is really fast, or you want to go really fast and you don't have a lot of choice for like increased attack speed and whatnot like that, then you're going to go with the Phase Blades, because the Phase Blades are going to get you that fast pace without any kind of, need for increased attack speed equipment. But if you're on a character that has all that increased attack speed, like for instance, if you're like a Frenzy Barbarian or something, and you've got, or a like a Fanaticism Paladin, and you don't need the fast pace, you can go with the harder hitting weapon, right? And then now you've got the same attack speed, but you're using something else that you wouldn't use on the other character. I mean, most of the stuff in this game is designed in that way, where it's not necessarily the best, it's the best in that scenario, right? And in the example of the cards, it would be like if you had one card that didn't have the sacrifice cost if you were like using blue magic or something, and so like if you're a blue mage, then now you don't have a sacrifice cost for that, but only the blue mage would use that one because everybody else has to pay the sacrifice cost. So,
and my point being is they designed those weapons to be the worst in every scenario as a laugh.
well, I know, but what I'm saying is that these Diablo 2 is just not that way, so it's surprising that there's anything in the game that's just completely useless. When I went through every single item, and I went through every single item,
Yeah.
it was very rare that I came across something that was not useful to someone or something. Like, there was always something that you could use the item for. Even like the Serpent Lord staff, I was surprised to find out in my research that the Serpent Lord staff had an amazing use that I had never considered. And I had always considered the Serpent Lord staff to be like one of the worst items in the game. It has 100% mana leech, right? But the damage on it is terrible. It's also a staff. It just generally doesn't leech very much mana because of the fact that it's a staff. So it ends up in this really odd category of like, look at this piece of crap that nobody's ever going to use. But then I come to find out in my research, I found out that, well, if you could apply a different physical damage other than the physical damage that was on the staff, the 100% mana leech actually worked out really well. And so if you leveled up a low-level Kicksin with a Serpent Lord staff, since the physical damage was actually coming from the boots and not the staff, you could take advantage of the stats on the Serpent Lord staff without actually using the crappy damage that was on the Serpent Lord staff, and in turn have this absolutely ridiculous weapon that you could utilize for quite a long time on a Kicksin if you wanted to. Serpent Lord staff has not only 100% mana stolen per hit, but it also has a 50% negative target's defense on it, which means that you basically don't even have to worry about attack rating for the first part of the game. So you put this on a low-level Kicksin, you use the boots as your damage, not the weapon. You get the negative 50% target's defense on it, and the 100% mana leech, which completely eliminates all need for attack rating and mana for the entire first part of the game, and you literally just run around kicking everything with your staff. And you don't never have to worry about attack rating or mana the entire time. Plus you get a little bit of poison damage. little bit of undead damage, and you get like some 50% poison resistance and some mana. It's stupid. It works ridiculously well on that character. But there were very few items in the game that didn't have some sort of interesting niche use like that, where they were actually surprisingly good, but only on the right character. So it's odd to find items in Diablo 2 that are just completely and utterly useless in one particular category. Or just all categories in general. Just every character that would ever use the item is just terrible. And I have a list. That's my video I put out that was like the worst unique or the worst items, the worst unique items in the game or whatever. Hey, all those unique items that I put on that list, those are like the only ones in Diablo 2 that are just so bad that they just have no purpose. They just don't. They don't make any sense whatsoever.
I prefer your underrated list.
The underrated list is nice too.
Moser's is amazing.
Moser's is amazing. That's like a carry you through the game shield. You find Moser's, throw 2 PDA diamonds in it, and it just carries you through the game.
Oh, it does.
And then later on, you get something better, but you know, that's later on.
I was using I was doing a solo self-bound single-player character. That was great. Carried me all the way to beating the game.
I don't know, some of those shields are just insane. Oh god. What's the matter, buddy? You want me to see if I can get you a pardon from the mistress? A pardon from the mistress?
He was banished.
Well, he's always banished, so I mean, he was pre-banished before he even.
It was destined.
He's like, I didn't even do anything wrong this time. He's like, they just banished me right out the gate. Look at him. He's sad. He's sad. Banished. Banished dog. That's a banished. I don't want to be banished no more. Can I leave? I never seen a creature that just wants attention, no matter what, with no consideration to what the attention is that they get. You know, dogs don't care whether it's positive or negative attention. They don't care if they've done something bad and they get attention, or whether they do something good and they get attention. Attention is attention with them, and whether it's bad attention or whether it's good attention, they don't care. And that's why dogs get into these bad habits where they do all these bad things, because guess what? When they knock over something and they get attention, they're excited because they got attention, and they don't care whether they're getting yelled at. They just like the fact that they've got attention. They just want your attention all the time, whether it's good or bad attention. And it just so happens that humans are much more willing to give an animal attention when they do something bad because, well, you know, hey, you're breaking something. Hey, you knocked over a glass and there's glass all over the place. Hey, stop eating my head. You know, like, so the bad attention ends up getting them, the bad actions ends up getting them attention faster than the good stuff does. So they just learn that, hey, let me do this bad thing. He'll look at me.
Play with your dog more often. That's no problem.
I wish it was that easy.
It's really quite easy. Do you you know those rope toys?
Oh, I know. I have rope toys. I have balls. I throw them. We do
Tie
all sorts
one-
of things.
Tie one to your leg.
Tie one to my leg.
Yeah, while you're playing Diablo.
You do know I'm in a
Ew.
wheelie chair, right? And he would pull me
Oh.
across the room.
Oh, well, then I guess you're gonna have to set
He
up
would-
your VR headset.
He would literally pull me across the room. I've actually done it before. I've actually played with him with like a rope toy or something while I was sitting in my chair, and he legit just pulls my entire chair across the room.
You gotta get rid of the rolly chair. Tie it to
I
your
can't.
leg,
It's
just
a high
angle
quality.
it.
It's a high quality rolly chair. That's the HQ rolly chair.
Called multitasking or min-maxing.
Oh, I try.
Play Diablo 2.
To be honest with you, he just doesn't. I think it's more along the lines of he doesn't want to play with me. He's a grass is greener is on the other side kind of a dog. He wants to be out there with them. That's what he wants. He wants to be chasing the cats. He wants to play with his mama. He wants to mess with Woogie. He wants to just do bad things out there. He doesn't want to be in here. Cobus. You better be good or I'm gonna trim your toenails. I should bring the toenail clipper in here. He don't like it. Every time he's bad, I'll snip the toenail, go like this, and squeeze the toenail clipper and make the toenail clip noise. Oh, Lead Crow again. Melee builds can kill very fast. I definitely wouldn't say that's impossible, Brave enough. There are certain melee builds that are capable of killing just as fast as casters. It depends. It depends. My Godsealer builds, believe it or not, when I was running him, he could actually kill just as fast as pretty much any caster could. It was pretty amazing.
You also have to separate out like single target versus multi-target.
Well, I mean that's kind of the whole thing, right? If you're talking about a melee build, you kind of don't want to go for single, like one-hit monster smashes.
You don't, but you just naturally excel at those.
I mean, and that's fine, but you always have to find a way to add in something else. You know, like most paladins gravitate towards seal, and we gravitate towards seal because it's a multi-hit thing that hits multiple targets. You know.
Right, but then when you don't have anything else around, it's just amazing for single target.
Yeah, but you wouldn't pick, for instance, Vengeance. Like, I'd done a Vengeance Paladin, but Vengeance Paladins are very much so the one-donkers. They run around one-donking everything, right? So.
Yeah, but most things don't survive the one donk.
Mm. I mean, yeah, you set up your Vengeance Paladin right. Pretty much anything dies in the one donk. The one donk. I swear, I've always had better luck finding items for other people than finding items for myself. It's got to be the silliest thing, and I know it is. But like,
so okay,
when I'm online in the ladder and stuff like that, and we're running ladder, I'll literally find like things for other people. I'll find Griffin's eyes. I'll find all sorts of crazy stuff for other people, but I'll never find the item that I want to find for myself.
So, what item are you looking for?
I don't know. There's tons of them. Like, I'm basically just trying to kit this guy out so he can do the P8 Ubers. I mean, Ahaz would be nice. I mean, G-Face would be nice.
Do me a favor and find me a Haas and a G-Face.
I don't think it works that way.
Well, we'll find out.
But then I have to give it to you.
Well, you can't.
It's on loan. The FOH hammered in. Well, I mean, the thing is, though, is that there is 100 different ways you could build a character. FOH may be considered a caster ability, but does it really count as a full caster when you're in the middle of 1,000 monsters and they're wailing on you and you're taking no damage because you're a melee character? I mean, the way the North Star Smiter works is he's in the thick of it.
He's a gish.
He is in the thick of it. He is fighting just alongside any other melee character in existence. The fact that he has a spell that he throws out every now and then doesn't really mean much. I mean, let's take D&D as an example. Would you count a Paladin as a caster type in D&D?
Half caster.
But he's not a full caster, right? He's not the squishy in the back wizard. He's not the squishy in the back, you know, nope. Freaking like.
Not that full caster, half caster, 1/3 caster.
And then let's talk about cleric. Is cleric a melee character?
Depends on how you build it.
So if you build the cleric wrong, then they're not really melee characters.
No, depending on how you build your cleric, you can build your cleric to be a in the thick of it damage dealer or healer, or you can build them to be a stand back, squishy blaster or healer. Clerics are simply the most versatile class in the game.
I mean, and that's kind of the point that I'm trying to make, is that if your character is in the thick of it and you are hitting things with a melee attack, and you can take melee damage in return, so you can both give and take, I don't think it matters that you're casting a spell, because at that point you are now a melee character. You are in the thick of it. You are hitting things with a melee ability, and yes, you happen to have a spell, but you're still technically a melee character at that point.
The appropriate term is
Gish.
Gish. Gish.
I've never heard that term before. Was that a D&D term?
It is specifically a D&D term from Githyanki. A Gish is somebody who is a hybrid of an arcane caster and a melee fighter. Your paladins technically are Gishes from the start.
What do you need?
I mean,
They have the capacity to cast spells and hit you with a stick really hard.
see, I'm not sure if in Diablo 2 do I really count holy magic as spells. I'm not really sure it counts as a spell. So, like, take Tyrael, for instance. If Tyrael utilizes one of his angelic powers, is that considered a spell, or is that considered just one of his natural abilities?
If Diablo uses one of his demonic powers, is it considered a spell?
Well, that's my point, right? So,
Is in that case, would a sorcerer from D&D not be a caster because their magic is inherent to them?
well, if it's an ability, it's something different, right? Well, that's the thing about Diablo 2, is that unlike in D&D, it's different. So in D&D, when Paladin casts Laying of Hands, he has a deity that he prays to, right? And that deity is the one that technically provides him with the power. So he's casting a spell through faith. It's a faith-based magic, right? And that magic comes from somewhere else. So it's a spell that he's casting.
That's why I brought up the sorcerer specifically, because they are not necessarily drawing on something learned. They are drawing from something within themselves to create a magic.
And that's what the Paladin is. So the Paladin in Diablo 2 is different than a Paladin in, like, D&D. The Paladin is actually drawing on the angelic powers that actually reside within them. So, because all humans are essentially half demon, half angelic, how it's basically stated is that they're not actually praying to a deity, and the deity isn't actually providing them with powers. Every human is just inherently 50%, angelic. And maybe some are even more so angelic than others, depending on maybe if some of those, babies intermarried or whatever, or maybe like an angel had some boohas with one of the Nephilim. That could make it a little bit more swayed in one direction or the other. But they're just pulling on the innate powers that are already present within them.
So, what does that mean for the sorceress in D2?
From what I understand, the sorceress is actually casting magic, and I'm not really sure exactly how that part works. Magic does seem to exist within the Diablo 2 world, because there are creatures that cast spells that don't have anything to do with demonic or angelic powers. So I'm assuming those are creations different than anything else.
I think we can settle this debate. Does it run off of IAS or faster cast rate?
Yeah. I know, I see where you're going with it. I got a Talrash's Herogic Crest. What's the 2-piece bonus on that? It's replenish life 10. Meh. Honestly, the thing about grief, and this is one of the things that people might not agree with me about, is I don't think grief is really all that good. Look at it from a different perspective, from the same argument that we were just having about how melee characters are not really all that great, right? So when you talk about how a melee character really isn't all that great and doesn't compare well to a caster, Grief doesn't fix that equation. Grief gives you a large amount of single target damage that you can apply, right? So a huge single target knock to the head. But in the argument we were just having, what did we say about huge single target hits? That at the end of the day, they don't help you, right? You have to build your character another way to be able to take advantage of other facets so that your character can do more than just one giant single one bonk. Because the one bonk doesn't help you catch up to the casters. You need other ways to catch up to the casters. So at the end of the day, the grief doesn't help you catch up to the casters. The grief just gives you a bigger one bonk. And the bigger one bonk doesn't fix things.
What is it? Does that mean the rune word destruction is the best then?
I built a character around that, a Destruction Wolf. That was actually a build I tested out. It's actually pretty powerful. I think the main problem with that, though, is that it's still based on fire. And I think arguably fire is one of the worst elements in Diablo 2. Just, you know, obviously you're going to hell, and most of the monsters are horribly resistant to fire, and most of the monsters in the game are horribly resistant to fire, so it just tends to be, I think, statistically one of the worst elements in the game. I mean, maybe poison is worse, if you want to say, like, just because poison damage doesn't really tick right, but when you set up poison properly, I do feel like poison outperforms fire.
Unless you're a fire. You can stack volcano with fissure.
I think I might need to make a rune mule.
Are you gonna transmute up to a bird? Or a god?
I mean, at this point, I've got enough that I could probably start transmuting up to something. I don't know why I opened up. All up on top of the jank, too, like I'm a bot. I don't know. That's why I tend to prefer things that are not grief. There's a lot of items in the game that seem to just perform better on the mass damage, like when you're attacking multiple targets. Like crescent moons apply the static field to everything around you. You know, you can utilize various pieces of equipment to get more or less damage to multiple targets. I mean, there's all sorts of items in the game melee-wise that will, for instance, cast spells. Like, you know, like the ones that cast like frozen orbs and stuff like that.
I made a death roll. Grief might technically be more DPS on a single target, but hitting somebody and getting the deadly strike, crushing blow combo and watching 80% of their health disappear in one swing is...
Well, that's the other thing about grief that always bothers me, is that it doesn't have any crushing blow on it. As good as it is, there's no CB. And because there's no CB, you
end up being pigeonholed into something
well,
like...
yeah, you end up being pigeonholed into a bunch of crap that you got to put on to get the crushing blow, so that you can actually, you know, function properly. And crushing blow is so important on melee characters for taking out those really big monsters. You know, something that a lot of characters wish they had, but don't. And CB is one of the main advantages that freaking melee characters just have over casters. The sorceress, of course, has static, but it only goes down to 50%. It's not quite as useful as CB. That can go all the way down to 1%. And so you add in crushing blow into the equation, and that's one of the reasons why I found that Astrion's was such a better item for this particular build, like the North Star Smiter, is that Astrion's has 33% crushing blow. It also has grief damage. It also has slows target. It also has
And
+4
+4
skills.
to combat
Right?
skills.
Yeah. So you end up with this amazing weapon that kind of is like a do-it-all weapon, right? And then in combination with the 33% crushing blow on the weapon, you need minimal crushing blow on your alternative equipment. Like, for instance, maybe like 10% on the gloves brings you up to 43%, and then you use like goblin toes, and that's 53, 63, like 67% right there, or 68% right there, right? So you're already sitting at a very agreeable level of crushing blow with 3 items. And then you're free to use your armor slot, your helmet slot, your amulets, your rings, your belt, all that for whatever the hell you want to use it for, instead of focusing on specific things. And I think that's one of the things that people that use grief all the time don't really take into account, is that grief doesn't have a lot of the stuff on it that you might necessarily want. Like when I built my double sting barbarian and I used the Zotted flesh rippers, the Zotted flesh rippers had crushing blow on them, right? So I didn't have to worry about that. They had the open wounds on them, so I didn't have to worry about that. They had the negative targets defense, which meant that I didn't have to worry about massive amounts of attack rating either, right? And then so by the time it was finished, I was like, okay, well, my flesh ripper fang knives are taking care of like almost everything, and the only thing I've got to worry about at this point is how do I get my damage up to the level that I want to get it up to. So I could put on things like fortitude, I could put on things that would increase my damage as much as humanly possible, instead of focusing on things like G-face or putting on like crushing blow armor or open wounds on my boots. You know, I was free to use goblin toes to add my crushing blow up even higher if I wanted to, instead of being pigeonholed into gore riders. And it just opened up the character so much, especially that negative 50% targets defense. I needed like no attack rating. Having negative 50% targets defense on both of your weapons brings down your attack rating requirements massively. Meanwhile, Grief has ITD, right? And ITD may feel like an amazing thing when you're fighting trash mobs, but when you're actually fighting elites and champions and bosses and whatnot, it doesn't do anything for you. So you still need massive amounts of attack rating. You still need a lot of crushing blow. You still need to find your open wound somewhere. And it's like it doesn't give you hardly anything that you need other than that grief damage. That's it.
I can't carry it. I am overburdened.
Barbarian is a tough one, though. I'll say this. When it comes to melee on the Barbarian, I think the Barbarian is one of the worst in terms of trying to find some way to damage multiple targets as a melee character. None of the abilities on the Barbarian are really, truly AoE attacks. Not even Whirlwind. And even Double Swing and Frenzy, which are probably the closest things you're ever going to get, kind of pale comparisons of something like Zeal. I don't know why, but they just don't really work anywhere nearly as good as Zeal does, or Fury. The Barbarian is the one that has the biggest issues with it. I mean, Barbarian has never been an AoE attack. It was OP in Classic. Yes. But it still was never really an AoE attack. What it really comes down to is Whirlwind is really just a whole bunch of individual hits that happen really fast, and depending on how many, hits you have, it may kind of resemble an AoE attack, but when you actually break it down, it's really just really fast individual hits, and you happen to be moving as you're performing them, so...
It's the illusion of AoE.
That's why one of the things that I found out about the way that Whirlwind works is that Flesh Ripper Fang Knives just work so much better. And what it really came down to was they were one-range weapons, and I didn't have to worry about my hits getting spread all over the place. Because the longer your range your weapon is with Whirlwind, the worse it gets. Because you'll just spread your damage out to the 4 winds. And when you use the daggers, you can go through a pack. And you can pick out a monster in the pack, and you can literally just Whirlwind around the monster in the middle of a pack of monsters. And you can hit just that one monster and absolutely annihilate them from existence. And because you can focus all your damage on one monster, you don't have to worry so much about, like, the regeneration aspect of things. And that's a really big thing about spreading your damage out in Diablo 2, because with the higher level monsters, they regenerate proficiently. I mean, very fast. I'm not sure if you've actually taken a look at, like, the regeneration values of, like, your average hell monster. But if you just sit there and watch, their HP just chunks back up. And it's really fast. So unless you're stopping their regeneration with open wounds or prevent monster heal or something of that nature, you're SOL. And that's another thing about the like the Flesh Rippers, is that they've also got well, they also have prevent monster heal on them. I don't even remember now. The things are ridiculous. Yes, they have prevent monster heal as well. So not only do the Flesh Rippers cause open wounds, which causes them to bleed, but it also prevents their regeneration completely. So when you Whirlwind with Flesh Rippers and you go through a pack of monsters, you immediately arrest all their regeneration, which is amazing. Yeah, they really do all the things. You're not even joking. And that's the basis of my double sting barbarian, which was actually a pretty fun barbarian. Whirlwind is how many attacks are you capable of, and then how many seconds have you been whirlwinding. So, for instance, if you're capable of 10 attacks in a 2-second whirlwind, then you will attack 10 times. Whether there is 100 monsters there or 1 monster, it doesn't matter, it's still 10 times. So if you whirlwind through 1 monster, you will attack that monster 10 times. If you whirlwind through 10 monsters, you will attack the 10 monsters 1 time each. If you whirlwind through 100 monsters, your 10 attacks will get spread out really willy-nilly over the 100 monsters, and some monsters will get attacked 0 times, and other monsters might get attacked 2 or 3 times. It depends on like how long you lingered next to the monster during those 2 seconds. It's unfortunate that it's designed that specific way, but that's the way it's designed. It's basically X number attacks over X number of seconds. The faster that you attack, the more number of attacks you have per second, and the more number of times that you can hit, monsters in that whirlwind, right? So if you're attacking really fast, you might have like 30 attacks in 2 seconds, but you're still only attacking 30 times, and you're not attacking all the monsters 30 times, you're attacking 30 times flat, which means that the 30 hits get spread again around all the monsters. Which is one of the reasons why a lot of the times you'll hear people say that you need to whirlwind around the edges of the pack. And the reason why you're whirlwinding around the edges of the pack is because you're trying to control the fact that your weapon has too long of a range by controlling your position, which in turn controls the frequency at which you hit like 1 monster or 2 monsters, etc. So like if there's a whole bunch of monsters in the center and you can't hit the monsters in the center, but you can hit the monsters on the outside and you whirlwind around the pack of monsters, you can basically dish out more damage to those individual monsters at the edges of the pack. Personally, though, I prefer the dagger method, because with the dagger method, you can whirlwind directly into the center of the pack, balls deep, and you can just circle around one monster, killing that one monster. It actually works surprisingly well. It's something that Grief is incapable of, by the way, because you can't make Grief in a one-range weapon. or rather a 0 range weapon. Apparently all weapons are 1 range by default, so it would be a 0 range adder weapon. There is no 0 range adder weapon that you can put a grief into. Go watch my Whirlwind video, McLaurin. That's the only thing I can tell you. I explain it all in my Whirlwind video. Death's Touch. Bunch of junk. I'm trying. I ain't got nothing good yet. Not really. I mean, a couple okay items, I guess. I got that one item that I'm putting on my Merc for the magic finding, which is the steel skull cask.
You haven't found my Haas yet?
No, I haven't found your Haas yet. No. Mom's a Haas. I'm about to go do this. I grabbed a Soj just to see if I could kill P8 Uber Diablo. I'm about to just like go play around with P8 Uber Diablo, see if I can kill his butt. I'm not actually going to use the Annie because I didn't obtain the Soj legitimately. Not that anyone could ever find the Soj legitimately anyway.
I found 2 last season.
I found 2 in my entire life. One was an LOD.
I found 2 within like 3 weeks.
You're a hacker and a cheater, and I don't like you.
Well, those are the only 2 I've ever found.
Okay, well. Okay, we're at the same number, though, so that's fine. I take it back. Oh, man. If only I could do freaking like P8 Hell Chaos with any kind of expediency. It would be worth going and farming that instead of Nightmare Chaos. But quite honestly, it's slow. And with the Magic Find gear, I can only imagine it would be even slower. You know, Venom Lords just have a lot of HP. In P8, Venom Lords have so much HP. It doesn't even make any sense. I think this is little Seagans. I had the same problem with my solo self-found Necromancer, believe it or not. Venom Lords, just Venom Lords. I could clear the entire Chaos, everything in Chaos, but the Venom Lords just had so much HP, and I just couldn't get by them with any kind of expediency. I could kill them, but it was like they just like, why do you got so much HP? Freaking god monsters. Well, one thing is I'm getting plenty of gems here. Maybe I'll get lucky on that frickin' Grand Charm reroll eventually. What I wouldn't give for a whole bunch of pea combs, so those pea combs would change my character entirely. Yeah, I found a couple BKs. BKs seem a lot easier to find than Sojas.
I am overburdened.
Oh god. I'm amped. Let's try not to die in Nightmare and make a fool out of ourselves. I still can't understand. I don't really understand how the hell all these Sojas even exist. I feel like I'm in a Twilight Zone sometimes. I'll be watching these streamers and they got like, you know, like 175 Sojas to do their little Uber Diablo thing, and I'm like, where the hell did these even come from? I don't even understand. I mean, I get it, donations and all, but still, it still doesn't even make any sense. And the other thing is, if I had a Soj, like for instance, when you find a Soj in a ladder season, where does it usually end up going? It goes on your finger. Like, you usually end up putting it on. Am I wrong about this? So even if you say that there was quite a large number of people that actually found one, even if it was just completely random, right? So you find a Soj. You're telling me you didn't put it on your finger? Because that's where mine would go. Straight to my fingers. My fingies. My phalanges.
I am overburdened.
Mine goes straight to the phalanges. It ends up on another woman's finger? Dang. I mean, if that's how you get your girls. Hey, you want to come back to my place? No. I'll give you a Soj. Oh, well then. If that's what you're going to do. Oh, Soj. I do like Sojas. Hey, Cobus. What's you doing? A battle belt, a chipped topaz. Another lead crow crossbow. Okay, we're changing the seed. All right. I don't know if I got a bad seed or what, but we're changing the seed. I'm changing the seed, boys. I'm tired of it. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. Diablo has dropped me a lead crow crossbow like 6 times. I gotta be on a bad seed. It's the only thing I can think of.
Good day.
Cody, that is not yours. Sir. I don't even know where you got that from. Mm-hmm. Bad. And you know that's not yours. You're not a dummy. You're not a dummy. You're smart enough to know that this is not yours, and you already ruined it. Thank you, sir, for ruining my doojank. Appreciate it. I don't even know where you got it from. Stole it from somewhere. Thief.
What can I do for you?
I catch him sometimes looking in boxes and stuff. He'd be looking in a box, like he'd be looking in something that he's not supposed to look into, like trying to find things where he's not supposed to find stuff. And then and I catch him, and he knows he's doing something wrong. He knows he's not supposed to go over there and look at that stuff. Hello. How are you? How are you? I was just looking. I was just looking. I was looking. I was just looking. Yeah, yeah. I was just looking. Where's that? Just looking. I think it's time to up transmute some of them doojanks. You go to a Thule. What's the gem that you use for AM upgrades? Because I got like 1,000,000 AM runes. Is it chip diamond or chip topaz or something? Chip something. I think it's chip topaz. I think. I got a bunch of chip topazes. I need to get rid of some of these AMs. No, it's not chip topaz. What the hell is it then? Amethyst? Oh yeah, it's amethyst. Okay. Do a little up transmute. Oh wait, no, it's amethyst. That's right. Dang. Too many. Well, I made some room. A little bit of room. See if we can make a little bit more room. What's the Dole Rune? Dole Rune goes to Hells, right? It's chipped emeralds. How many chipped emeralds do I have? Two. Let's do 2 of those then. I'll always end up having way too many dang Dole Runes at a certain point. And then Hell Runes too. I got way too many of those as well. And what's a Hell Rune? Hell Rune goes to Io, which is interesting. And that one is chipped diamonds. Okay. That's not bad. We got 3 of those right now. Yeah, Ios. Ios. We got enough to do one more. How many Hell Runes do we have left? 3. I want to keep a certain amount of those on hand just in case I want to remove sockets, but we do have the Dole Runes stacking up too, so way too many Am Runes. Oh, there's another Hell Rune right there. There's another Hell Rune. You know what? I think we could probably sacrifice 3 more Hells. Let's go ahead and do that. Make another IO. Alright, IOs go to fouls, which we have 1 foul right now. And fouls go to lums. Or no, IOs go to lums. Oh, what's up, Brian? You'd love to see what? What do you want to see? You want to see my Napple ranks? He's like, wait a minute, I didn't sign up for this.
Keep your shirt on. No
Whoa,
one's
whoa,
there.
whoa. Hey, look at that. I got a lummy lum. Lummy, 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 lum. I got way too many amrunes. I don't know where the hell all these amrunes came from, but I guess I'll just be collecting them janks forever. Kubasa boobas, what do you do this? Kubasa monster dog.
I can't carry anymore.
Cody, what's the matter, buddy? What's the matter? Do you want to go find your alligator? What if we go find your alligator? He's missing. You don't got your alligator. Oh no. He's going to get something. Oh, there's your toy. There's one of your toys. He gets excited and goes and finds one of his toys. Alright, before we get into this next leg of farming, let me take a quick break real quick. Show me your printer. I used to have a printer. It's at my other house. I left it at my mom and dad's house. I don't even know if they use it, to be honest. They probably don't. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna let Cody out to do a peppadoodles and see if I can find one of his toys. Alright, guys, I'm back. Let's take down the zombie chasing the chinchilla. Boop. Alright, I got myself some sandwiches. Cody got a pardon, and he's with his mama at the moment.
Do zombies eat chinchillas?
I would assume. Why not? Why wouldn't they? Good brains as any brains. I got brains. I got brains. You got brains. We got brains. Everybody got brains. Depends on what kind of zombies. You know. Some people like the scientific zombies, like Walking Dead zombies, and some people like the mythical zombies. I personally prefer the mythical zombies myself, but I've always been a mythical zombie person.
Stay a while.
Never really much cared for the scientific zombies. I think the scientific zombies are the least believable out of all the zombies. You start bringing science into it, honestly, the zombies don't make no sense whatsoever.
I've always found the idea of like your simple rambling horde of zombies to not be all that threatening. It's you're a chain link fence and a sharp stick away from dealing with the problem.
Well, it's body weight, right? So you get enough zombies together. It doesn't matter that they're incompetent. They're all moving in the same direction. You get enough mass moving in the same direction, they're going to push your chain link fence right over.
That's true.
I mean, if we use some similar examples in real life, many people have died in sorry, I'm checking my sandwich. Many people have died in riots and things like that. Not because they got beat up or not because they got killed or anything by the rioters, but just simply because they got pushed down at the wrong time and the entire, riot like went over top of them. There's a lot to be said for the fact that when you have a large number of bodies in one place, things just go wrong really quickly. And I think that's really all there is to it. Things just go wrong really quickly. None of the zombies need to be particularly smart. Just all of them doing the same action and moving in the same direction, which is usually you, is really all they need. I also think zombies are relatively a modern, not just modern invention, but modern day problem. I've always felt this way when it came to zombies, because if you think about it, in like the old days, it doesn't make any sense. Like, could you imagine a zombie apocalypse in, like, I don't know, like ye old 1202, AD? Like, what are they gonna do?
Plate mail kind of solves the problem.
Well, not even just that, but I mean, just imagine a scenario where there's no warriors involved. I mean, how does a zombie plague actually even spread in a situation like that? Everybody has it's like agrarian society. Everybody has farmlands and stuff like that, and even just to get to the neighbor's house, it might take you like 10-15 minutes just to walk there. Let alone how many people are actually living at that house, maybe 2 or 3 or 4, right? And even if that one zombie that makes it to that one house bites all 3 or 4 people and turns them all into zombies, and then those 5 people all wander and roam to find another house, I mean, it's never going to be anywhere near as devastating or as quick spreading or as evil as a modern day one, where it's like one guy gets bit and then he goes to a city and then he bites one guy and then that one guy bites another guy, and then before you know it, like half the city's infected, of like 1 million people, and it spreads really fast. After like 2 months of the zombie plague in like 1202 AD, it would be like, there's like 6 zombies, yeah, we killed them with swords, like it wasn't a big deal. Like, and that one zombie over there, he got caught in a bog, and we just call that the zombie bog now. Like, we didn't even bother to kill him. He was, I don't know where he was going. I guess he was chasing a deer or something. I don't know. I mean, nobody would know until it's too late. I mean, yeah, but You're talking about civilizations where they have big giant walls and stuff like that, and castles, and they're always prepared for, you know, for things like that happening. Like, I mean, take a modern day city, right? There's no wall around the city, or there's no wall around the castle or whatever, right? So if zombies came, they can come in from any direction. If the zombies wandered toward a castle, they'd have to find the entrance. They're not getting over the wall. And before they found the entrance, the you know, one of the guards on top would probably spot the zombies and be like, "King, yay old zombies!" And I can't imagine that they didn't have fences back then, seeing as how they probably kept livestock. So there'd probably be fences all over the place too that the zombies would have trouble with.
All I know is I find it hard to believe that your civilization can be wiped out by a bunch of squishy turtles.
Turtles? What are we talking about, turtles?
Zombies, slow-moving,
Um,
squishy turtles.
Well, McLaurin said that apparently quite a few civilizations were always afraid that the dead would rise, so they would bury their dead with like huge stones and all sorts of other things to keep them from being able to come back, just in case they ever run. they were prepared apparently.
That's because they didn't know what a pulse was back then, and if you just passed out, they went, "Oh no, John died, bury him."
Bury him. See, I don't know if I can really agree with that, though, because anybody who's actually seen somebody who's dead before, the difference between somebody who's dead and somebody who's not dead is pretty massive. Like, once you have seen a dead person, and I've seen a dead person before, there's no comparison. Like, once the heart stops beating, the blood leaves your face, and the blood leaves your arms and legs and stuff like that, and the pinkness, the hue to your skin disappears. It's instantaneous and unmistakable when the hue to your skin disappears. Now, it might be a little bit more difficult in certain with certain races that have darker skin, so you might not be able to see the hue. I've never seen, say, like you know, like a dead African American or something like that, but it with white people specifically, especially if you're particularly white and your blood shows through the skin more so than others, when you die, it is very unmistakable that you are dead. Like, you lose all of the hue to your skin; it just simply disappears. Part of the color of our skin is literally the blood that's flowing through our veins, and as soon as your heart stops beating, the blood stops flowing, and you lose the hue.
Also, part of the color of your skin is how healthy you are. So when John has a flu, walks out to the field, and just keels over, he may not be dead, but he sure looks like it.
No, but that was the reason why some cultures would put bells inside the tombs and stuff like that, so you could ring the bell and let them know you weren't dead.
The other half decided to just encase them in concrete so that if you weren't dead, you were buried alive.
Well, if he ain't dead, he gonna be dead soon. I don't know if you can get that pale. I don't think that's possible. Being alive and as long as your heart is beating, I'm not really sure you could get that pale. Maybe if you had some sort of I don't know, some sort of like poison or something that was slowing your heart rate or something like that. I know there's some things in nature that will do that, slow your heart rate down, not kill you, but would bring you into almost like a state of hibernation. You might be able to get that pale color, but
remember, this is in a time when the imbalance of humors was a thing, and draining 2 pints of your blood was a solution to the flu.
I mean, According to what I understand, it's actually not such a bad idea to draw a little blood every now and then. Sometimes you do have a bunch of contaminants in your blood, and it does help out. But, I mean, you shouldn't be drawing, like, so much blood that a person literally freaking dies from it. It's actually kind of interesting that some of those old methods that are terrible under certain circumstances, don't get me wrong, actually turned out to be pretty useful under other circumstances. Like, you know, the whole leeches thing, and they're putting leeches on everybody, and the leeches
are actually quite effective at extracting
well, there's a couple things they're good at. Like if you get your arm cut off or your leg or like your hand cut off, let's say you get your hand cut off and they reattach it, they need something to force the blood through to cause your hand to basically still function. So what they do is they put a leech on the other side, and the leech sucks the blood through the vessel to make sure that the vessel stays open and doesn't seal. And I mean, there's a couple other weird things that go on, like when I have gout, I've heard that actually giving blood while you have gout, as well as giving blood while you're drunk and other things, can actually transfer some of the the problem basically to the blood, which then leaves your body. So like if you're drunk and you give blood and then the person gets your blood as a result, it actually increases their blood alcohol level because they got your blood, which was contaminated basically with alcohol or at that particular time. And it kind of the same thing with gout, is if you were to give blood while you had like high purine levels, the high purine levels would go to the person who gets your blood, and you lose those purines in the process. There is seemingly like almost a good side to it, but I get the way they did it back in the old days was definitely not good. I'm assuming though that if the scientists today actually wanted to figure out exactly how to do that, I mean, a similar method might be considered dialysis. Isn't dialysis the process by which you take the blood from a person, you run it through, or am I thinking of the wrong process, where you take the blood and you run it through a filtration system, filtering out the contaminants from the blood, and then putting it back into their body? So it's kind of the same idea, although not quite the same. In that case, you're not actually taking the blood from them, but you're filtering out the contaminants. I know I probably have the wrong word.
You should look up what rich people do. They have what they call blood boys.
Dialysis is a treatment to clean your blood when your kidneys are not able to. Yeah, so basically dialysis would remove some of the contaminants from your blood, waste and extra fluids, and put the blood back into your body, which essentially makes you more healthy because it's doing the same function that your kidneys would be doing. So in a way, under certain conditions, it probably would have a obviously positive effect overall on your body. I'm not talking to myself. Third gear's here.
Have you heard of what a blood boy is?
I don't know what's that.
Rich people hire athletes to give them blood as transfusions.
Why is that?
It's something about a younger body produces a different chemicals and stuff in the blood. It makes older people feel better.
I mean, an athlete would probably have more clean blood than like an older person, especially somebody who might be overweight. You know, there would be more cholesterol, more various things going on, more platelets and all sorts of other stuff. So I mean, like theoretically, if you were to go, you know, take a younger guy who's maybe like 18 years old and has clean, healthy living, maybe even an athlete, so you're not dealing with somebody who's overweight or obese or something like that, and you were to pull out like 2 pints of your own blood and replace it with 2 pints of, you know, young 18-year-old blood with the same blood type, I mean, yeah, it probably would have a relatively positive effect on your overall health because they have less bad things going on inside their blood. And if you did it on a regular basis, you'd be getting rid of large amounts of cholesterol, platelets, all sorts of bad things that you might have in your blood. And as long as you're replacing it with a healthy form of blood that's not, you know, obviously you're not just leaving it out of the equation entirely, because if you just remove it and you don't put anything back, then your body has to replace it, and then it puts strain on your system to create new blood cells, replace the nutrients that were lost, etc., which could have a deleterious effect, but I don't know. It definitely sounds like something that probably has a positive effect. I don't know if you could quantify how much of a positive effect it would have on a person. I guess it would depend on how much of a hedonistic lifestyle that person leads. And I guess under that assumption, imagine you're an older person who wants to live a hedonistic lifestyle, right? But doesn't want the negative effects from the hedonistic lifestyle, right? So you drink a lot, you got high blood alcohol level, you got, high purines, like things like that in your blood, and so you're constantly getting rid of your blood because it has, bad things in it, which are causing you, to feel bad in the morning, give you hangovers and gout attacks and things like that. So you take your blood out of yourself, and then you replace it with the healthy 18-year-old blood, and basically avoid the deleterious side effects of your own hedonistic actions.
I do believe Charlie Sheen referred to that as winning.
What's up, Barca? Haven't seen you in a while, man. Yes, P8 hell difficulty. Well, no, this isn't P8 hell difficulty. No. I'm farming right now for stuff. But the solo self-found run is P8 hell difficulty, yeah. Right now, I'm just farming for a little bit of juice. I need some juice. And by juice, I mean good items. And by good items, I mean give me a Haas. It's a Saigon's Tower Shield. Boy.
I'm going to have to start charging you interest on that cause if you don't mind it.
Yeah, I don't think you paid me for it yet. I'm just having some fun playing some D2. People are so salty about the Diablo 4 thing. I can't count how many times I pointed out bad features on Diablo 4. I can't count how many times I told everybody we needed to wait until after the honeymoon period before we could really get a good feeling for how to rate the game. And in my defense, once the honeymoon period ended, guess what? A lot of people jumped ship. And still so many people out there who I don't really know how to put it other than what's the I'm trying to remember the name of the character. You remember in Lord of the Rings Online, Lord of the Rings, where I think it's the King of Rohan. Can't remember his name for some reason off the top of my head. He's talking to Gandalf, and I remember Gandalf says something. Let me see if I can find it real quick so I can do it right. Okay, so Theoden, King of Rohan, in the village of Edoras, said, "So much death. What can men do against such reckless hate?" And that's how I feel about Diablo 4. Like, no matter what I would say about the game, and no matter how negative I was about it, no matter how honest in my opinions, there was just this reckless hate that existed, and it still exists. And it's like nobody wants to give anything a fair shake; they just want to hate. And I don't really quite get it. I'm not just gonna recklessly hate something for no reason. I'm gonna hate it for actual real reason. I've made tons of videos about real reasons why you probably should dislike Diablo 4, but at the same time, how am I supposed to come to a real and honest opinion without actually giving it a chance of playing it? I gotta put the time in. I gotta put the time. Otherwise, how am I gonna give an honest opinion that actually matters? Ooh, 20% faster run walk with 25% magic fine.
I can't.
I don't need to wear the goblin toes right now because I'm MFing. I'm gonna put those
I
on.
probably won't be going back to D4 for, I don't know, 6 months to a year. I'm gonna let it bait.
Well, my thing is that they, throughout all the campfires, throughout everything, they were like, "Oh, season 2, we'll get it fixed in season 2. Yeah, oh yeah, we're gonna get the resistances fixed in season 2. Oh yeah, we'll get the inventory fixed in season 2." So at a certain point, I have to look back and be like, okay, well, they made all these season 2 promises, so I gotta at least go back to season 2 for season 2 and see if they actually fixed everything. I mean, they said they're gonna try and fix everything in season 2. I don't really believe it, personally, but I mean, if you were dating a girl and she's like, just give me till May, I'll do better. I'm gonna tell you, and you love her, right? You'd probably at least give her a try and make sure, she'd be like, she made the deadline. Just see if she actually follows through with it. I don't know.
I'm looking at it as, how do I put this? A World of Warcraft perspective. They'll fix many things in season 2, and they'll break just as many.
Well, I guarantee you some people got fired over what happened with Diablo 4. Hey, for the player base to drop that significantly in that short a period of time, due in no small part to the changes that were made in that one patch that literally just kind of ruined everybody's characters. I imagine somebody got fired for that. I can't believe they didn't. And Blizzard did post that thing a while back about all those jobs openings, positions that were open. And that's really the nature of these video games, though, right? Is that while we might hate it right now, when it was created by X people, right? When they have a failure like this, a lot of the companies will do exactly just that: fire a bunch of people, hire in new talent, and change things around, right? So the game that we might have 6 months from now, like you're saying, could potentially be a completely different game than we have right now. Under new management, as they say in the business world. I'm actually looking forward to Microsoft taking over. I hate to say this, and I know Microsoft has not really been one of the most popular in terms of video games, but I've seen them buy out franchises before, and I've seen them willing to make the changes that other companies have not been willing to do. And Minecraft is one of those. I'll use Minecraft as an example. They bought out Minecraft, and then when they bought out Minecraft, they started pushing out update after update after update, adding in more and more things into the game. And I was honestly surprised at how much content and how good it was for Diablo, for frickin' Minecraft. It's pretty crazy. I don't know if you guys have ever have played Minecraft recently, like since all the updates and everything, but they've got tons of stuff in there now. Stuff you've probably never even seen or knew existed. Is that a gold wrap? Oh boy. We're gonna have to upgrade that real quick. A dusk deep. The comments on Debrunski's last vid, 3 months old, are really salty. Debrunski had a last vid. I didn't know Debrunski had a last vid. Speaking of which, I really haven't seen a lot of videos out of Debrunski lately. It's like he disappeared off the map. Has he been posting anything? It's like he just disappeared. And I saw it coming too, but I mean, yeah, 3 months ago. Wow. Man, he really hasn't played in 3 months. Or done anything? Was he live streamed? Oh, he's got nothing on his channel in 3 months. Wow. No, no, I had I was watching something. I can't remember what it was. It was, I think it was Phil's interview with him. And in the interview, he kept making these weird comments like he wasn't excited about the launch of Diablo 4 and he didn't really care about a lot of the stuff that was going on. And I think somebody asked him at one point, they were like, would you, like, something and something or other, like, are you going to be doing videos such and such? And he's like, I don't know, maybe, or something like that. And he seemed really lackluster about actually doing anything. And it kind of, as a content creator, it kind of struck me as really weird because, you know, he's a big streamer, and this kind of stuff, you know, is obviously going to make him money, but at the same time, you think he'd be excited for some of this stuff, you know. But he didn't seem excited at all. Like, it was almost like I could see in that video that he was, I don't know, just becoming less enthusiastic about what he was doing. I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't like playing Diablo anymore. As one of the reasons why, and you guys might not like when I play other games, like Starfield when it came out, and Baldur's Gate 3 and stuff like that. I definitely don't get the same views that I get when I'm playing Diablo 2. But for my own sanity, having a break every now and then and playing another game certainly doesn't hurt.
I would also say that if you build your entire channel around a single game, when you eventually want to move on, you have no other audience to support you. So you really want to play many other games to attract other people to your content.
Well, man, I didn't make this channel to be a Diablo channel. I know. Lay gasp. That's not what I made this channel to be. Let me tell you guys my original vision for this channel. My original vision for this channel was showing you guys what games out there were worth playing, whether they were old or new. Specifically, older games. That was generally the idea, was that the younger generation might not know, you know, which ones out there were absolutely amazing to watch. I mean, let's use movies as an example. I bet you I can ask Third Gear right here. What's a movie from the 80s that you absolutely love that you think everybody should probably watch?
I don't know. I was born after the 80s.
Or, okay, 90s.
Beautiful Mind.
Alright, so there's a movie, right? Have you guys ever seen it? Right? And that's kind of like the whole thing. As a gamer, I've played so many games. I've played so many games. More games than probably some of you could ever even imagine. Like, because I am a absolutely ridiculously, hopelessly addicted gamer that has played more games than I can even remember.
Alright, that's not true. When it comes to 80s movies, pick anything with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
But the thing is that when it comes to movies, it's easier, right? You with a movie, you watch the movie, you know whether it's good or not. Okay? With a game, it's not always that simple. You may have never played the game. You may have never even heard of the game, right? So you might not necessarily know what the gems are of the gaming world from a long time ago.
Knowing whether you like a game is more difficult because until you comprehend a lot of its systems and its story, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants.
Exactly. And so me playing the older games on my stream was part of what I was trying to accomplish. So I was trying to accomplish something which was basically showing you guys, you know, like, hey, this is an older game. I played this game when I was younger. This game is amazing. Let's play through this game together, and let me show you why I think it's so amazing and why you should probably play it too. And I've done that before. I've got quite a few different games that I've done that with, like Nox. Let's use Nox as an example. Have you guys ever played Nox? Answer yes or no in chat real quick. Have you guys ever played the game Nox? N-O-X That's it. That's literally the whole title of the game. Nox. Pretty sure the the X is capitalized on the end too. I always have to give them a little bit of time because there is a delay, and half the time they don't hear me. Ah, Charles has played it. Nox is a very good game, he says. Barca's never played it. Kai's never played it. Sky Haley's never played it. So here we have a situation where we can introduce some maybe older or younger players, doesn't really matter which, to a game that they may have never played, which is actually surprisingly good. Nox is an older game that came out around the same time as Diablo. It is a game which I would even compare to Diablo in some ways. It's not exactly a Diablo title. It's not a Diablo clone either, though, because the time period in which it came out was too close to Diablo to really clone Diablo 2. But it has a very interesting RPG, almost like ARPG aesthetic. And there's 3 different classes that you can play. It's very interesting depending on which class you can play. You play, because the whole entire game changes depending on what class you choose. I have a playthrough on my channel, right? So let me pull this up real quick. So let me use this as an opportunity to show you guys Nox. So here is my part 1. I also have a part 2 as well. Copy. If you guys are interested, here is Nox Part 1. It's a pretty good game. It's a single-player game. It used to have really good online PvP too, but I'm pretty sure the online portion of the game is dead at this point because the game is just old and it's not really been upkept on the online servers. But I mean, that's just one of the many examples of me trying to introduce you guys to games that you may not have played that are absolutely amazing.
Ginger, have you ever played many of the Monster Hunter games?
Yeah, I feel like they kind of lack a soul. It reminds me of a game that has a really good skeletal structure. You know, like it's there, but there's like no soul to the game. I play the game and I kind of have fun with the game, like the skeletal structure itself, but then there's no like story. It kind of like falls off with me because it just kind of lacks the I don't know the certain something that kind of guides me toward the goal that I'm trying to achieve. And I didn't know I necessarily needed it until I played a game that didn't have it, and then once I played a game that didn't have it, I realized that I actually did need it.
I guess that's a slight difference between you and I, is I quite enjoy them. And I don't even listen to the story. I skip all of it and go straight to hitting the big fire-breathing thing in the face with my Pokemon.
I mean, like I said, I enjoyed the skeletal structure of the game. I just at a certain point, it got to the point while I was playing that I just kind of felt like there was no point, like continuing. And I couldn't find the point to continue. Getting my armor upgraded, getting my weapons upgraded, like why was I doing it exactly? All the hunts started to feel very similar. I mean, it was pretty much the same exact thing multiple times in a row.
That does tend to happen.
I mean,
you start getting into the farm and you eventually hit that point of knowing all the monsters' moves.
I mean,
unless you're going for like a no-hit run or.
It just didn't have the soul that I needed in a video game. I feel like if they took Monster Hunter and they added a soul to it, it would be so much better of a game. And I'm not saying necessarily that it needs tons of dialogue and it needs tons of like cutscenes and things like that. It just needs they need to find an actual reason why I'm hunting these monsters. Like, what is the monster doing? Like, come up with a backstory. Be like, this monster just like destroyed this village or something, and show like a destroyed village, and then I would feel moral outrage and want to go hunt down this monster for because he slew tons of people. But like half the time, it just feels like I'm going into the woods randomly and just attacking a monster that was hurting no one.
They have started to change that a little bit with Rise and Sunbreak. The whole reason you're going out and hunting them is something out there is controlling them and forcing them to attack your village en masse. So you can thin their numbers ahead of time, and then you have to defend it from a horde. And then eventually you find the creature that was controlling them and defeat it. That's the story.
Yeah, I mean, but that's kind of what I'm saying. Is it's like the originals. I can't remember which one I played. I think it was the one on the Nintendo Switch. I don't know which one that one is. And they might be more than one on the Nintendo Switch now, though, so I don't think that really helps.
Well, the newest one is Rise, and the expansion is Sunbreak.
Probably not Rise.
But Rise has just entered its final update, so people are expecting the next major game, the next title game, I guess you could call it, or Monster Hunter's weird, where they have a major release on a console and then they have spin-offs on the on a mobile platform, so the PSP, the Switch, etc. So people are expecting Monster Hunter 6 proper to be coming around sometime next year.
I mean, I'm not like down in the franchise. I just it's with a little bit of work and a little bit of love, I feel like the Monster Hunter franchise could be bigger than anything. Because I feel like they got the skeletal structure down. They've got the base of the game. You know, they know what they want to do. They got all these cool weapons. They got the monster types down and all that other stuff. It's just, if they can figure out the soul part of it, I think they will have a game that might even compete with something like Diablo 2. I mean, it's a little bit more action-orientated. And I think maybe the reason why I kind of didn't like grinding it so much is it really kind of felt like a Street Fighter fighting game when you're fighting. A lot of button pushes, a lot of combos, a lot of doing thing correctly to make sure that you're getting optimal damage output.
A lot of spinning plates.
Yeah, and I just don't know if like me particular, I don't really particularly like the Street Fighter aspect. Like I've always sucked at fighting games, for instance. Like I just always have sucked at them, and I don't know, adding the fighting game aspect into like the RPG aspect kind of. I don't know. It feels too much. Like, yeah, like there's too many spinning plates, and I'm constantly trying to keep them all going.
That also depends on your weapon.
Yes, and that's one of the things that I found out as I went through the weapon types and started to more specifically choose what weapons I liked. I started to find less that required so many spinning plates, and I liked that a little bit. But I also kind of felt like I was missing out. I don't know. Like maybe I was missing out on the spinning plates of justice.
The spinning plate weapons have a tendency to be very explosive and require a high skill count. Or a high skill ceiling, for that matter. Or not ceiling, but skill floor. Charge blade is good. Got to keep your shield charge files full to be dumping amped element discharges into things. And if you're just wanting to punch a monster in the face for 10 minutes, it's not the weapon.
Oh no, I know. I tried out like a whole bunch of different weapons to find the ones that I particularly liked, and it definitely did take me some time to go through all the weapons, though, and that's another complaint, is that you can't really like get a good feel for them without taking them on a hunt. So you would take the weapon on a hunt with you, whether you liked it or not, whether you knew it was any good or not. You would just equip it, go take it on a hunt, and then see how you liked it on the hunt. And then it took many hunts basically for you to try out each weapon. And I think I remember sitting there, like I would just go to the shop. I can't remember exactly what it was, and I'd get the different weapon types, and I'd play around with all the different weapon types, and then I went in, did a hunt with that weapon. I was like, nah, I don't really like this one. I'd do a hunt with another weapon, and I was like, nah, I don't really like this one. And then I'd have some that I kind of liked, some that were okay. Some of them, like you said, just felt like completely overwhelming in terms of what you had to do to maintain like optimal damage with them. They felt crazy. There was a couple of them that were interesting that could like transform in between, like a spear and a shield, and then it turned into like a two-handed weapon too. Those were kind of interesting because they offered you multiple play styles. So, you know, you weren't always stuck with the two-hander, and you weren't always stuck with the, like the one-hand shield combo, so you could kind of flip back and forth between as needed. I can't remember what those were called.
That would be the charge blade. There's the switch axe and the charge blade. The switch axe is a two-handed weapon that swaps between an axe, a two-handed axe and a two-handed sword. The sword needs to be charged before it can be used. The charge blade swaps between a sword and a shield and a two-handed axe.
Yeah,
You
those
can
are
do
ones.
that mostly at will, but a lot of its special cool stuff relies on managing buffs that are available through the weapon and I guess you could say like a mana pool system, or like they call it files. Card files.
Yeah, I remember.
What's going on, Ginger?
What's up, Bobby Billions?
Nothing, just running on an assassin so I can get a feel for the playthrough.
Trying to figure out what I want to play. I was thinking about doing that Thor build that I made up. That Thor Barbarian with the dual crescent moons and...
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
That sounds like a fun one.
Gotta gather a bunch of like lightning small charms and stuff.
Yeah.
Have you considered the Stabazon?
Stabazon. Not sure if I want to do that.
I thought you already did that one of the ladders.
Not the lightning physical.
Are you talking about like the the physical one? I already did the physical one ladder.
No, I thought you did the lightning one.
No, I did a theory craft on the lightning one, but I haven't actually done the lightning one like on ladder. I don't, or maybe I did do the lightning one on ladder. I did that one too. I did the physical and the lightning, I think.
Okay, never mind then.
Yeah, I think I did because I have my infinity. Yeah, I remember making the infinity. So
I've got it. Summon Druid.
I've already done a summon druid too. I haven't done the Thor one yet. I mean, other than that, I was thinking about just doing like one of my tried and trues, but this Thor Barbarian is interesting. It's definitely an interesting one. I mean, with the power of the kinship, I could probably pull it off. I'm gonna need like a full inventory of lightning charms. As many lightning charms as I can get.
I'm not gonna lie. I imagine that your Thor Barbarian would be a lot easier to put together.
Everything except for the Griffin's Eye, which I don't necessarily like need to make the build, but it would definitely be nice. Pretty much everything for that build is pretty cheap, with the exception of the Griffin's Eye diadem and the small charms that I need. The small charms that I need are actually surprisingly ridiculously hard to come by, and I'm gonna have to just make do with whatever I can find. Basically, it'll just be a constant struggle of me just looking for any lightning charms that I can find, asking for lightning charms, and then taking them and comparing them with what I have, and then, you know, just like throwing away the ones that are not as good. And it'll just be a constant upgrade process of getting better lightning charms and better lightning charms. Oh, that was not correct. Way to waste all your money, Daniel. I started summoning ravens from my Hoto. That's a money waster.
Your solo P8 found a Vex rune?
Yes. Found a Vex, found several Pulls, found several Co's, found a several Lems. Doing pretty good, honestly, as far as runes are concerned.
Your chances of finding runes are way better in a P8 run.
I have not found anything close to anything above Vex, though. Nothing above Vex. When I found the Vex, I was like, okay, well, I guess I better make a make a Hoto. That's probably the easiest thing to use your Vex for. And that's what I did.
You'll never regret. You'll never regret it on any caster.
I mean, honestly, it's a pretty solid piece of equipment. Lots of resistances, faster cast, +3 skills. I mean, if I found a like a Heaven's Light or something like that, I would definitely replace it in a heartbeat. But
I guess the only other real one you could feasibly do that would be good is if you were like on a druid or any fire character for a flickering flame.
yeah, and a flickering flame's no good for me though. The only other thing that was even close was an exile. Exile is an ohm, but I knew the chances of me finding an ohm were going to be next to nil, and well, I'm like on episode 4 of this run, pretty much toward the end of it. I still haven't found an ohm rune, so I guess my decision was correct. Even if I did find one like right now, I still wouldn't regret it.
The question is, do you have everything else you need to make a call to arms?
A CTA? I don't know. What's the recipe for CTA again?
Amram Malice, though.
No. I don't have an Ist or a Mal.
Not even death can save you from me.
Oh, great. Why, thank you, Diablo. You gave me one of the worst items in the game. Appreciate it. Absolutely ecstatic. I'm leaving that on the dirt. I'm not even going to bother to bring it back to town and sell it.
Is it one of those items that has no use?
What
One of
do
the
you
like
need?
6 useless items in the game?
Well, it's Kinnan Mills All, which is terrible. Kinnan Mills All is one of those items that just... I mean, first off, even if you were going to go that route, you wouldn't use a two-hander on a Paladin. It's just not worth it.
It looks hilarious, though.
It's got a cool blue blade on it. That's about all I can say. The other thing is that number 2, there's so much better options at the same level. Like you could, I mean, there's like 1,000 better options. You could go to the shop and you could buy like a +3 Holy Fire Scepter, and you could use like a Steel Clash, and you could have +3 and +2 or +1. So you'd at least be at like +4 right there, which is only 2 shy of the Kinnan Mills, and you still get shield, which is a really big bonus for a Paladin. You kind of need the shield. I mean, and there's a bunch of different other ways you could do it. Like, for instance, Hexfire, or what's is Hexfire the low level one, or is there another one that's a low level one? I can't remember. There's two, right? The sword, the low-level sword. What is it called?
Yeah, there's one with +2 and one with +3.
Yeah, there's a low-level sword. I think it's got like dual leech and a bunch of other things that also is plus fire skills. I think it's Hell Plague. Is it Hell Plague?
Yeah, Hell Plague.
Yeah, you can use Hell Plague and you could use Steel Clash together, and that's a pretty good combo as well. Way better than frickin' that stupid thing.
I think Hell Plague might be the higher one, and Hexfire's the lower one.
What is Uber difficulty? Uber difficulty is taking my solo self-found P8 character and doing Ubers at P8. That's what that is. So it's making another difficulty past the original 3. So I have to complete the Ubers in P8 using the following rules. Those are the rules that I have to adhere to. I don't know why I never made a video about the solo self-found run. Yeah, Steel Driver. Probably should make a video explaining the solo self-found run, what it is, why it's fun to do. It really tests your knowledge of the game, though. I think that's one of the coolest thing about it. Is it really just tests how well you know the game. Because if you don't know the game very well, you're gonna do pretty poorly in solo self-found. You're gonna struggle. They'll be like, "Oh man, I just put an infinity on it, and I just." You'd be like, "All right, sure, all right, get yourself an infinity on solo self-found." You know what? I want to see that actually. Let's live stream this, Jack.
Hail to you.
I want to see you get this infinity on solo self-found.
Generally, I consider something like an Istrune to be the upper limit of solo self-found possibility.
I don't know. I've been exploiting my knowledge pretty heavily when it comes to this, and I've found that exploiting my knowledge comes with higher than Istrune possibilities. The low rune that I found on my Barbarian came from me exploiting the super chests down in Sewers level 2, which turns out to be a really good place to go, by the way. And using my knowledge of specific zones, it seems like you can get higher. I mean, it does take a little bit of luck, but using your knowledge, you can minimize the chance, maximize your chances, basically. And I feel like maximizing your chances does give you a little bit more of a chance than just ist runes.
Well, I'm just talking about like things you can reliably count on.
Well, but here's the thing, though.
Excluding luck, if you're trying to farm a particular set of unique gear.
Oh yeah, uniques are really hard, much harder to come by, I think, than runes are. Like
Which is why
if I went into a run and said I'm gonna get a Burr rune, and if I went into a run and said I'm gonna get an Astrion's, which one do you think is more likely? Probably the Burr rune, right? Like statistically, it's probably more likely I'll get a Burr rune than an Astrion's.
I have to disagree because I found an Astrion's and 2 Mang Songs, and I don't even know if I found an Astrion's. I don't think I have. I found a garbage one.
But I found several Burr runes. In the time I've been playing, I've found several Burrs.
I found 2 SOJs in like 3 weeks, and I've never seen a Burr rune. So.
Well, you're a hacker, so we already established that earlier. Let's.
my experience is that certain uniques are just far more common for me than rune drops.
Well, let's look at it a different way too. What's the lowest monster that I can kill that will drop me a burr rune?
That's true.
Like, can I get a burr rune from Nightmare TZs?
I think so. Yes.
Like, could I get a burr rune in Act 2, Hell difficulty, etc.? Like, when you're talking about a solo self-found run, the solo self-found run's over when you kill Bale, right? So how much of the solo self-found run is actually going to be in 85 zones that can actually drop the Astrions? Because doesn't Astrions require a TC-87? So at the same time, I think that just like in the solo self-found realm entirely, especially since it ends at Bale, there's very little possibility. There's very little areas. Like, unless you start farming 85 zones specifically, you're not going to see many chances to actually even find one.
That's fair. You do have more things to get it. It's just in my experience, I find high runes to be a lot more difficult to find than
Now that's an interesting draw.
TC-87.
A Hone Sudan.
Hell, got that perfect death suit. Still haven't seen it.
The Hone Sudan is such an interesting item for mercenaries. I mean, I do like having the meditation aura, don't get me wrong, but man, Hone Sudan will freaking knock the socks off some monsters. Wish it was Eth, though. If it was Eth, that would have been even better.
Pump a bunch of Ohm runes into it.
Oh, generally you go like, just for a merc, like a kind of like a merc weapon, you just do 2 shales and like an am rune. That way it's really fast and it has lifesteal on it. And then you don't have to worry about lifesteal from any other source. They really don't need the Talrash's fine spun cloth. So what are you up to, Bob?
Having somebody open some hell cows for me.
You found 7 Sojas in 1 month? OMAC? That's freaking insane. Okay, I take it back, third gear. You're not a hacker anymore. But OMAC, on the other hand,
Can I just go hang out around him?
I think OMAC might actually be cheating. I don't know. I found a Talrash's and used that for a little while for Magic Find, and then I found a gold wrap. And now I'm selling the Talrash's to the NPC. I don't want you anymore. I don't want you anymore. God, what am I sitting at for Magic Find now? I took off like everything I had pretty much to throw on this Magic Find equipment. 298% Magic Find. You'd think I would have got something good by now.
I don't know, you only got like 140%.
What? I can't hear you over my spamming holy bolts.
I said you only have like 140% drop. You're only at like 2.4.
Sorry, Diablo was dying very loudly. What'd you say?
You're only at like 140% chance to drop a unique. 140% bonus, so 2.4% chance.
Arcanas, Civerbs, Cathins, junk. Might be worth selling. +1 find item. Junk. Okay. He dropped me 3 greens, which I guess shows I got Magic Find, but... Honestly, it's been my experience that even just a tiny bit of Magic Find makes a huge difference in the number of uniques. I don't know I don't know what it is exactly. I know that I know the numbers. I've made videos on the the diminishing returns and all that other stuff. But I swear, if you take a 0 MF character and you just give him 50% magic find, and you do a bunch of runs and you compare the drops from a 0 magic find character to just a 50% increase, it's massive. Like the number of uniques that the 50% magic finder gets is massive compared to the 0.
That's true.
But you increase it from like 50 to 200, and I mean, yeah, you get more, but it's not going to be like anywhere near as much as that increase, that initial increase from 50, that 0 to 50. It's like just adding a little bit of magic find into the equation, just a tiny bit. Doesn't even matter how much it is. Seems to have drastic changes on the way that your character like finds items.
I find 170% magic find.
Well, they do drop blues. I mean, that just means your magic find's working, right?
At 169% specifically, you double your drop. So I tend to find that it's really easy to hit that mark without a whole lot of sacrifice.
I mean, that's basically what I tell most people. Is about 200% is your sweet spot, and once you hit around 200%, and I don't even say 200% exactly, just once you get around 200%, you're usually in a good spot. You can stop pumping it as much. You don't gotta pump your magic find to like 500%. You can keep your kill speed up. That's kind of the most important thing. I mean, that's why I'm in Nightmare right now, because it's more about kill speed than anything else. So if I go to Hell difficulty, yeah, I can kill stuff there, but it's not really particularly very fast. And I mean, and I'd have to lower my magic find to increase my kill speed, and it would go way too low.
Are you in single player?
Yeah.
Like, do you have Terror Zones turned on?
Yeah. I could go into whatever the terror zone is if it matches up with my skill set. I mean, I was thinking about it. Right now I'm just running Diablo though, because I figure Diablo is a good chance for a lot of the items that I'm trying to get my hands on. I mean, I know for a fact he can drop G-Phase. I know for a fact he can drop Haas. I know for a fact he drops I'm trying to remember the other items right off the top of my head, but I mean, I can get a lot of runes here too. I mean, this is Nightmare difficulty, so pretty much most of the runes that you might want can actually drop here. I can't remember what the exact limit is, but I'm pretty sure that I could get, for instance, a Gull rune, which would definitely be nice. Oh, and as I say that, an rune falls on the ground. Oh, good. If I ever find my Haas, I can put that rune in the shield. That's a pretty solid little doojank right there. Yeah, I mean, you could dial that back a little bit, Hanivrin, and you could up your kill speed a bit, because 527% magic find is I mean, congrats on the accomplishment of hitting that kind of magic find, but prioritize your kill speed a little bit. Drop your magic find down.
What class are you?
He's ice sorceress.
In that, I mean, how many plus skills are you giving up to that?
I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying, is if you prioritize your damage output a little bit, I think you'll notice that you'll get more stuff because you can kill faster. I know your kill speed is probably not the greatest with 527% magic find.
If you're leaving like plus 5 skills on the table for 300% magic find, I don't think it's worth it.
That all depends, really. If he's doing P1, then he can stack as much MF as he wants, as long as he's wearing decent plus to skills gear, he'll be fine. If he's doing anything over P3, really, he wants to prioritize kill speed for sure.
Oh, Bob. I'm thinking about doing a self-cast Holy Shock Paladin. That's what it is.
I told him to
What
talk to
do
you.
advise? Yes. What do you advise?
Hold on 1 second. Let's see if I can get it actually all set up right now, because I might be able to.
Tear haunches. I got my town slippers.
Impossible.
I got yay old town slippers.
You know, tier haunches would be a lot better if they were O skills.
You're not wrong.
I bet I get behind that. That'd be all right.
I think a lot of the low-level uniques that give you skills like that would be a lot more interesting if they were O skills.
Honestly, tier haunches are not bad boots. The problem
They're
with
not.
the problem with tier haunches is that they're not the other boots that you want to wear. They're not gore riders. They're not it's like there's nothing particularly wrong with them. They just don't have crushing blow, deadly strike, and open wounds on them.
Right, but I'm thinking that for example, if it was an O skill, all of a sudden it becomes more interesting to use on casters that don't have teleport. So everybody that's not the sorceress.
Alright, so I can go through the list of the gear that I had and then what you really want in like best in slot stuff. So I
posted a link to my thinking in the D2 Kinship Ladder chat.
Yeah, take a look at his.
How far back can you?
It's
Not
only
very
like 3
far.
bars back. It's not that bad.
D2R Kinship Ladder chat. Oh, okay. Max roll.
That's his idea.
And I would like a critique because I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like there's something I'm not seeing because I've never built this character before.
Alright, so first thing is first. Unfortunately, if you don't have Enigma, you can't control your Conviction aura. So
Wasn't
it's
planning on using Conviction?
no, you'd use Conviction on your Merc.
Yeah, through Infinity, I wasn't planning on doing that. I'm a cheapskate. I don't particularly feel like trying to.
I mean, you could use plague. It's not really that big of a deal.
That's true.
But
Yes,
the difference between the two versus immune monsters is negligible. It's pretty much the same.
So, if you're
So if you
not
use plague
doing the
mode,
FCR build, which it doesn't look like you're doing because you're not teleporting, so it really doesn't matter all that much. You're gonna have a problem with damage reduction.
Physical damage reduction?
Yeah, so I would swap out the arachnids for string of ears. And I would swap out whatever jewel you have in the Haws for damage reduction too.
I take it mana's not generally a big problem then.
I mean, you're just healing. I can't
Yeah,
really
no.
imagine you're gonna have much problem with just Zeal. If you start throwing in other stuff, maybe. But Zeal's only 2 mana, and it doesn't go up in mana cost, so you just need 2 mana.
The lifesteal is fine here. Dual Leech Crushing Blow is fine.
What an interestingly odd amulet. 10% chance to cast level 3 Hydro, 1 Assassin, 6% Mana Leech, and 10 All Res.
I'm almost 100% positive that you don't need High Lord's Amulet.
The calculator for attack speed says I don't hit my max breakpoint without the 15 IAS, Jewel in the Haws, and High Lords. Take either of them off and I drop below 5.2 attack, 5.21 attack per second. Although I don't know how their calculator runs.
I mean, an interesting option is that instead of going with Infinity, you're going with the cheaper route, which is Plague, which is really easy to get your hands on. You could,
you could have Plague,
run,
Hustle.
you could run Hustle, and then you could have the Fanaticism on your Merc. It's a really short range, but your Merc, so as melee characters, since you sync up, you should always be within vicinity of each other anyway. So you're meleeing, he's meleeing. You should always be basically next to each other. It's not like the same situation where you have like a boson with like a melee or vice versa.
The AI for the Act 5 Merc is way better than the Act 2.
And honestly, that's probably a good way to do it.
I hadn't thought about that.
And then that way you get the lower resistance curse. You get the really nice, obviously the cleansing aura, right? And then you'd also have the fanaticism aura too on top of that. And hustle's cheap as dirt. So.
Oh yeah, it's really the base.
I mean, mythic, yeah, 3 socket, like mythical sword or cryptic sword or something like that, yeah.
Also, you are not gonna need a lot of Crushing Blow. I promise you.
Oh, so the damage
you don't need Goblin Toes. You could throw pretty much any pair of boots here. It does not matter.
No, I'd go with Gores because that would make sure you got your open wounds.
Get open wounds from the Crescent Moon.
Yeah.
Crescent Moon. Oh, that's right. Crescent Moon does have open wounds, so yeah, you don't even need that.
That's why I just defaulted.
You could even throw in a pair of Sandstorm Treks into here, and it would be nice.
Well, if I do run into mana problems, there's always the Silver.
I mean, if you're not gonna do the, I don't even know. That's not even possible, is it? How many points does it take to cap out Holy Shock? It's 20.
It's 60.
60 to cap it out.
Yep.
If not including teching down to it.
Yeah, it's 63 total points to cap everything with Holy Shock.
I just, me and my stupid designs and stuff like that. I was thinking maybe he could even throw the Godzilla in there and just use the principal armor, since he's not going to be using Enigma. That way he'd have the Holy Bolt spam.
Nah, he's got Cull on right now, and that's
tons of resistances. Tons of resistances. But at the same time, as a Paladin, you don't generally need lots of resistances. It's not like the sword. It's not like the Amazons and stuff like that always are desperate for res.
I only have 2 sources of res: the Haws and.
To be fair, you probably want Spirit Shield over Haws.
See, that was the discussion we were coming up with, and
because you need the faster hit recovery. It's not about anything else other than the faster hit recovery.
Oh, he doesn't have any faster recovery from any other sources?
No.
Well, what
nowhere.
about boots?
That'll only give 10. He wants...
Isn't there like a really
30?
good faster
I think it's
recovery?
30.
I thought there was some really good faster recovery boots.
Well,
I mean, he's not
correct
using the
me if
boots for
I'm-
anything else, so...
Correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't Verdungos come with faster hit recovery?
Yes.
How much?
It's 10.
Oh. I'd have to go with a really nice belt then, with 24, and pick up the boots. Or
Yeah,
I
because
mean-
you're not going to need the life leech on the...
The problem is you're going with Dungos or String for the 15% damage reduction, which is...
Yeah, you really just want the damage reduction in that slot
So-
for sure.
You-
So with a lack of faster hit recovery, I would want to try and get it on the belt and the boots.
Yes.
And then I might need to... I still have some charm inventory I'm not using, so...
I mean, resistances you can definitely pad out with your charms. Faster hit recovery you can pad out with your charms a little bit, but it's not... You're not going to be able to like really hit breakpoints with the charms.
Well-
It's really just about, like, when it comes to charms, you're just kind of like padding out what you already have. Like, if you just need an extra 5 or an extra 8% or whatever, you can
What-
totally get that with your charms, but you're not going to be able to make up like 40% missing with the charms.
No,
it
but
doesn't
he said
work.
I only need like 30%.
Hmm.
So Dungos gives me 10, and you said there was a pair of boots that gives me 10.
Well, I mean, if
So
you get...
I only need 10% to hit his suggested breakpoint.
Well, the thing is, though, is okay. So, you're going with you're gonna go with chains, which is great, but it's gonna take you a while to get access to that chains. In the meantime, you're
true.
gonna need
I
life
have-
leech, and there's
I
no
have
life leech
no
on
intention-
Dungos.
I have no intention of starting.
But there's no life leech on Dungos. That's the thing. So you're looking at your string of ears is gonna give you the life leech you need. It's gonna give you, what is it, 8%?
Is the life leech
Yeah,
even
6 to 8.
useful?
The more life leech you have, the better it will be. Yes, you will
I
notice.
I deal almost no physical damage.
But you will notice the life leech. If you were missing,
Because you're not wearing vamps, you need to have life leech somewhere. Like, you have to if you're not going to wear the vamp braces.
it's
I don't intend to use him as my starter. I intend to start as someone else, and I don't intend to play the next D4 season. I'm just gonna focus on a wind druid and seeing if I can't make a.
And as crazy as it is to say this, you're not going to want this BK ring. You're going to want a big attack rating rare ring.
Oh, see, that's why I was using the Ariox needle on the blessed aim. All right, I gotta take my dog out. I'll be right back.
Heard.
this is why I've fallen in love with negative targets defense, because negative targets defense is amazing, and then you never have to worry about your attack rating again.
It's so good. As soon as you hit that one time, it's just like tick, 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 tick.
I really wish they'd add another rune into the game that's like not weapon related, but just that you could just throw like a rune into any piece of equipment and just get like some negative targets defense.
Yo.
Just make it really rare or
What else-
something.
what else
I
does
don't
he
care.
have for points?
It would be a big change for melee characters.
Oh, he maxed out Holy Shield.
I mean, Holy Shield is really nice to max out on the Paladin. It is. It really is. I've done it a couple times, and I've went both ways with the 1 point and then the plus to skills and then the leveling it up to max. It makes so much. It makes so much of a difference in your HP as well, because you don't need as much dex to max out your block chance. But since he's using a phase blade, he's going to need
Exactly.
136
That's what I was
anyway. So
Yeah, and he's gonna need even less than that because he's using a Hawes. So what he should do is dump the points from Holy Shield and put it into the passive attack rating of Blessed Aim.
I am overburdened. I don't know. One thing I was thinking about is my God Sealer. I was wondering how much more powerful he'd be now that the Sunder Charms are in the game. And how I'd change his equipment around a little bit. Because remember, I made him back before Sunder Charms were added.
You didn't even really need Sunder Charms, though, did you?
Yeah, but the Sunder Charm would have changed things a little bit. It would have made things more interesting, I think. Upped my damage considerably, I feel like.
You just got around it by having multiple types of damage.
What?
You just got around it by having multiple types of damage.
Oh, well, no, with the Godzilla I did. I was dealing out physical, I was dealing out holy damage, and I was dealing out lightning. So I was dealing out 3 different forms of damage.
Yeah, I actually don't think... I think the Sunder Charm would hurt you more than it would help you, to be honest, on that build.
I don't know, there's something to be said for the instantaneous removal of the immunity versus waiting. I don't know if you've ever played that character before, like pre-Sunder Charm, but Conviction has this nasty delay because it's on a pulse, right? So it's like 1, 2, 3 pulse, 1, 2, 3 pulse, right? So it doesn't actually affect the monsters immediately. So when you zoom into a group of monsters, there's a large number of times where you'll zoom in the middle of a pulse or like at the end of a pulse or something like that, and it takes like 3 seconds before the Conviction aura actually hits the target and they become broken. And I just think it would be really nice with that build to have them be automatically broken before the Conviction aura hits them. And then once the Conviction aura hits them, of course, it would be even more broken, but you wouldn't have to wait for that odd delay time. A circlet. Belly. Garbage. I bet you that jank worth money, though. Money in the bank. It's the money in the bank. Based on a quick research, Nightmare regular monsters and terror zones can drop up to a low, and elites and champions can drop up to a burr. Yeah, I think you're probably right, because I remember looking it up one time before. I just don't remember exactly right this second. It was actually surprising how high you could get rune-wise in Nightmare difficulty. You know what I did find earlier, Bob? I don't know if I told you.
What'd you find?
Look at this thing. I've been looking for stuff like this my entire life playing games, and I found it during a solo self-found run when I didn't need it.
Did you take a screenshot and post it somewhere? I don't actually have your stream open right now.
Oh, it's a cruel tomahawk of the swiftness. 30% increased attack speed.
Tomahawk of the swiftness.
It's 250% enhanced with 30% increased attack speed.
Yeah, CCBOQs used to go for used to be very popular, very wanted.
Oh yeah, they were insane.
Cruel cloth blade of quickness.
Just can't believe I actually found one. Really nice roll on the cruel too. 250% is pretty good. I seem to remember cruel rolling pretty low. Doesn't it roll as low as like 180 or something?
I honestly don't remember. To be fair.
But 250 just seems high. Seems high.
Yeah, because it goes up to what, 300, and then
300.
The secondary ED mod rolls 150, so it can go to 450.
Mm-hmm.
Time to hop back on my assassin.
Them sandwiches were good.
To you, champion.
Cruel Colossus Blade of the Quickness. The quickness. Get down with the quickness. Get down with the quickness. I'm still so proud of that little tomahawk that I found back in like season 1. That stupid one that was like it rolled increased attack speed. It was ethereal. It had repairs durability on it. It was like 300 damage, and it was only like level 40. And I don't know. What?
Oh, cow just smacked me wicked hard right in the face.
Oh. It was a ridiculous tomahawk. I used to give it to all my characters when they were leveling up. I'm like, oh, level up new character? Here, have the god tomahawk. I think I lent it out a couple times too. I was like, oh, you're leveling up? Here, have the god tomahawk. This tomahawk was made for leveling, and that's just what it'll do. This tomahawk will force your character to level all over goo. Well, I found out the dumbest thing about Psychic Hammer earlier while I was doing the Psychic Hammer video. Did you know that
Oh yeah, what's that?
Did you know that Psychic Hammer can be used for scouting? So, Psychic Hammer attacks within a radius of where you click. So if you click at any point, doesn't matter, it will attack in that radius. However, Psychic Hammer doesn't attack if there's no monster. There's some weird quirk about the way that the skill works. It just doesn't attack unless there's actually a monster there. So if you have Psychic Hammer and you utilize it on your assassin and you hold it at the edge of the screen, all the way toward the edge of the screen, and you just basically hold down the button, it won't fire. So you move your mouse along the edge of the screen, it will only fire when it encounters an enemy. It won't actually aggro the enemy either because they're at maximum range, and so I guess something happens that they don't really aggro because they're too far away.
Yeah, they don't understand why they're dying. They're just dying.
Yeah, well, so basically you use it to actually like scout where the monsters are in a given field without actually going there to fight them. Kind of the same way that like an Amazon might use decoy, like cast the decoy far in advance and see what's out there.
Yeah.
It's just kind of interesting little quirk of the skill. So if you're ever in a situation where you're, worried that you might get your butt kicked, or maybe hardcore specifically, you can literally just move the mouse around the screen and see how many. It also tells you how many monsters there are, and obviously where they are too, because now you know the direction that they're in. And it was kind of interesting to find that out about the skill.
Yeah, that's not bad. Assassins have always been pretty good at scouting, though. Like, they just get to lay traps and wait.
A unique war axe you shouldn't have. No, really, you shouldn't. You shouldn't. Wow. A unique defender. There's some items in the game, like in Diablo. I'm not really sure what they were thinking when they created them. The Defender, which is that the elite version, or I can't even remember what the elite version is actually off the top of my head. The little buckler, like whatever the buckler is in the normal difficulty, and then it's like the Defender or whatever. The elite version is only capable of one socket. Like you can't do anything with it. It's only capable of one socket. It's a maximum number of sockets is one. So if you ever find one, a white Defender, and you think maybe you could throw like a rhyme in there or something, no, you can't throw a rhyme in it. Yeah, no. I can't believe you just bone prisoned me, you little punk. That's rude. That's what that is. It's Rodad. Spikes. I don't know, I never realized how freaking huge the spikes are on Diablo's back.
Alright, I'm back.
No, no more luck, aggro. No luck. No luck at all. Negative luck. Kill him, Merc. Executioner sword. Good old sword guard just fell on the ground. I don't think my Paladin's going to be running around with a sword guard anytime soon. I'll tell you, the one character in the game that looks the silliest with a two-handed weapon is the freaking Amazon. She looks so silly. She looked like a little kid who's got like a big old like mallet or something, and she's ready to like ka-conk you on the head. And she's running around with that jank, just like.
All right, so there you go. Make the two-handed passives on.
I heard it down.
Run around with like Steel Driver.
He's trying to set me up. He trying to set me up.
I think it'd be hilarious.
Gear, you played a Poison Necro, right?
Yes.
How was that?
Before or after Death's Web?
Both?
Because that's the defining moment. After Death's Web, they're quite fun. Prior to Death's Web, they're just not really worth it.
You need lots of negative res to make the build work. It's
You can get, like, how do I put this? If you were wanting to run a budget, Trang set and a Death's Web. Do you have a Death's Web?
You also need lots of plus to skills too.
What ladder's not here yet?
Oh yeah, he wants to start as a poison necro.
Oh, I wouldn't advise starting.
I think even with proper gear, starting as a poison necro is pretty difficult. I mean, first off, you don't even get access to poison nova until quite a ways into your play. So, and you have to put points into the other two skills, which, quite honestly, the other two skills are very not great. And they don't really follow along with what you're trying to do either. So, like, even if you did build a poison dagger necromancer, which I've done it successfully, and it works, it's a completely different build than building a poison nova necromancer.
Poison just requires so much negative res in general that...
But there's so much available.
What do you mean?
With Bramble and Death's Web, you can hit 100.
Yeah, but you're talking about expensive items.
Yeah, do you have any idea what's the... Let's find out what a Bramble requires.
It's a Sur rune.
Oh, it's a Sur rune?
I'm pretty sure it's a Sur rune. It's expensive as all get out. It's half a burr. So you do and on top of that, it rolls very poorly. So you could make yourself a Bramble and end up with like the worst roll imaginable, and it basically gives you nothing.
Yeah, so a Bramble is poison skill damage, not negative res.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And it rolls 25 to 50% poison skill damage, and it's Ral, Ohm, Sur, F. So...
Oh yeah, Ral, Ohm, Sur, F, my bad. Yeah, that's right. It's basically a burr rune, because it's Sur and Ohm, so you're...
And a decent Death's Web is going to run you a burr rune.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's a little conservative, because I feel like decent ones usually go for more than that.
They do, but I'm talking if you're just looking to get it up and running as fast as possible, you're basically looking at 2 burr as your start if you want to run Bramble. The Trang set will give you negative res and some poison skill damage.
Wouldn't a good budget option besides Death's Web would be a Plague Sword? Doesn't Plague also have negative res? It's got like 20, what is it, like 25% or something? And it has +2 skills. I mean, it's a lot cheaper than a Death's Web, that's for sure. And could hold you over for a little while until you get your hands on it.
Plague rolls 1 to 2 skills.
Negative 23.
And negative 23.
Negative 23.
So
Is
you
it
could get
budget?
by with that.
Budget is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Budget.
and that's still Cham.
And you could trade.
Shale
You
up.
could trade that off later. Like a Plague is definitely something that you could trade off later. I'm not sure you'd be able to trade it off later if you make it in like a really crappy sword.
Still, the
You'd probably
starter.
you'd probably
the
have to make it
starter
in
a
something that
decent
would actually be
base.
used. Yeah.
Right. But the problem is, as a starter, you're still looking at Cham to get rolling. Cham and a Trang set.
The problem
where
with
you actually start to function.
the problem with Death's Web is it has a lot of rolls on it, Darkado. So you can get really bad ones. I don't know how bad they roll, but I remember some of them do get pretty bad.
As far as I know, it's like 1 to 2 wall skills, 1 to 2 poison and bone skills. And then it's like 20 to 50 negative poison res, and then like 3 to 14 mana on kill.
Death's Web, it's 40 to 50, I thought.
Is it? Is it actually not as horrible?
I think so. I think it's 40 to 50.
Well, the plus to skills is part of it.
It wasn't going to be a starter. It's going to be a late game. Just nobody ever does poison.
Yeah, I made one, but I found my perfect death spread.
Lucky SOB.
It wasn't perfect. It rolled terrible mana 10 life. Okay, so it's 1 to 2 all skills, 1 to 2 poison and bone skills, 40 to 50 poison, negative poison range, 7 to 12 mana after each skill, 7 to 12 life after each skill. So if you get a 1/140, they're dirt cheap. But they're in comparison to Death's Web, you're still looking at like a Vex or an Ohm for a 1/140. I managed to pick up a 225710. That's what I found. That's why I made it. If you're not going to start with it, go for it. But be prepared for it to eat all of your wealth.
I mean, in the kinship, specifically. Like, we can carry you. It's not that big of a deal. But you might get frustrated not be able to do things on your own.
Yeah.
I started just a summoner necro and then transfer over. That worked.
I mean, Summoner is like one of the easiest ones to build. That's the whole naked mancer. I mean, legitimately, you can pretty much just be naked and still do pretty well on the summon necromancer.
Well, I mean, what is it? The best in slot summoner gear is stuff that you find in Act 1. Normal.
Well, summoner is the second cheapest class. Javazon is technically the cheapest.
How would Kevin? Well,
I think the necromancer is cheaper just simply from the fact that you can basically just flood that character with magic find, which is part of the fun part about it. You just literally put on as much magic find equipment as you can possibly put on. And it doesn't matter because most of your gear doesn't matter anyway. As long as you put your points in right for the majority of the game, you're pretty golden. It's not until you get to hell difficulty where you start taking on, you know, like really tough monsters that you need plus to skill equipment. And by then you usually have, you know, some decent plus to skill equipment that you can throw on that also has magic find on it. So then you're running even better.
Well, I'm clearing players 1 with a Javazon with just the starter javelin. Nothing else, literally. Inhale. Lightning Fury is just too overpowered.
Oh no, it's good. It's I've done it before too. I don't particularly think it's better than the Necromancer though.
It's functional. Necromancer makes me feel a whole lot better.
I feel like the Necromancer specifically, especially with the corpse explosion, can pretty much just take out anything. You level you get to level 20 corpse explosion, and let your plus the skills do a little bit of work too. You pop a corpse and it literally hits the entire screen.
They don't. Summoners don't do well.
I mean, it depends. I found that if you get a good mercenary, you can linchpin. I call it the linchpin of my army. So the army basically just runs distraction. Like, you don't necessarily need to have the army killing things. You get a decent mercenary with something like a obedience man catcher, which isn't too hard to come by, and then the mercenary acts as the linchpin, finishing off any targets that he comes to. So your army's dishing out a decent amount of damage, but they're not necessarily killing everything very fast. And then your mercenary runs around from target to target with his freaking OP obedience weapon, and he just annihilates each target individually. And then what you do is you start corpse exploding everything, and you really only need him to kill a couple corpses before you get the chain going, and then everything dies.
Except on higher player counts where corpse explosion still runs off of enemy baseline.
Even in higher player counts, you can still do it. It just takes a couple more pops. When you can hit everything on the entire screen, it's a little different than lower level corpse explosions.
When you are the AO.
I mean, at a high level with all the plus to skills, corpse explosion can literally hit the entire screen and a little bit further. So every time you pop a corpse, you're dishing out damage to everything within radius. It gets kind of insane at a certain point. And then on top of that, if you have somebody with you, who is maybe killing one or two things themselves, also acting as a linchpin for you, you can explode their corpses.
Everybody loves a horde of things to absorb damage.
I mean, a lot of the times when you get into a big group, you might not even necessarily be using any other skills. You're just holding down the corpse exploding button and, and laughing as everything dies.
Unless you're playing with a frozen arrow.
Hey. A disclaimer in advance, okay? I didn't put a Necromancer in my group, okay? My starter group. I knew.
Yeah, it was not pleasant. Everything's dead. I have no army and I can't blow anything up because they're not on.
Okay, well, you know. They can't res anything either, alright? So
that's true, but all I was there for was a lower res bot.
I mean, you can kill things with your army on players 8. That's not necessarily an issue. It's the issue is that you can't kill everything. So your army spreads out the damage too much, and you have to understand how to marshal your army properly. It's a whole part of being a summoning necro. And before you have something like an Enigma or a teleport staff or something that you can marshal the army with, you have to know how to do it without the teleport item. You have to know how to force your army to focus its damage, because when your army focuses its damage, everything dies.
It's amazing, yes.
It's a matter of when I say marshaling your army, what I mean is your minion and your army and all sorts of other things that are considered to be minions are tethered to you with an invisible line. It's like a leash, right? If you run too far away from your minion, he will teleport to you like this. You notice that? So he teleported to me to make up the gap. Well, with the Necromancer, your minions will often spend a lot of their time fighting random monsters spread out across the entire battlefield, which is stupid. Right? You don't want all of your minions attacking one monster each spread out across the battlefield like some sort of attacking army. You want something different. You want your minions to all be attacking the same target, focusing their damage, and dishing out as much as they possibly can. Well, you can often do this just by simply marshaling your army in various ways. One way is you can use the town portal. So believe it or not, like if you're fighting Diablo or something and you want to marshal your army on Diablo, put a portal right here, portal to town, portal back. Your entire army will be stuck directly on top of you and directly on top of Diablo. Bam! You've now marshaled the entire army without the need of a teleport skill. Running away as fast as you can also cause them to teleport to you, which is the whole thing, and I would do that all the time. So it's one of the simplest ways that you can cause your army to marshal towards you is just simply running out of their range, forcing them to automatically teleport towards you. It's a little bit more difficult in tight spaces, but there's a whole art form to it. I spend most of my time running around forcing my army to go where I want them to go. And then once you get your teleport amulet, which I don't really like doing the Enigma, but a teleport amulet is more than enough, because once you have the teleport amulet, usually with some nice necromancer skills on it and stuff like that, you can very easily just telestomp things. And once you start to be able to telestomp things, that's where things really get interesting. I don't really like swapping to the staff, because I feel like it kills my skeletons, first off, which I don't like. I don't like it killing my skeletons. So, you know, when you swap to it and then you swap back, you also lose your block chance, which I'm a very in-your-face necromancer, so I like to go in there in the thick of it and force my army to fight. So a lot of the times I'll run through my army and I need my shield on. And I just don't like swapping to the staff and then swapping back. I would much rather prefer just the amulet, because that way I don't have to swap back and forth. Or a circlet. Teleport on a circlet too also is nice.
What do you need?
Just a non-swap item. Holy Bolt is so much faster than what, Brian? I'm currently wearing all Magic Find equipment, so my kill speed is completely and utterly not correct. I got none of my Crushing Blow equipment on. I literally took off like half of my stuff just so I could stack on Magic Finds. So it's not even, you can't even really compare what my damage is right now between various things. I'm what am I rocking, like 300 some odd % Magic Find at the moment? I'd have to check real quick. What am I rocking?
You're gonna find more Magic Find gear.
I am rocking 298% right now, Magic Find. And then my Mercenary is rocking 23% and 39%. So what is that? 62%? He's running 62% Magic Find as well. And I'm trying to let him get the Killing Blow as well on Diablo to maximize the Magic Find amount.
He does inherit your Magic Find.
Yep. Nah, that's what I'm telling you, is my smite is not doing the damage that it would normally be doing because I don't have any of my equipment on that I would normally have on. I even found these Magic Find boots earlier and took off my Goblin Toes because I'm like, an extra 25% Magic Find. Don't mind if I do. And as soon as I stop Magic Finding and go back to actually killing stuff in like hell difficulty, I'm gonna take all this crap off. My Fist of the Heavens just wrecks here, so I figure, you know what, I'm just gonna roll with the Fist of the Heavens for right now for the Magic Finding portion of this adventure. I wouldn't use Fist of the Heavens on Big Butt though. Big Butt gets Holy Bolt. When did I find the Grizz armor? Day 2 or episode 2 or something like that? I don't know. I put 3P topazes in it, using it for Magic Finding.
I'm trying to figure out what my second character will be.
Second character? You already playing in a second character?
Well, yeah, I usually pick a starter, and I usually try to pick a second character to change for a change of playstyle.
See, I usually just like to suffer. I pick my character, and I'm like, I don't know, just like I don't play Hammerdens, but let's use a Hammerden as an example. I'd be like, I'd play the Hammerden, and they'd be like, oh, well, you should totally do Holy Fire until you get your hammers, and I'd be like, nope. I'm just gonna suffer. I'm gonna be a Hammerden the whole way up.
Well, I don't think I'm going to do that, but for me, it's more like I want to start as a Wind Druid.
I would be a Wind Druid the whole way up.
I was planning on doing that by just dumping all my points into Arctic Blast.
No, Arctic Blast isn't a synergy for anything, so it doesn't work.
Yeah, it is.
It's a synergy for the stun length duration on Twister, but that's about it.
Yeah, and with the next hit delay changes, I think it's worth it. A 0.4 second stun versus a 2 second stun, suddenly that's a decent amount of crowd control on top of all of the summons.
I see what you're going for.
I played a Shockwave Druid in Season 4 and quickly switched to an Assassin.
You're wondering how I'm playing P8 with this what and what and what?
Well, I won't be just focusing on Twister. It'll be a standard Wind Druid, but with your standard Wind Druid, you end up with basically 20 points left over that you don't know what to do with. Most people either put it into Bear or Oak Sage for more life. I figure, why not just dump it into Arctic Blast? It's going to be surprisingly helpful early on, because Arctic Blast and Hurricane combined are the same damage output as Tornado.
Arctic
if you run into-
Blast is... So,
Garbage.
well, you're talking to a guy who actually built that before. So I actually built an Arctic Blast Druid before. And it does work well with the Hurricane. It does. But you do have to stand still, and you kind of... I mean, it's...
Now, I have a question. Are physical immune monsters also immune to stuns from physical attacks? Or do they still get stunned but take no damage?
I mean, all monsters can be stunned, except for, like, bosses. Even elites can be stunned if you hit them enough times with a stun. You gotta like beat them in the head with the stun, though. It doesn't work the first time. You gotta keep hitting them with it until it eventually does work.
Right, but the point I'm getting at is, with it being a stun length duration increase, if I run into something that's a physical immune as a Wind Druid, normally it's stand there and wait for Hurricane to kill it, or ignore it. So I dump those points into Arctic Blast. The Hurricane and Arctic Blast combined have roughly the same damage output as just a Tornado. With all of the summons on the field, standing still isn't necessarily a big problem. And throw in the fact that I'll have the crowd control from Twister because of the next hit delay changes, and I don't see it actually being a huge problem. It may not be great. It's not going to be as good as just getting a Reaper's Toll to solve the problem. But I'm not going to be able to start with a Reaper's Toll. I'm unlikely to get a Reaper's Toll in the first couple of days. So I figure it can't be that bad of an option.
No, I remember, I can't remember exactly when I did the Hurricane Druid, but I did a Hurricane Druid, and I remember I came across the silliest thing ever. Frickin', what's his name? The guy in the Den of Evil, Corpse Fire? Corpse Fire was immune to physical, and he was immune to cold.
Stone Skin Corpse
And it was in hell difficulty. He was immune to physical, immune to cold, and I couldn't kill him on my Hurricane Druid. I could not kill him. My Merc couldn't kill him. I couldn't kill him. I just remember feeling so useless. I was just trying to get my skill point. What's up, Brian?
Yeah, I figure I'll play my Hurricane Druid up until like 94-ish, and then at that point I'm going to be like, well, I think it's time to go start another character, because new character thing.
I am overburdened.
So I always try and pick 2 characters, one caster and one melee.
Well, that's why I devised the North Star Paladin, because he's basically both. You get the best of both worlds with him.
So at this point I'm trying to pick what melee character I want to do. Do I want to just do double druid, do a wolf druid or something?
Fellas. Well, who's a fellas? I'm a fellas, or are we a fellas? Are we all fellas?
Do I want to try and go for broke and make the infinities on?
I mean, it's really powerful. Let me tell you. The Infinity Spears on is... You're not going to have much trouble with anything. I mean, just the Infinity itself literally is more than enough negative res for pretty much everything that you want to do. And then, I mean, you could take it a couple different ways, but you could go with Crushing Blow and add in more of that, and like Deadly Strike and stuff. I mean, Infinity already has 40% CB on it, so it doesn't take much to cap that out. You know, or you could just go, you know, full lightning and I don't know. The character's freaking nuts though. The damage that she outputs is freaking insane. Yeah, smash that like button into oblivion.
But yeah, I haven't decided what my second character is. I want to do a fire druid, but much to the same degree of the infinities on. They're just so expensive.
Not really. Not really. So I found out best in slot for that thing is Mang Songs.
That's true. Mang Songs are also rare, and trying to pick one up.
Yeah, you can probably pick one up through tradery pretty easy.
You can, but you're still looking for a decent amount of negative fire res on it. I was there for the conversation and have come to the conclusion that Mang Songs is best in slot for the fire druid as well.
But I mean, it's a lot cheaper than, for instance, a Phoenix Shield and
yeah,
and like a Hand of Justice or something. I don't know what the hell you would go with. But it's like comparatively to a lot of the other options that you would go with, it's actually pretty dirt cheap. And if you're lucky, we might find a Mang Songs and just hand it to you. Because honestly, and now that we know that Mang Songs is best in slot basically for that build, I mean, that's pretty much where we're going to send it every single time now. Whoever's on the Fire Druid is going to get the Mang Songs. Personally, I didn't much like the Fire Druid because I felt like it was very weak in terms of single target damage. It's not the greatest in terms of taking single target. When you go try and fight something like Uber Diablo, even on like, you know, P1 or something like that, you realize pretty quickly that it's just not, it's not cut out for that kind of stuff. It's great for clearing large packs and cows and stuff like that, but it's terrible.
Right.
It's terrible at bosses.
That's generally why I like to make a 2 characters. One caster for the sheer AoE, and a melee character for doing.
I felt like I was getting to the point where I probably could have eventually killed Uber Diablo. It would take me a while, but it was just. I think I remember at one point I was like, I can do it, but it's gonna take me like 30 minutes.
I haven't done a frenzied barb. Maybe I should do
My double sting barb is kind of insane. You should try out my double sting barb. 2 ethereal zodded flesh rippers. Freaking that character is sick. The freedom of gear that you have because you're using the flesh rippers is absolutely amazing. So flesh rippers got prevent monster heal. They've got open wounds. They got crushing blow. They got deadly strike. Right? They got slows target on them. And you can socket them, of course, put the Zods in them, make them indestructible, so you never have to repair them. And then on top of that, they do massive amounts of damage, too, so they're very good damage-wise. Which means that with the negative 50% target's defense that's on each of them, you don't have to worry about attack rating pretty much at all, for the most part. Oh, Lemurd. You have a decent amount of pretty much everything that you need to make your character work, you know? Like, you don't necessarily need to be wearing... Say, Gore Riders, you don't necessarily need to be wearing, you know, something like G-Face or Duress or anything like that. So it opens up your equipment, like, massively so that you can utilize other things, like throw on Fortitude if you want to, and put on various other headgear, things that you might not normally consider because you're normally worried about your attack rating or your attack speed or things like that. But they're also extremely fast, too. And because they're so fast, you actually get... you don't really need much attack speed, either. You actually hit the maximum breakpoint with relative ease, also. So, attack speed, crushing blow, open wounds, prevent monster heal, slows target, negative monster's defense. It's all taken care of already just by your weapons. You can add in a little bit more crushing blow if you want to get it to a more agreeable level, but... all the rest of the gear is basically whatever the hell else you want to put on the character, and it actually turns out really cool. And you don't even have to build it the way that I build it, but the dual Eth Zodded Flesh Rippers is amazing. And it's not even that expensive, to be honest. Zod runes are kind of cheap, usually.
Yeah, they're usually exchanged for like a low.
It's not anywhere near as expensive as some of the other builds that you might put together.
Well, that's true.
And the really cool thing is that obviously until you get your F-Zodded versions, you can obviously use the regular versions as placeholders, which we usually find quite a few flesh rippers before too long. And then once you get both of them, you know, you've got your full upgrade, so to speak. I actually had a lot of fun with it. I did double swing / whirlwind. The double swing / whirlwind was actually excellent. Focus on the double swing, but the whirlwind was really fun to use with the flash rippers. It's pretty amazing.
How's the throw barb?
Very good ever since they fixed it. I mean, the equipment that you can get for it is kind of off the charts. There's definitely a lot of ways that you can set up your throwing equipment. So you can have like 2 different sets of equipment. The spears definitely go further than the axes and the daggers. So the axes and the daggers are like half the range of the spears. So for like mass killing, if you're killing large numbers of monsters, it definitely seems better to go with the spears. But when you're killing like a single target, it definitely seems better to use the like the axes and the daggers. You know, like Lacerator and things like that. Also, of course, you got Lacerator has the amp on it, so it works really good with the Grim Totem too. And then you can tie the Grim Totem into a Find Item Barbarian relatively easily. Because what you got to do is you got to build Find Potion to max out your Find Item. And Find Potion is also the synergy for Grim Ward. So it works out pretty well. And then you basically have a way to break physical immunity for the most part on just about anything you come across. On my Barbarian playthrough, my solo self-found Barbarian, I did Grim Ward. And it was spot on. I didn't do throwing barb, but I did physical barb, which, I mean, still helped me out a ton. Yeah, Yeah, what are we at? Rocky Waste and Stony Tombs? I could maybe go do that, TZ. I'm gonna change the pace. I mean, I have found a Lemrune, an Umrune, like an Io rune. I found a, what was that other rune I found recently? I don't remember. I haven't done too bad. Nothing really that's a direct upgrade for me, though. Let's go down to Rocky Waste real quick.
Greetings.
We can also reroll our. I think we got enough extra gems. We could do a little rerolling here, so see how that goes. Reroll our chamois, and maybe we'll finally get something good.
45. Paladin combat.
That's what I want. That would be the goal. Paladin combat, paladin combat, give me one of them. Paladin combat, we need a combat. Paladin combat. I don't even care if it's got other stats on it. I just want a Picome. Just give me a Picome already, please. It's funny because I've done this re-rolling stuff on every single solo self-found playthrough. And I think on every single solo self-found playthrough, basically what's happened is I've gotten a skiller, but it's never been the skiller that I specifically needed. It's always been a skiller, but not the skiller I wanted. Sometimes they're even...
Life's curses, GC.
Yeah, something like that. %, faster hit recovery. Boo. 50 poison damage. Boo. +1 max damage, 36 maximum stamina. Boo. $50 to mana Serpent's Charm. Boo. Six poison damage over 3 seconds. Wow. Boo. Holy Jesus. I got that roll. Why did I have to get that roll on a frickin' solo cell phone? 11 max damage, 57 attack rating. Exactly what I don't need. I don't care if it's plain. I'll take a plain.
People have a tendency to undervalue the usefulness of plain skillers.
Oh, I mean, they're thinking like when they're playing in online and stuff like that, right? And so the plain skillers are plentiful and they're everywhere. But look at my character right now. I've done how many episodes, played for how many hours, and how many P combats do I currently have? 0, right? So you think I would cry and complain about a bunch of plain P combats? No, freaking suck them things up like juicy juice. Like, come on now. was hoping for an easy one on the rocky ways, but of course not. He has demons. You guys aren't even
Oh.
demons, are you?
Hot take, I've never found a Paladin combat skiller.
I found a bunch of P-combs. I found them. I mean, it's, you know, it's rare. Like I said, I usually find the skillers on the class that is not the one that needs it. Like, I remember I found, like, several lightning, fire, and cold, like, sort skillers, like, last season. And I was on, what was I on? The Druid. I was on the Druid, so didn't need any of them. Like, you know, like, one time I was on the playing the Amazon for the season, and, like, I found a whole bunch of, like, P-combats and stuff like that, and I was handing those out like crazy. It's like, it never seems to drop me the one that I specifically need. I always find the one that everybody else needs. But in the kinship, it works out, because in the kinship, I'll just like, okay, I'm like, all right, well, I'll just, you know, I'll just give these to whoever needs it, and then maybe if somebody else has one that I need, they'll hand it to me. Like on the Druid, you know, I ended up with a whole bunch of elemental skillers real fast, because nobody else was doing a Druid that season, so, like, it's kind of the plus side of doing the class that nobody's playing. Get him, Merc. Dark wood. You're so funny. Tried to put the frickin' armor in my cube and just didn't want to go, and then I looked in my cube to see what was in there, and oh wow, 33% wisdom draw. And there was nothing in there, and I'm like, wait a minute, if there's nothing in there, then why don't you go to your home? Go to your home. Didn't like that apparently. I'm using Hoto right now for the plus the skills. I managed to make that earlier in the run. It's not my main weapon that I use for smiting though. I've got a crush flange with a shale rune in it for that. What items do I think would put me in a place to be ready? I mean, a Haas would be definitely a big move forward. The plus to skills on a Haas alone would up my damage output considerably. I really need the extra 2 skills there. A very decent helmet would put me in a good place. I need something that is going to give me plus to skills and maybe even some life would be nice. I mean, a Shaco I wouldn't turn down. That's a decent choice. Also, a decent +2 circlet with maybe some resistances on it. There's a couple different options there. I mean, there's a lot of different things. A G-Face could be nice too, just for the additional crushing blow, which would allow me to continue using a different weapon other than Crush Flange, so it could open up options there as far as, like, damage output. Because right now I'm kind of limited to using either Crush Flange or Hoto, which is not really my personal preference there, but it is what it is. Meph will drop the Haas. Sure, let's go kill Meph. He said it, boys. We just gotta find the Dujank first. How about that? Maybe I switch up and fight Meph for a little while. I'm getting tired of Diablo.
Haas is on Cold Pro.
Hard what?
Haas is on Cold
Cold Brew?
Pro.
Cold Crow. I don't want to go to Cold Crow. This is mean. Cold Crow's mean. Is that another freaking gold wrap? Another gold wrap. Oh, this one's got better magic gold find on it. It's 78% gold find. It's way better. Stop dancing, Voidbringer. Get him, Merc. Rustworthy? Is that some sort of... You joking on him, man? You joking on him, man? Man. What's up, Trustworthy? Get him, Merc. Get him. He gave me a Venom Ward and a Cold Eye Steel Cutlass. It's... What?
Are you ready for somebody to drop you an Eisenheart?
I already got like several Eisenhearts today. As always.
We turned Eisenhearts into a form of currency.
Yeah, I mean, how many Eisenhearts is that going to be? Well, about 10 Eisenhearts. You got about 10 Eisenhearts. I can do that for 10 Eisenhearts. Start trading in Eisenhearts. Everybody gets excited. An Eisenhearts, get it!
Good day.
I'm telling you, that Hawes is on Cold Crow.
I don't think Cold Crow can drop a Haas at Nightmare difficulty.
Maybe I'm just trolling you then.
Gem. A gem, a lamb, a lamb, a gem, a lamb, a lamb. Doesn't matter what it is. Actually, no. Let's do an emerald.
It's locked.
Get out of the way.
Old Crow has a 1 in 81,000 chance of killing us in hell.
It's on Cold Crow in hell.
That's just insanity right there. I'm born to kill a cold crow, 'cause at least I know I got a cold crow.
Hey, Dine, since you're looking up drop rates, what's the drop rate for Kindle to drop a jaw rune?
Let me see if I can get that real quick.
I don't know if Silos Pen and stuff like that has the drop rate specifically for runes. Does it?
That's what I was thinking.
Besides, Pendle's always been stingy for me. Except for that one Soji gave me.
Well, see, that's just it. Pendle's always been stingy for me too, except for the one jaw rune he spit out for me.
He's a stingy bastard.
I don't think Silos Pen has that.
Oh, boy.
The answer is roughly 1 in 95,000.
It does show summaries, but it doesn't show genre.
I got excited there for a second. I saw frickin' the shape of a gilded shield fall. I saw it. I saw the shape, and it was just a plain blue heraldric shield. It wasn't anything special.
I'm telling you, Cold Crow in hell, man.
So rude to me. Why you gotta be so rude? So rude to me. Why you gotta be so rude?
That or it's on one of the racks in the lower Karast.
I'm on a rack in Lower Karast. Me.
Good rack or bad rack?
Bad, the bad kind of rack. What's my
It's locked.
we need cursed items in this game.
What would they do?
I like an item that you put on, and then once you put it on, you can't take it off until you get like blessed by like Tyrael or something. It's just stuck on you.
I was thinking they should be something that's an incredibly broken effect with an incredibly unpleasant negative. Like,
Well, I like the idea that you can't find out they're cursed until you put them on and take them off. Like, try to take them off. So, like, you don't know that it's cursed. Like, say, and anything can be cursed. So, like, say for instance, you just had like you found yourself a freaking, I don't know, for the first time you found your death's web, right? So you find your death's web and you put it on, you're so excited, and it's a cursed death's web. So evil.
I think it'd be entertaining to get a sorceress orb that gives you 200% cold damage, but you only have 1 life.
But that's just hardcore.
No, like 1 life. You're going to get 1-tapped by whatever hits you. Doesn't matter what it is. Either you're going to 1-tap it or it's going to 1-tap you.
Curse, 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 curse. Curse, 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 curse. I had so many items. I had to go back to town before I even freaking got to Mephi.
So, you know what? I'm going to ask chat. What melee character should I build? Oh, now you've given me bad ideas. You've poisoned the well.
A full physical mosaic sin.
Why? That defeats the purpose of...
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You can max out Tiger Strike. You can max out Cobra Strike. You can, well, that's about it. So you get those
Burning
two.
out my retinas the whole
No,
point.
no. If you do it right, if you do all pure physical, you don't have to use any of those abilities. You get Tiger Strike and you get Cobra Strike, and that's it. And then you get kicks. Or you can do double claw. Melee damage.
The question is how effective.
I mean, you'd be just as effective as a smiter. If not more so effective as a smiter. Because you'd have your Tiger Strike, which would do massive damage. You use your up gores. You'd have lots of crushing blow. Since you're not focusing on elemental damage, you could go for something that would break resistances, your physical resistance instead. Probably use a physical sunder if you're going to be pure physical.
I find that to generally not be worth it because there's no way to lower it below 25.
Yeah, amp. You just add on amp and you add on some other
That's
stuff.
true. Yeah, I'd have to find a source of amp.
And since you're going to go pure physical, you're probably going to go have an amp or decrepify or something in there somewhere. I mean, you'd be pretty strong as far as physical damage goes. If you set it up right, you could freaking annihilate. The Tiger Strike alone, being able to have permanent Tiger Strike on all your hits, maxed out Tiger Strike at that,
Not in town.
would be pretty impressive.
What do
And
you need?
maxed out Cobra Strike would be giving me how much absurd lifesteal?
Oh, just you would never have to worry about life or mana steel pretty much, so you wouldn't have to worry about that for equipment. And you wouldn't be blinded by all the horrible lights, right? Because you wouldn't have to worry about none of those. I mean, you still get a little bit of a flash with Tiger Strike, but it's nowhere near as ridiculous as...
But retina destruction is the whole point of the mosaic.
And you could throw in one other, like, elemental one if you really wanted to, just to have an extra element. One of the ones that's maybe not so ridiculous. It's actually not a terrible Avenger guy. Not a terrible thing when you think about it, because since you're only going to be putting what 60 points into Martial, you'd have plenty of points to throw into, say, Shadow Disciplines or whatever, and you could build some pretty interesting Shadow Discipline stuff. You could do like a max Shadow Master, or maybe you could go with trying to think like off the top of my head. You could go with like max claw block if you wanted to go claws, or you could do like a max cloak of shadows or something. Could be kind of fun to play around with some of the other abilities. Cloak of Shadows is pretty amazing. Mephisto's trying to fight me over here, and I'm just ignoring his existence. You ever notice that Mephisto has little skulls that come up in his little aura? It's kind of cute. He's got little skull clouds. Another interesting option is that instead of going with a physical, pure physical, and going with amp, you could perhaps another freaking gold wrap. You could perhaps go with the Fire Fist. So the Fire Fist converts physical into fire damage. You don't. It's a weird one. It doesn't. That's not the one that has the meteor. I'm not talking about that one. And basically, what you do is that anytime you came across a monster that was immune to physical, you would just charge up your Fire Fist and then annihilate them, because it would convert all your physical into fire. And then you could have kind of like both the max physical damage kicker combined with another form of a character. Of course, you wouldn't want to use that all the time, because apparently the since it's not physical damage, there's no life leech and low mana leech, so you can't use it all the time. But anytime you came across physical immunes, you could just annihilate them, and then you swap back to the physical. Let your charges fall off and then swap back.
All right, I'll be right back. My dog's having a conniption about something.
So many soul runes. What was the Am rune again? I don't even remember. It was like... Oh, was it Amethyst? It was Amethyst, right? Yeah. Okay, let's get rid of some more of these freaking Ams. Got a bunch of chip Amethysts. Yeah, and then the souls, I think, were like a topaz or something. Right? I don't even remember. Not a topaz. I don't remember which one they were. I only have one other chip gem anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Okay. A little bit better. Yeah, tasered. I don't think I have mine set up correctly though. That's the problem. It's T A S D E R tasered. There you go, that's the correct. Set this up correctly so I actually have it right. There we go. Okay, now it's correct. So. Yeah, I just didn't have it set up right because I'm an idiot, but that's okay. Sometimes you just be an idiot, like me. You need to use your perfect skills to re-roll some doojanks, my friend. I don't know what you waiting for. What am I hoping for item-wise before my bill Uber for Ubers? I really would like a Haas. A Haas would make a big difference. This shield that I'm currently using is pretty garbage. Heaven's Light would be very nice. Heaven's Light or Astrion's Iron Ward or what's the other one besides Heaven's Light? It's the there's all three of them. Honestly, any of those of the elite scepters would be better than what I'm currently using. Any of them.
And a Blessed Light.
Yeah, Hand of Blessed Light. I think Hand of Blessed Light also is better than what I currently have. All three of them are actually pretty decent. Obviously, Astrion's is the best one of the lot, but all of them have a decent amount of plus to skills and something else that would make my smite better. One of them is plus to skills and Crushing Blow. The other one is plus to skills and grief damage. Both of which would be very nice.
Hand's the weakest of them all, I think.
I can't remember. I know one of them has Crushing Blow, one of them has Grief, and it doesn't really matter which one.
Hand only adds 20 to 40 damage, and it doesn't have any Crushing Blow.
I thought it was more than that.
Plus.
No, that's
plus
the
2.
Divine Scepter. You're talking about the Divine Scepter. Oh, I said the elite versions, the elite scepters. So it's Heaven's Light, which is 2 to 3 Paladin skills and 33% CB. That's one, and the other one is the Redeemer. The Redeemer is plus 2 Paladin skills, and it has 60 to 120 grief damage. So both of them would be useful, but Astrion's is better. But so the Redeemer or Heaven's Light, either one of them would be useful. I definitely wouldn't turn down either of them. The grief damage would increase my my base smite damage by quite a bit. I mean, that would be like adding many levels to my Holy Shield. I don't know how many levels it would take to give me 120 grief damage, but I know for a fact that the grief damage on that adds directly to the smite shield damage. So it would be like looking at my shield and seeing that it's 150 smite damage, and then all of a sudden now it's 270 smite damage. What would I put in the sockets for Heaven's Light? Probably just shale runes. Want to make sure you're hitting that 4-frame smite. That's really all there is to it. 4-frame smite, yes please. Or not 4-frame smite. 4-frame. Just max breakpoint smite. I don't even know why I said 4-frame. I was thinking of Zeal when I said that. There's a lot of cool things you can do with Heaven's Light. Heaven's Light is a fun one.
What if you could Zeal with your smite?
Yeah, I would rather prefer the Astrions to the Grief highly, but it's not just the low rune. You also need a Mal rune too. I don't even know how the hell I managed to make a freaking Grief on my Barbarian, because not only did I find a low rune, but I also found the Mal rune too. So, and the base. I was having a hell of a time finding that base too. I had all the runes just sitting in my inventory, all lined up looking pretty, and I couldn't find a base to save my life. I rolled several phase blades, still couldn't find anything. I thought I was gonna end the run without even making the Grief. Countess doesn't have good rune drops in P8. I think I demonstrated that earlier when I ran the keys, and I think about like the best rune I got the entire time was a co-rune. And most of the time she like wouldn't even drop me a rune, or it would be like one rune. And it was usually something stupid like a Tal rune or an L rune or something. Her rune drops get messed up in P8 for some reason. Superior Syndic Walls. Oh, hello, Merc. I thought you weren't going to make it. Not with the Countess. The Countess is strange. She's actually designed to drop runes. She's a rune dropper. She's a boss that's specifically supposed to drop runes, so she has very weird rules. And P8 messes with her drop table.
I can't carry anymore.
Back to Corbin and a horn tone. Jonka-lonka-lonka-lonka-lonka. That is Husaldal Evo, which I don't really need or nor want. Yes, unexpected side effects. Or expected side effects.
Hello.
What if I finally do get a Haas and it's ethereal? Do you think an ethereal Haas would last long enough for one Uber run? It only needs to last for one run. What's up, me feffalefalo? Me fee falafel. Always with the Saigons. Athens staff. Bunch of junk. An amethyst.
I need a key.
No, I can't open the super chest in the back because I don't have a key. I can't believe I haven't found a string of ears yet. That's an item that just tends to drop all the time. Like, I could totally see not finding a Dungos, but not finding a string seems a little weird. String of ears is a relatively low-level item. Should have dropped by now, especially with all the magic find I'm running. And then on top of that, I mean, yeah, I could have found like a really crappy one or whatever, but I should have at least seen at least one string of ears by now. You found 2 Zungos and 4. And two Dungos and 0 strings in Season 4? I usually find at least like 3 or 4 strings in a season. Sometimes I find a really good one too, like I mean like really, really good numbers. Like 15%er with good damage reduction and like 8% lifesteal. I mean, Dungos would be the belt that I'd be looking for, to be perfectly honest.
My brothers have escaped you.
Ugh, a snake cord, a woe stave. I mean, none of that stuff could have rolled good anyway. Just bad drops all around. I really need to get some keys. I really need to get some keys. Oh, a key. Good, let me go open the super chest. Solar creeps. Solar creeps. Solar creeps. Solar creeping. Yow.
Good day.
Well, one thing's for sure. I'm getting a lot of money. I filled up 2 stashes already. Working on the 3rd. I could do maybe a little bit more gambling. Once I fill up my 3rd stash, I'll feel more than comfortable enough just gambling off some doojanks. Maybe try and get another good amulet. Or a better amulet. I said another good amulet, like the first one I had was any good. How freaking sick would it be if I, like, gambled a Mars? A skill. I was also thinking maybe it might be a good idea to gamble, like, circlets tiaras and see if I can get myself like a +2 pally with some sockets on it. Honestly, a +2 pally would be pretty sick for this build. I'd have to get some good stats on it, but... ethereal boots.
Ethereal items are some of the best for swap games. Entertaining to watch.
What, for trolling?
Yeah, go drop the ethereal Viper Magi. Watch everybody pick it up and put it back down. Then you're right through there.
Who dropped this here, you troll? Why would you troll if the world like this? You trolling demon. Why do you insist on never being directly? I swear, it's like he tries not to get hit by my holy bolts. It's like he tries not to get hit by my holy bolts. Grand Chamalam. 7 to 10 fire damage. That jank is bull crap. Crap of the bull. That jank is bull crap. So much bull. Bully, 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 bully crap. I forgot to pick up the Pompey's Wrath. I didn't forget to pick up the Pompey's Wrath. I left the Pompey's Wrath exactly where it belongs, in the dirt. In the dirt, dirt, dirt. In the dirt is where it belongs, right in the freaking dirt. Nobody picks that up because it sucks balls. And you might as well just admit it sucks balls. Shucky, 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 balls, 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 balls.
So has Cold Crow dropped you that Haas yet?
I kill her, Cold Crow. Excuse me, I don't want to fight her. She a rude individual. I don't like her much at all.
I don't think you have much faith in yourself.
I don't like her, no. I don't like her. She mean to me, and I don't like her. She mean.
It won't be that bad, just so long as she doesn't spawn extra fast. Or banana size.
Can't count how many times I've died to her, thinking I was like all that in a bag of chips and some doojanks, and she would just, I would forget that she's always cold enchanted, and like, you know, in normal difficulty when you don't have freaking any kind of half freeze duration or nothing, and you remember real quick, you're like, oh yeah, that's right, she always cold enchanted and she gonna kick my butt. And she do too, she do kick your butt. You be like, ow, 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 I forgot, ow, stop it, ow, ow. Stop being rude, ow, 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 ow.
You have your key set yet?
Yeah, I got my organs. I already farmed the organs. I managed to just barely with the skin of my teeth kill all all the organ bearers, and it was rough. Let me tell you what. I died to Lilith. I didn't die to Duriel or Iswal, but it was close on all of them. Very close. Well, much closer than I would like to like. And I had this very strange problem where I guess my amount of open wounds just wasn't enough. And because my amount of open wounds wasn't enough, I was running into this issue where they would randomly just start regenerating. Usually right around the point where I was about to kill them, I would run into these situations where the open wounds just wouldn't proc, and they would just start regenerating. And so, like, I think Iswal and Lilith, I had almost killed them like 6 times, and then all of a sudden they just started regenerating. And I had to go to town and put on a very odd item, one item that I probably never would have used ever, because it had 50% open wounds on it, and it was and that was enough, I guess. But the belt that I had, which is 10% open wounds, apparently wasn't enough. It's a pretty decent little belt, but I guess 10% open wounds just isn't enough to guarantee that they will always be under open wounds, which is kind of crazy, especially with how fast I attack. That they were able to, you know, have periods of time where they weren't under open wounds and then start regenerating. But regenerate they did.
Does proccing additional open wounds reset the timer?
As far as I understand it, yes.
I am overburdened.
So what that basically means is that in 8 seconds, I was unable to proc a single open wounds the entire 8 seconds, which is pretty sad. Pretty sad. And that's a lot of attacks. At max speed with Smite, which is what I'm sitting at, I think I was sitting at like, I don't know, what is max? I don't remember how many attacks it is per frame on max Smite. But it's a lot. And in 8 seconds, obviously, you can attack really fast. So you're getting off, I don't know, let's just say it was 5 attacks per second. That's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. So that's 40 attacks. And you're just not getting the proc in 40 attacks, which is kind of nuts.
I mean, you do have a 90% chance not to get it every time you hit.
I mean, yeah, but you would think in 40 attacks I would at least get it one time before the next rotation turns around. But there were times where literally she was just regenerating, and I think one time she even went like almost up to like freaking half HP. It was kind of insane, and I couldn't renew the open wounds. She just kept regenerating. I guess I just got really bad luck during that particular sequence, but
I need a key.
I wonder if dolls are immune to Holy Freeze and you use Delirium to turn into a doll. Are you immune to Holy Freeze?
are you? I don't know, maybe.
It would be useful.
I heard there's some pretty interesting melee ability builds with that thing, because apparently you attack so fast. Some people use it to run around like... It sounds just like that, too.
Yeah, it's very sad with the Holy Freeze Paladin. Where there's so many enemies who just completely, not breakable, just completely immune.
I mean, Slow's Target is very useful. It's just not universally effective versus all targets, so there's really not much you can do about that.
Dolls, Death Lords, Glowns, they just, there's nothing to do at all.
They still
I
get
mean, let's
get hit
be
with the
honest.
cold damage, though.
Let's be honest. Dolls, Death Lords, and Woes are the 3 things that kill players the most. Why would they be affected by it? They are the personification of hate.
The dolls didn't even take damage.
They take damage.
Not 'em. maybe I had his character wrong or something, but I had a Sunder and everything. They didn't take damage.
How much negative cold res do you have?
It was a single player. I had a negative 100.
Not in town.
Cold res?
Not here.
I might have
Not
edited
here.
some items with a certain editor.
Oh. So use a
Not
cheater.
here.
It
Well-
was single player to test.
Well, third year's already a cheater, so
No, I'm a hacker. There's a difference.
oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
I am overburdened.
Cheaters cheat on a lot of things. Monopoly, their girlfriends, etc. Hackers have a focus.
Is it death or doom? I
Need a
forget.
key.
You can get negative 65
I am
cold res on a weapon.
overburdened.
Doom, I think it is. Doom's negative 60.
Terrible weapon. Way too low durability. Practically useless. It's got like 24 durability on it.
Are you thinking of? I'm thinking of the blue one.
Yeah, but you put items you put it into are going to be low durability.
Hammers. So put it in a
It's locked.
mall. Yeah, put it in an ogre mall.
Yeah, an ogre maul for my Zeal Paladin.
I just want to run around and have everything be really slow and pop into ice crystals. It was just odd with a Sunder and that much.
Oh, it happens. Oh, it happens.
You know what? You know what? The game just didn't like you. It decided to. It detected your cheating and decided to give you.
But if you want ice crystals, the Freezing Arrow Amazon is the queen of that, so. You could just ask third gear.
Yes, she is the queen of there are no bodies anywhere. Any other purpose.
Let the bodies not hit the floor. Let the bodies not hit the floor.
It's let the bodies disappear.
They're not hitting the floor. Let Mephisto give me garbage drops. Mephisto give me garbage drops. I don't need no good drops. Mephisto gave me garbage drops.
I'm telling you, that one run to Cold Crow is going to pay off. She's going to drop you a Shaco and a Hawes.
And Haas all at the same time. Wow.
But she can't do that in Nightmare. Unless
A
it's
Shaco and a Haas. Give me the Shaco and a Haas. Got that Shaco and a Haas. Give me Shacos and a Haas.
He would have to go to hell and reset his seat.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest. The CD on is really good.
I mean, I've already reset the seat a couple times, actually.
How long do you think before Diablo has a seed?
Diablo has what?
A seed view, Diablo
I don't know why I can't hear you.
How long do you think it will be before somebody has a seed viewer for Diablo 2?
I still can't hear you guys. A seed code?
2? Seed
seed
viewer.
Oh, a seed viewer? I thought somebody already did have a seed viewer for Diablo.
But you can see your seed via the settings menu, or what is it, inspect in the BattleNet launcher, but you can't. Similar like map hack. They have the map hack. Where's the seed gear?
I mean, I would assume that that's exactly what the map hack is using, is the seed code, so...
That's my point, is that, why is that? Why do they have that, but you don't have the thing that'll tell you the seed code? Because at that point you could start really abusing the seed
Well,
code.
I don't know how many seed codes there are, but you'd have to have a repository of all the seed codes, and then you'd have to start figuring out where the specific items are in the seed codes, and then there would have to be like almost like a little pop-up or something. It'd be like, you are in the Burr Rune seed code. A Burr Rune exists in this chest in Lower Karast or something, right? And then it would tell you exactly where to go to get your Burr Rune from that seed code or something. But you would have to have people reporting constantly, like, I found this in this seed code, I found this in this seed code, and it would have to be like a constant, never-ending stream of reports. And it would take years, I think, of farming the seed codes, of finding them out and people reporting information of, like, where they found X item within a said seed code, and then going back to that place. And then then finally you would be able to do that after like years of harvesting seed code information. But
it's not just the where is it at on the map. It's when did you open the chest? What direction did you open the chest from?
Well,
how many
yes,
monsters did you kill along the way?
Exactly. But also, I mean, we at least know it's there, right? So you at least know that that chest dropped that particular Dujank. So anytime you would go to that place, anybody with the program would just immediately know that, you know, they need to check this chest. Like, they have to go check it. Go over there, go check it, go click it, go click it.
That's true.
Like, and maybe it would even highlight the chest on the map, like, potential Burr Rune or something.
I need a key.
I don't know, bots are pretty sophisticated. I imagine if you could simulate everything, how many runs you could actually effectively do.
I don't know.
Just have bots clearing the game constantly and record all the data, all the drops.
I mean, if they keep track of every single time they get access to something important, I mean, eventually. I mean, like, say for instance you went to a weapon rack, or armor rack, let's say an armor rack, and every single time you clicked on this one armor rack and this one seed code, it would give you, like, I don't know, like a gilded shield. Well, because it drops a white gilded shield, that means that it's a possibility that with enough magic find you could potentially end up with, you know, like the unique gilded shield in that case.
As far as I know, technically not. The seed code also determines that as well, to a certain extent.
I think the magic find determines that part. So for bases, I'm pretty sure the base is determined by the seed code, and then the role of whether or not it turns into a unique item still is determined by your magic find. I remember one time I think I cheated the game or something, and I had some sort of mod. I can't remember what the mod was, but it was just a simple mod that basically just made every item that dropped, it would either be a unique item, a set item, or a rare. So it made it so that you would never get a blue item, you would never get a white item. It would always be unique, set item, rare. And I remember running around, and I was so disappointed at how few like really good uniques and rares and stuff and sets and stuff that I was getting, because it didn't matter that every single unique and rare and set item, or every single item was a unique rare set, because the seed code was still giving me garbage. There were no good bases. Nothing, not a single good base was falling on the ground. So I was getting like many Eisenhart breastplates and like you know, like Cathans and all sorts of other stupid stuff that nobody would want, and like Millibraga shields and steel clashes, but I wasn't getting anything. I wasn't getting anything that I specifically would have wanted.
It's locked.
And it's really silly to think that literally I'm running around with literally every single item has to be, you know, guaranteed is a unique, whatever, blah, 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 and I'm still getting garbage. King Maggot said he totally remembers that mod. Good. I'm glad I'm not the only one who remembers that.
You're too late.
Alright, petition to have a mod that turns Mephisto into one of the Three Stooges. And instead of saying, you're too late, ha 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 ha, he goes, you're too late.
I mean, there's the three brothers, so why can't we just turn them all into Three Stooges?
Interesting bit of trivia about the Three Stooges. Did you know that one of them walked with a limp? And then the reason why one of them walked with a limp was because he shot himself in the leg and didn't go to the doctor? Apparently, at some point or another, he shot himself in the leg and just decided he wasn't going to go to the doctor.
So, when it comes to the Three Stooges, are you a Curly or a Shep?
I'm going to be perfectly honest. I watched it, but I don't think I watched it enough to remember the names of each individual Three Stooge.
Well, there's Larry, Curly, Moe, and Shep.
I mean, I know it's Larry,
Shep
Curly,
and
Moe,
Curly's.
but they didn't talk a lot in the show. You know, so a lot of the times you didn't really get a good feel for who was who, I guess is what. I mean, I remember their faces. Like, I know that one of them was kind of like short. He had like the weird looking, like flat bowl cut and with dark hair. And one of them obviously had curly hair, which I would assume would be Curly. And then,
Nope.
So that's not, so see, I'm not even close.
Nope, Moe had the bowl cut. Larry had the curly hair, Larry had the curly hair, and Curly was the fat bald one. Shep was a tall, I don't know, square-faced person that replaced Curly when I think he died.
Yeah, it's crazy how in the older shows they would replace somebody and then nobody would notice. Did you know that the was it the husband in I Dream of Jeannie apparently got replaced and nobody knew, and the husband in Bewitched apparently got replaced and nobody knew.
It's not that nobody knew; it's that nobody cared.
They're like, what do you do, man? I don't know. I don't know what they're trying to do in Diablo 4. I really don't. I feel like at some point or another they missed the whole point.
What do you mean? What question did they ask?
They were talking about keeping people in level 1 to 50 because that's where people have fun. So they nerfed the XP gain from 1 to 50 so that people would get stuck in 1 to 50.
For me, that's like, oh, so you don't want me to play at all.
Well, I mean, that's kind of how the whole thing is going. I mean, they not really sure. Like,
I'll tell you exactly what they're thinking. They're looking at engagement metrics and don't really care about whether people are having fun. They care about whether people are spending more time in the game, which equates to better odds of them spending money. The whole fun and I want to play aspect is non-existent. It's if people played through 1 to 50 and enjoyed it, well, let's just make that more of the game, because that'll make people play longer and they're more likely to spend money.
I see it from a different perspective, which is I don't think they know how to make the game at all.
Fun?
I just don't think they know how to make the game at all. That at some point or another, they made a decision and the decision involves letting us decide how the game is created, right? So they made like a, I don't know, a system where they could track the user data for basically all the players that are playing the game, right? So they can see what we're doing, what we like, what we don't like, what we use, what we don't use, etc., right? They know what we're having fun with, they know what we're not having fun with, blah, 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 right? So they have all this metric data. They've talked about it quite a few times in quite a few of the in the campfires. They've talked about all this metric data that they have. They're like, oh, well, we know which legendaries you guys aren't using. We know which aspects you guys aren't using. We know which ones are getting used the most. We know which uniques are getting used the most and which uniques aren't. And they've got all this data, but I don't think they really know what to do with it. And they think and what they're doing with it is the exact opposite of what I think they should be doing with it, which they've kind of said in several of the campfires. So what they are doing with the data is basically this. So if they see everybody using a specific item or a specific aspect, they go, okay, well, this aspect or item is very popular. We don't like that. This is what they've said. We don't like that. We're going to nerf it, make it worse, because we want all the items to be basically of the same equivalency, right? So we don't want any item to stand out over top of the others. So in a realistic gaming world, you have some things that are more popular than others. Obviously there are some items in a game which are going to stand out over other items, right? Well, they're smoothing the entire playing field down. They're trying to make everything the same. They're trying to make everything boring, right? So that there's no one dungeon that has more EXP than all the others. There's no one item that's standing out over all the others. There's no one aspect that's standing out over all the others. And in the process, I don't think they realize that they're literally killing all the fun of the game. By squishing flat the entire game, they're removing any kind of texture. They're removing any kind of like fun feeling to the game, and it's turning into one monotonous, boring game where everything is the same. And they're very slowly achieving it too. They're very slowly making everything basically equivalent and boring.
I think they're forgetting, or how do I put this? I think they're confusing balance with reasonable amounts of options. Because in the D2 perspective, not all the classes are balanced. Some are just way more powerful than others. But you don't have to play those classes to have fun and be strong.
Well, the thing is that there is always going to be a best in slot for a specific class, for a specific build, right? Like we were talking about the Tesladin earlier, right? The Tesladin has a best in slot, which is the Crescent Moon Phaseblade,
yeah.
right? But the Crescent Moon Phaseblade is not best in slot for like a ice sorceress or a regular physical dealer or any other classes really. Like that, there are specific classes that can get good use out of it, but it's not best in slot for everyone, right? Yeah. Somewhere along the line, they've confused the idea that something is the best in slot for anything with it somehow being the best in slot for everything. So they take an item which is really only useful in one particular build, and they're like, well, we don't like the fact that people are using this particular doojank because we want them to use other doojanks. But they don't realize that nobody's going to use those other doojanks because those aren't good for the builds. Like, just because you want me to use, like if I'm a Tesladin, if you want me to use something else, it doesn't mean that I'm going to, because that's not the item for my character. And they did this with a lot of the stuff when they nerfed everything. They were like, we're nerfing this because everybody's using this. We want people to use Overpower more, and we want people to use this more. And we're like, but if we're not an Overpower build, why would we want to use Overpower? If we're not this kind of a build, why would we want to use that kind of stuff? You can't just take away our other options and be like, here, use this crap that's not even for your character.
Yeah, that's not true. If I don't leave you any other option but to play a garbage character, you'll play a garbage character.
No.
Right?
They so like in a situation with overpower, you don't use overpower if you're not an overpower build. So you're not going to put points into it no matter what, no matter how horrible they make
Right.
the other options are. You're just not going to use it. So you're still going to use the garbage, the stuff that
And
they
they're
nerfed.
they're just going to keep nerfing it until you decide to take your build that isn't an overpower build and turn it to an overpower build, and then they're going to nerf overpower.
Oh, overpower is so terrible in Diablo 4. I don't even. I originally thought it was a really cool mechanic when I heard about it, and then when I actually in like
In
experienced it in game, I realized just how terrible it was, and it was just not worth building. And then and basically nobody builds overpower. Even the characters that build overpower don't build overpower.
Even the blood necro.
Even the guy who literally has like a guaranteed overpower still doesn't put points into it. Like that mechanic of theirs like failed miserably.
It's excellent in concept and horrible in practice.
I just don't like their current approach to things. Making something worse to make the other things more attractive just doesn't appeal to me as a game design function. They literally said they were like we don't like the fact that you guys are using this stuff. We want you to be using these over here. And they showed off like some garbage can looking pal creatures. And they're like, but instead of making these garbage pail can looking creatures better, we're just going to make the ones that you're using that are not garbage pail creatures into garbage pail creatures so that they're all equivalent.
Well, it's a lot harder, okay, to make tall or short people tall than it is to just cut off tall people's legs.
That's pretty much what they did, though. They pretty much did just cut off somebody's legs.
This is the whole World of Warcraft mentality. It's the same company. When something is really cool and people like it and everybody gravitates towards it to test it, they immediately scramble to nerf it because they've somehow messed something up because the game isn't perfectly balanced and there's no perfect distribution of classes and specs. Okay? It's the same thing is happening with Diablo 4. They are obsessed with making sure that there's a distribution, a almost perfectly even distribution of classes, builds, and all this other stuff because they believe that is balance. When not necessarily.
You know what?
Some people just find being a bear more fun than being a wolf.
You know what balance is? This is balance. Balance is being a North Star Smiter and realizing that cows is not the best place for you to farm. Chaos is.
Yeah.
That's balance. You know what balance is? It's being a Javazon and realizing that chaos is not the best place for you to farm. Cows is. And yes, one character can farm cows really well, and one character can farm chaos really well, and the other one, and vice versa, is not applicable because you don't take those characters into the opposite zones. But you don't make it so that everybody can farm the same zone. Because that's not balance. That's just making everything the same. Because when you have
missing out on content.
But when you have a North Star Smiter who can do one zone better than the other, and you have a Javazon who can do one zone better than the other, when you have characters that are capable of specific zones better than others, then for a fact you're like, oh, I want to make a cow killer, and you go and you make a character specifically designed around killing cows, and you have fun with it.
And that creates an interesting game.
Exactly. And it is balanced. It is balanced,
though. That also means from the game dev point of view, but people won't be able to see all the content. They can't take their one character and do everything, so they won't do everything. The reality of that scenario is I don't want to do everything in your game. I want to do what I enjoy, and that's about it. So if you really enjoy killing cows, go kill cows. If you really enjoy running chaos, go run chaos and build the character that's really good at doing that. That's not the way they see it. It's not from a player's perspective.
I've always felt like there's a whole MacGyver thing behind stuff, right? So I think in the world Maybe it's just I don't know. Maybe it's just a monkey thing or whatever. Maybe it's because we're
I
because we're
understand.
primates or something. But we like to make tools, right? And there's a certain pleasure in creating a tool that is specific to a task. Yes, a hammer doesn't work very good to, saw wood with, but it works really good to smash in a nail. And there's just a satisfaction there of, hey, this hammer works really good for smashing in a nail. And then later when we need to saw some wood, we make a saw. But like this is the kind of silliness though, is that I don't think they understand that there's this perverse satisfaction of making a tool that is perfect for a job, right? If you want to kill cows, you make a tool that is absolutely excellent at killing cows, and then you go kill cows with extreme proficiency, and you're satisfied in that you created the perfect tool for the job that was required, right? It's just something fun that's always existed. Even in video games, it's still just as fun to create the perfect tool that does the perfect job. You want to make a smiter that kills Ubers? Well, you make the perfect tool. And then people come up with a smiter. And then I came up with the North Star smiter, and I think the North Star smiter is even better than the smiter. So I came up with an even more perfect tool, and now I'm super excited about it.
The smiter is a perfect example of a tool. He is a hammer. He smashes Ubers and nothing.
That's what he does. He is there to smash Ubers.
And that's what makes the game fun.
I mean, there's a little bit of it in Diablo 4, but I feel like they're trying to crush that too. I mean, there's definitely characters that are better at single target, and there's characters that are better at multi-target, but it feels like just about every character has a multi-target ability, and it feels like every character has a single target ability, and they can all pretty much do everything if you set them up right. And kill him. Heal him. Why do you keep running away? It's actually for what's up with that? You're weird.
I'm just convinced that at this point, a lot of your AAA games are no longer designed for people with an IQ above 85.
No, I'm convinced that they went into this not really knowing what they wanted to do, and hoping that we were going to show them. Like
I think they went in with the lowest common denominator expectation, hoping that it would pay off.
Hmm. Hmm.
Because that's my personal perspective. It's just they wanted to try and attract it as many different people from as many different genres as possible to their one game. I have a question for you.
You agree with Chunks? Chunks isn't here, Darkado. This is third gear.
Now, at least we have absolute proof of that. Apparently I sound like Chunks.
I don't think you. Chunks has a Kentucky accent. He's a Kentuckian.
You and I can hear that, but
he was born to be a Kentuckian. Where at least he knows he's a Kentuckian. And besides, if it was Chunks, he would have complained about his internet about 3 or 4 times by now. Come on.
We get fiber in 4 months.
Who gets fiber in 4 months?
Central North Carolina.
Hackers. Bunch of hackers. Bunch of heckin' hackers.
I think I've got fiber available in the area. I just have to move to get it.
My brothers have escaped you.
My internet bill is going to go from $80 a month for cable to $3 a month for fiber.
like I said, I'm excited about Microsoft taking over. I think Microsoft's going to do a hell of a lot better job than Blizzard is. I think Microsoft's going to come in and they're going to look at things and they're going to be like, look at all these people complaining about all this stuff. They'd be like, how many people asked you to zoom out the camera? And they'd be like, oh, like, probably like 99.99%. Actually, you know, it's probably 100. It's probably like the first time in gaming history that it's been 100%. Please zoom out the camera. They're like, so why haven't we zoomed out the camera?
Only thing the gamers ever agree on.
So, like, why haven't we zoomed out the camera yet? Well, you know, there were some technical limitations, and also, and then Microsoft's gonna be like, all right, zoom out the camera now, and they're gonna do it, and then we're gonna have our zoomed out camera for the first time ever.
They're gonna complain and be like, but it ruins our artistic vision for the game.
And then they're still gonna zoom out the camera anyway. They're not gonna win because Microsoft's just gonna be like, do it, and they're gonna be like, oh man, well, I guess since you own us and everything, I guess we have to do what you say. And then they're gonna come in there and they're gonna be like, all right, what other complaints do the people have? And they'll be like, oh, well, they said the inventory sucks and they can't ever find anything, and we really need to fix the inventory system. And then they're gonna go, well, this guy Ginger Gaming Mentor. They're gonna be like, this guy Ginger Gaming Mentor has a whole plan on how to fix the inventory. Have you guys seen this guy's video? I'll be like, yeah, we watched it. He had some good ideas, but we didn't really think they were feasible. And they'd be like, well, can you do the ideas that he's suggesting? He's like, yeah, we could do it, but it'll be difficult. And they'd be like, go ahead and do it then. Come on, get it done. Chop, chop.
Some dude's like, well, do we know what they want? Has
like,
anybody made a list?
But like, well, Ginger made a whole list, actually.
They're unhappy, but what are they unhappy about? Everybody's like, we just don't know quite why they're unhappy.
Yeah, it's not like they're telling us or anything, or have told us many, many times what they're unhappy about. They'd be like, see, a common complaint here is that there's no overlay map. Can we add an overlay map into the game? Well, yeah, we can, but we feel it ruins the artistic decision of the game. Let's go ahead and add the overlay map now, please.
Yeah, it could be money. They could, like, they can't modify somebody else's code without paying them, like, what they owe them, like, back pay or something. Like, it is just a switch to flip, but they can't do it because they're not allowed to. Microsoft will pay them, right?
It's more likely that Microsoft will just send lawyers.
Huh?
They'll send somebody to buy it.
Yeah, they'll just send lawyers and being like, here's your pay or you can fight us in court.
Not give me the thing I want. It's not nothing. Can't believe I ain't got hardly jack from him. Jack Diddley.
Hey, Dine, when it comes to those three classes, in the end, what one don't you have? What one haven't you played? I guess in that case, Javazon.
I haven't played Javazon in 15 years.
Well, then go play a Javazon.
Javazons are fun. They're fun. The mini game on the Javazons is very fun.
Variety is the spice of life. I try never to start with the same class. I always try and change whatever class I'm starting with during the seasons. That's why I'm starting with a Wind Druid. I haven't started with a Druid since I started playing with the Kinship.
A Druid. A Drodad.
I haven't made an Assassin either, so I'm probably going to make an Assassin next season. Or I might make an Assassin as my second character.
That's what I did.
It's a Drodad. Got that big old mean Drodad in the Drodad.
The question, I suppose, is should I go for a Mosaic Sin and just go for all the power?
It's a lot of button presses, and it's, I won't say high risk, high reward, but it's
a lot of spinning blades.
Yeah.
Well, now that they fixed the next hit delay issues, instead of going for the full Mosaic Sin, you could go for like one element. You could go for like the lightning one, which would be kind of fun. You have like infinite novas. now that they fixed the next hit delay problems with it, it actually has pretty significant damage just by itself, which is pretty cool.
It seems like it's more button pressing than a fire druid to me.
That's true. You could go with a much easier to pilot build by not running all of the charge ups all of the time.
Well, yeah, then you would go with lots of negative res and stuff, and build the lightning specifically. You know, and you'd probably still have Phoenix Strike, and you could throw the lightning in there too, or you could, I don't know, not really, because I think you have to build Phoenix Strike to get the full damage out of the lightning one.
You do,
but you don't have to. But you don't necessarily have to run it.
Right, and nor do you have to constantly figure out what charge you're on.
I mean, I kind of liked the micromanaging the Phoenix Strike charge. I thought it was pretty cool. You could definitely make for some very interesting like tactical awareness situations. Like every time I ran into like a whole bunch of lightning immunes all over the place, I would swap out Phoenix Strike to the cold. I kind of wish I could have used the fire the same way, but the fire was the fire would crash my computer.
I was considering dropping Phoenix Strike altogether and just running something like Claws of Thunder and Blades of Ice.
Well, yeah, but the thing is you gotta put the points into Phoenix Strike because it's the synergy.
Well, yeah, you're still gonna put them in, but
yeah.
I'm too lazy to want to count whether I'm using charge 1, 2, or 3 on Phoenix Strike and keep track of that.
Yeah, you could do Phoenix Strike. I mean, you could do like Blades of Ice, Lightning, and like Tiger Strike or something, or Cobra Strike. You can do, what is it? Blades of Ice. You get 4, right? So you get 4 total. So you'd be able to throw in whatever 4 you wanted. You could do like Tiger, Cobra, Blades of Ice, Lightning, or something.
Well, I might be weird on Claw Mastery and Dragon Claw instead. Use that for physical.
It's less spammy, but it definitely works. The only downside I found to Double Claw is or Dragon Claw or whatever it's called. It does have durability issues. You break them really fast.
I did retest Holy Freeze. They're completely immune to the pulse, but not the zeal damage.
I'm telling you, you have too much negative cold res that caused an overflow because you're a cheater. Or an underflow.
Cheater! Actually, it caps at -100, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't go past -100. I checked it before. On my Thor Barbarian, I was able to get naturally past -100, and it stopped at -100. It didn't go any further. It's pretty easy, too. 2 Crescent Moons is 35, 35, which is 70, right? And then once you got your 2 Crescent Moons, you put on your Griffins with your Facet in it, that's 25. So 70, 80, 90, 5, right? So 95%. And then you put a Lightning Facet in your armor, which is 100, and then you put a Lightning Facet. Where's the other 5%? Trying to remember here. I can't even remember where I got the other negative res. I know it was at 105, which was just over 100%, but it wouldn't go past 100%. And now I can't remember where I got it from.
So,
I need a key.
is Crescent Moon the best in slot for lightning trapsins?
It's close, but there is a better option that does more damage. It's an oddity. You might have to find it. It's a blue claw that basically has 2 sockets and plus 3 traps, and so you put 2 lightning facets in it, and then you dual wield the 2 +3s. And And then, of course, you look for +3 traps that have +3 lightning sentry on them, so that's +6. So you get +6 and 2 lightning facets. So it actually tops out higher, much higher than Crescent Moon does, but it's harder to come by.
I'm too lazy for that.
But they are really nice. Crescent Moon's still pretty good too. The -35% is a lot. With the 2 facets, you get -10 and then -10, so you get 20, which is not quite as good as the 35, but you do get a lot more plus to skills, and it evens out. Personally, though, when it comes to negative res, I like to have more negative res than the skills. I tested out a couple different combinations of things when I was running the freezing arrows on, and the more negative res tended to be more
Broadly effective.
Yep, just broadly effective. And also, when you did come across the monsters that were immune to your specific element, you did way more damage to those than the ones that with the higher damage effects. Because it don't matter that you're doing higher damage if you don't have the negative res. It's still gonna strip you down pretty bad.
If all you're doing is 5% of your damage, it doesn't matter that you're dealing with
You stood on 50,000.
it. That's true. But I do believe it's your lightning strike, the charge strike, you can hit like 300k.
But yeah, Charge Strike is insane. It's one of the highest damage abilities, single target wise, in the game. Trapsin can do kind of the same thing with the charged sentry, the charge bolt sentry. I mean, you got to cast all 5 charge bolts basically right in front of the monster so that all the charge bolts will hit them. And then you also want to grab the fire blast to increase the number of charge bolts, and if you do it right, you can dish out some pretty hefty single target damage utilizing just the charged bolt sentry. It's only to one monster though. Similarly to the like the way that charge strike works, it's only to one monster.
Off the negative res, souls are still immune in hell.
You have a Sunder because it doesn't matter how much negative res you have. That doesn't affect the monster until they're...
He's talking about the pulse damage.
Just the pulse, yeah.
He's already said that when he hits them, they die, so...
And it's just in hell. I went to nightmare and they die.
Yeah, because they're only immune to slow in hell. They're only immune to slow in hell.
So the slow on the Holy Freeze pulse makes the cold damage on the pulse also be negated.
Sazabi's mantle sheath. Wow, are those like the worst rolls on Sazabi's mental sheath I've ever seen? I didn't even remember that the resistance is rolled on that thing. Well, yeah, I got really bad on the fire res.
It rolls 15 to 20 on lightning and fire.
Yeah, I got 15 on the fire.
Alright, Gear, if we can become immune to slow, we can become immune to Holy Freeze.
If there is, you should probably go find the PvP. They would probably know what that is.
I mean, to become immune to slow, all you have to do is have enough increased attack speed to overcome it. That's the general rule. If you have enough increased attack speed, you're immune to it.
So fanaticism is a requirement.
I mean, basically, I mean, you can. The IAS calculator usually has an option for Holy Freeze, so you are or slows target by, so you can like put in things like I'm under the effect of Decrepify or something like that. And if you're under the effect of Decrepify, then you're slowed down considerably, and then you could figure out exactly how much increased attack speed you need to overcome the Decrepify curse, which would basically make it so that you were still at maximum speed even with the slowest target. And it's totally doable. I mean, you can be immune essentially to Holy Freeze in that way.
How would that work versus Uberdurial?
Yes. Overcapping your increased attack speed will completely nullify the Holy Freeze that he applies to you. I wonder if Sotheby's would be better than Lore. I mean, Lore has 30% lightning res, and this has 19. So it's off a little bit. It also doesn't have the mana after each kill on it, but other than that, there's really not much difference between them, other than the fact that Sotheby's has a lot more defense. I mean, there's also the fact that I could socket Sotheby's if I really wanted to, but... I feel like Sotheby's is probably the better choice. The other thing about Sotheby's is if I'm really desperate, I could socket it with a quest and put that rune in it, and then I'd have a halfway decent little all-res +1 skill helmet. I'm about capped out on gold. I might be starting gambling here soon. Ow. Rude. That was a lot of frickin' little trolling trolls.
It's locked.
Come on, Meffy, give me something good for once.
You have a level 72 Holy Freeze.
Yes. It's single player.
I know, but it's just funny.
Wow, all blues. I do crazy stuff in single player when I'm testing.
I know, and we call you a cheater too, though.
But like when you're testing, you can do all sorts of stuff that just to make the tests more accurate. So like, for instance, if you're trying to test something and you don't want variables in your like attack speed or things like that, or your attack rating, you can just give yourself like 10 trillion attack rating, so you don't have to worry about like missing the target over and over again. You know, messing up your data. Like one time I had a character and I was like, I just need her to not die. I just need to be able to stand there and just tank everything so I can figure out what these numbers actually mean. So I gave her like Sanctuary Aura, no, not Sanctuary, Salvation Aura. I gave her Salvation Aura, like the Holy resist fire, resist cold, resist lightning aura. Like she had basically everything. I gave her Defiance. So she was just like a tank and beefcake, and she could just stand there and just do what she needed to do without having to worry about dying.
You gave her a charm with 35,000 health on it.
Something like that, yeah. Same thing I did with the But my fireworks girl, like she needed to hit everything. Like if she didn't hit, there was no chance of procking, and if she didn't proc, then it wasn't pretty. So I literally gave her just like a ridiculously large amount of attack rating on every single piece of equipment, so that she just never missed. I'm like, F it, she's not missing. Give her ITD, give her negative targets defense. I think I gave her negative targets defense on hit too. Just to really sweeten the pot.
Decrep, as far as I know, does work on Death Lords dying, but the minute they get ramped up, it doesn't.
Yeah, because the attack speed that they can output actually bypasses it as well. But the thing is that it's actually only Death Lords. So there are quite a few different variations of the Death Lord, like the Night Lord and the other ones that are in various other places besides Worldstone Keep. Those are not immune to Decrepify or slow effects or any of that stuff. They can be frozen too. It's weird when you find one of those that can be frozen. And you're like, huh, thought they couldn't be frozen. Then you realize, yes, they can be frozen. Oh, good old Kelpie Snare. Non-ethereal though. Not sure if I want Kelpie Snare. Not sure how I feel about that. I mean, my Merc won't stay alive long enough to use it anyway. Not against the Ubers or anything. Speaking of an item that applies a lot of slows target, Kelpie Snare is certainly one of them. Freaking 75% slows target on Kelpie Snare.
Yeah, back when I was younger, I had a Necro with a Clay Golem, Decrepify, Ice Mages, and a Holy Freeze Merc with Kelpie Snare, and I was trying to see if I could make the monsters just stop.
80% is the cap, so you would have gotten pretty close. You would have been at 80%. You definitely would have been at 80%. And yeah, they do get ridiculously slow once you have all that running on them. I remember one time I had Diablo set up like that, and Diablo used his cold touch. It doesn't affect his spells and stuff like that, but it does affect his melee attacks. And he went to go use his cold touch, and I'm sitting here watching him go like... And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, that took like 30 seconds to do one cold touch. Congratulations. That jank was really cold. Must have made your whole hand freeze. He froze his own hand in the process. Literally.
I mean, the Necro is better than the Paladin at slowing.
What?
The Necro would be better than the Paladin at slowing because of Decrep and Clay Golem both working.
I mean, Decrep is nice, but it lasts a whole, like, 2 seconds. The Clay Golem is the real... The Clay Golem is the real winner of the Necromancer's slow field. And believe it or not, the Holy Freeze Paladin can have a Clay Golem. It's on the, what is the armor called? Forgetting the name of it all of a sudden. It's the one that people make, because it's a cheapy armor that doesn't really have, like, too expensive runes, but it has, like, massive defense on it.
Stone?
Huh? Yeah, Stone. Stone is the one. Stone has it's got a golem summon on it. It's got the Clay Golem. You can have your own little Clay Golem with the stone armor. And then you can have max Holy Freeze and a Clay Golem.
I am overburdened.
So a Paladin running Holy Freeze with a Merc running Holy Freeze, a Merc with a on Sedan and the Kelpie Snare, and the Paladin wielding a wearing stone and wielding the Reaper's Toll.
The
Hello.
Kelpie Snare actually works surprisingly good on an Amazon because it's a spear and you can use fend. You can just like stab everything with it. I used a Kelpie Snare on my spears on for a while. Pretty crazy how defensive it is. Everything is kind of stuck in slow motion. Honestly, Kelpie Snare by itself is so powerful. It's
Never tested it on Ubers though. Not sure because everybody always has life tap on them.
well, the problem with the bosses is that since Slow's target only works on spells, on physical attacks, it doesn't work on spells, and a lot of them are pretty much just spamming spells the entire time. So you're really looking at a situation where it's not going to affect them most of the time. To give you an example, Diablo has many different spells at his disposal, right? He has the big fire wall that goes out in a circle. He's got the fire floor thing, which is also considered a spell. He also has the bone wall thing, which is a spell, or the bone prison. And then he also has the inferno thing, which is a spell. So all of those are spells. The only physical attack he has, besides his regular like auto attack, is the cold touch. The cold touch is the only physical attack he actually has. So as soon as he uses the physical attack, you'll notice the slowdown. Bale has he's got like that triangle cold thing he uses as a spell. He's got the steal all your mana spell, the steal your mana spell. He's got the the AoE circle little fire thing he does, which is also a spell. Some of his little it's just like in general he doesn't really have a whole lot of melee attacks either, from what I understand. Same thing with Bale. Mephisto does attack. He has the cold touch too, but he also has lightning, the chain lightning. He's got the lightning. He's got the little lightning orb. He also casts poison. So like most of his attacks are not physical either, not melee. But he actually shares the cold touch with Diablo, which is kind of funny.
Steal your juice.
Maybe try to cripify with a Holy Bolt Paladin healing on the organ droppers instead of the typical life tap.
Oh man, if you got like max Holy Bolt, you could spam it on each other. I actually devised a very interesting strategy between two North Star Paladins. So North Star Paladin can go a different route, and you can max out the synergy for Holy Bolt. And then what you do is you grab the Laying of Hands, which has the chance to cast Holy Bolts, and then you also have the 100% on the Principal Armor. And so you basically have two Paladins that have the North Star set up, and then cap out the healing on the Holy Bolt. And then then you just have one on one side and one on the other, and you just spam the Holy Bolts at each other.
Just zeal or just a Holy Bolt?
You smite.
Itself?
You just smite. You don't even have to use the Holy Bolt. You just smite, and the Holy Bolts come out automatically. 100% chance for the Principal Armor, and like whatever the chance is on the Laying of Hands. So it adds up to multiple Holy Bolts being fired that would have pretty decent healing from both Paladins going directly at each other and then passing through him and whatever else is behind. So you would just have a massive amount of healing coming through just constantly as you smite. So you wouldn't even have to stop to Holy Bolt. You would just smite.
Just thought of alternatives. Everybody always uses life tap because they hit so hard. And
well, the reason why life tap is used for the Ubers is because you have to have it for the Ubers. So Mephisto has a 0% drain potential, which means you can't life leech him. It is impossible to fight Mephisto without either kiting him in some way to prevent him from hitting you, which usually involves using Bone Prison. So Bone Prison him and like Meteor him or Bone Prison or something like that. But Bone Prisoning him and staying out of range. If you get within range of him, he's going to rip you to shreds. And you can't life leech him because he has 0% drain potential, which means that life leech just does not work on him. So the only way to bypass his 0% drain potential is life tap. That is the only way. There's no other way to heal yourself in this game with the exception of holy bolts, as you're talking about. But you would have to have somebody else cast those holy bolts on you. So you'd have to have a third party basically.
Has to be a way. I'll try to think of it.
But honestly, as fast as I can spam holy bolts, even with like max faster cast rate, you're not going to beat the smiter. The smiter's holy bolts are going to cast faster. With principle being 100%, and also the what do you call it? The laying of hands proc as well on top of that, which means that you're getting anywhere between 1 to 2 holy bolts per smite, and you can smite at a rate of like, I think it's like 5 smites per second with maximum setup. So you're getting a total of anywhere between 5 to 10 holy bolts per smite, which means that your healing potential would be absolutely insane as far as just like sheer number of spammed holy bolts on the target. I don't think the higher level one with faster cast would out heal the lower level one with the ability to spam it at a faster rate. I mean, we could always do the math and figure it out.
It's locked.
First off, let's find out what the IAS is on Smite. I don't remember what the maximum IAS calculation is on Smite.
No, I believe you.
Let me see here. So let's do Smite, and then we'll just do million IAS, because all we want to do is find out what the maximum attacks is per second. And then we'll do, just, doesn't matter. Battle Dart, 120. Okay, so the maximum attacks per second are 4.16 for Smite. So 4.16. And then Alright, so it's level 5 Holy Bolts. And level 5 Holy Bolt is a total healing of 9 to 22. And then we need to apply the synergy healing from prayer, which is where you get all the bulk of your healing anyway. So healing from prayer is 20% healed per level, which is going to give us 400%, right? So 20 times 20, so 400% increase, which means we have 22 plus 400%, which is 110 HP healed per Holy Bolt. And then we said that was 4.27 attacks per second. So 4.27. So every second you would be healing 469 HP, which is certainly not bad. And then laying of hands is a little bit lower. Laying of hands is 10%, but it's level 3. Level 3 is 14 life healed. So 14 plus 400% is 70 times 4.27, which is 298 per second, plus our 469.7. So you're looking at between 469.7 per second to 768.6 per second healed, basically every single time you are smiting. So over the course of, say, like, I don't know, like 3 seconds, you're looking at 2,305 HP healed. So it'd be pretty massive. I mean, you'd be able to just completely fill up somebody else's bar within a relatively short period of time. I mean, 2 seconds is pretty much a full bar for most people. Maybe 3 seconds is a full bar.
Yes.
Aided with the odd potion here or there would probably totally be viable. Wah wah wah. Wah wah wah. Wah wah wah. Wah wah wah. Wah 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 wah. Charging around on a Paladin is so much fun, though. You're so fast. You'll be running around like a little Sonic the Hedgehog. You need inspiration for a druid build for season 5. Why don't you build my Hurricane Wolf? Atnium. My Hurricane Wolf's pretty powerful. He's a wolf. He's a hurricane. He's a hurricane wolf. Bearded Axe, Arbalest, out.
You should just make Bear Grylls.
Bazil's Vortex. That's the baby version of the weapon you'd be using on the Hurricane Wolf. That's the baby version of it. The baby. The baby. I'm the baby. I'm the baby. A Langerbrizer. And Spell Steal. I already got a Spell Steal, though.
It's locked.
Oh, here I am. Rock you like a hurricane.
Greetings.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that resistance-wise, that Sazabi's... I mean, not that I want to throw my Rune in there, but if I was unable to find anything better, and I just didn't want to continue hunting and not finding anything, I mean, I feel like that Sazabi's would be a halfway decent use for that Rune. I mean, it's got decent resistances on it already, and then an additional 15 all-res on top of it, plus +1 skill. Wouldn't be, like, terrible. Although another option is I could take that +2 Pally Circlet that I've got sitting in there. I mean, it's just a blue +2 Pally Circuit, but if it did roll 2 sockets at Larzik, which you know, that's a gamble. But if it did roll 2 sockets at Larzik, that would be +2 to skills and an additional socket that I could do something with. Throw the Rune in there, and then, I don't know, something else, I guess. What's up, Chips and Lays? Hey, Mephisto's stingy. Alright, let's go have some fun, shall we? I think I'm about to hop off here anyway. So, let's go have some fun. And by fun, I mean... let's go... kill Uber Diablo. Yeah. Uber D. Killing frickin' Uber D. Gotta put all my regular equipment back on first before I can go kill Uber Diablo. Goblin toes. My belt, that's right. Pink, pink. Pink, pink. Alright, let's see if my boy can kill Uber Diablo before we hop off today. I put a Soj on here specifically just for that purpose. We're gonna sell it and we're gonna have some fun killing Uber D. I'm noticing quite a large overflow of gold here. Let's do a little gambling first before we go into Uber D. Gamble some amulets or something real quick. Spend at least one full stash. Sounds like fun. Alright, one full stash on amulets. Let's go grab our bow.
May I help you?
Alright, Geed, give me what you got. Give me what you got. Boobies. Boobies, boobies. +1 Sorkies. +2 Necromancer. All resistance is 15, +2 Necromancer, 4 strength, 25 mana, 40% extra gold for monsters. For where's my pally one like that? Okay, where's my pally one like that? No sir, no sir. Don't do that to me. Don't do that. Eh. Dang, not even one rare that time. Oh yeah, enchant's ridiculous, you kidding me? Enchant speeds up everything as long as we got melee characters. The only reason enchant wouldn't help anything is if there was no melee or ranged characters in the group, which, I mean... I'm gonna be a melee character, so... +2 combat skills, Paladin only. Level 3 Frost Nova, Windstruck. 11 Dexterity. Replenish life 5 and lightning resistance 39. That's not bad. That's actually not bad at all. 2 combat skills is the same as +2 for me. The only thing that wouldn't help me out with is the specifically the fanaticism aura, but I'm not really too sad about that. That'd be fine. And the massive lightning resistance on that could help me out tremendously versus Mephisto. Mephisto. Always 18. I already have a decent Magic Find amulet like that, although that's not bad. But the one I have is 25%, and I think it has a lot better all res. So mine's already better. All res, +3 defensive, poopies. I'm gonna try and craft up one too real quick. We'll do a I'm gonna do a quick safety craft. +2 traps. Oh, nice Darkado. Congrats. Alright, let's see if we can get anything better. Alright, another 2.5 mil.
So, have you done that Cold Crow run yet?
No.
How do you know it won't pay off?
So he says. Man, no luck with these amulets. craft with. I remembered when you're gambling, you never know whether it's the right level or not, but I also remembered that if you get +2 skills, then it's the correct level. Which means that if you have a +2 skills amulet, but you gamble, well, then you know for a fact it's high enough to get +2 skills.
+2 to a class skill,
Oh yeah.
not to tab.
Yes, +2 to class. I got a druid +2 that time. Boo.
Are you level 89?
I think I'm 88.
If you gain 1 level, you could get every blue amulet that drops in terror zones is an option.
Well, +3 lightning skills, 12 to strength. +1 paladin, 5 to minimum damage, 9 to strength. Eh. +2 barbarian. I can craft with that one. See what I end up getting. One more craft for the beast. +1 druid, 10% chance of increased block. Stupid druid. Stupid druid. It's the edge bow. It's the 15% vendor prices reduction. I'm using it while I'm gambling. You use the 15% edge bow combined with the Geed's 15%, and you get 30% reduction in all vendor prices. It's just a way that you can gamble more, so you get more gambles. Because the price of the amulet goes down from what is it, 50,000 or whatever to like 44,000.
63, I think.
So it's less. It's much less. Alright, let's go do Uber Poopy Face. That's right. That's his official name. Uber Poopy Face. Uber Poopy Face. Uber Poopy Face. I might need more open wounds than what I currently have. I guess I could get up to 10% on a belt, but just was a pretty good roll on the belts, but I guess maybe I could roll again. Try and get a slightly better belt. I don't know.
Yes?
The Night of Terror Gamble Fest. Alright, let's go kill some Uber Diablo. Let's see if I can actually pull this off on P8. trying to think whether I should go with Sotheby's or whether I should go with Bulwark. I think the physical damage that he puts out kind of necessitates Bulwark. I also feel like I'd be better off with Treachery than Smoke. Simply because he's so nasty. Where's my Treachery at?
At your service.
Alright, ready to go. Ret to go. Let's summon the Uber Diablo, shall we?
Say goodbye to your Soj.
I mean, it's not my Soj. I'm not even going to keep the Annie, because I don't deserve it. I didn't actually find the Soj. I mean, I could find a Soj, given enough time, but...
I'm hoping I find another Soj next season.
Give me a couple years, I'll find one.
Just so I can say I found one.
Alright. Hopefully he's up here, not down there, otherwise I'll have to clear that whole area. Make sure my life tap is on, ready to go. There he is. Get these slingers out of here first. Stay alive for a minute, Merc. Might be able to stay alive the whole time. Well, more than capable of killing Uber Diablo in P8. Of course, you never know. I might run into this. I might run into the same issues with the with the regeneration thing. It seems like once I get him down, like any of the Ubers down in P8 to like around the point where they're about to die, that's when the open wounds fails, and then I'm stuck in limbo.
Is their health regeneration static, or does it increase as their health?
No, it's open wounds arrests it completely, but for some reason or another, like when it gets really low, I run into situations where the open wound starts failing, I guess, and then you know how fast he regenerates once he gets to that point, like, or if he can regenerate, he will regenerate ridiculously fast without any kind of issue. What's up, Bruzak? Well, we gotta wait for season 2, right? At the very least.
I hope Diablo 4 gets better too.
I mean, I don't think anybody wants it to fail.
I think
I don't think anybody wanted it to fail.
I just suspect it's going to have to need another 6 months to a year to bake.
Hey. 14, 10, 10. Wow. What a terrible Annie. What a terrible Annie.
Sounds like my average Annie.
Sounds like exactly what I deserve. You get what you deserve.
Is it better than your current Annie?
Mm. It rolled bottom on resistances. 10. It rolled 14 on attributes.
Yeah, but an Annie's better than no Annie.
Is it better than
Yeah,
any
but I don't.
bad?
But I don't deserve it because I just put it on here to see if I could kill Uber Diablo. I just wanted to see how easy it was to kill Uber Diablo on this guy.
I don't know. How do I put this? In your opinion, if you were playing exclusively single player, is it better to use the first Soj you find for an Annie, or to use it as a Soj?
Oh yeah, I would use it for an Annie because you could transfer the Annie to all your characters. It's literally just something that you could just throw in your shared stash and everybody gets access to it. And even if they don't necessarily want to use a Soj, they still get +1 skills. And on top of that, it also gives you mana, it gives you life, it gives you attack rating, it gives you defense, it gives you damage, it gives you freaking everything, and resistances too, and EXP. It's comparatively, one Soj is not worth one Annie in the grand scheme of things.
Ironically,
so
one
if I
Soj
found,
is worth more than a garbage Annie, though.
well, I mean that's single player though, not really. Multiplayer, yes, but single player, no. Single player, your Annie is worth more than the Soj. Your first Annie. Now, after that, after your first Annie, then it's up for debate.
That's entirely dependent on whether you get that 10-10-5 Annie or not.
Put my Annie in my inventory. Totally don't deserve that, Annie. I don't even understand. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Alright, guys, I gotta go. I will see you guys tomorrow, most likely. I should have at least a couple videos for you guys tomorrow as well, so I will be online too afterwards, obviously. So we'll do another day of this and farming, and maybe even I'll give it a try with the Ubers. I don't know. I'll just have to like cobble together the best equipment I possibly can and see if I can make it work. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching.